Um, but I'm also not shocked. I actually spoke about this at great length with my other group on here, the debate group that I sit with, about trans rights and how that can be a slippery slope with opening the door for transracial. I know it sounds crazy, but we're very close. But when we see things like this, where it's further dividing, when you're trying to other, and when you're, to Liz's point, almost trying to assume the identity of other people, is very odd to me, while at the same time insulting, is, I'm Confucius, because I just don't understand what this does. And I agree with the term, you'd be surprised, Eris, and you laugh about it, but in our legal documents, it's leaving room for it. But
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just
yeah,
what?
yeah, just slippery slope. But yeah, the term fish, I want to get into it a little bit more, but I didn't even think this was real when you put it up. I thought you were trolling, but this just happened.
Yeah, this was today, and I was I was I have like parts of the live, and the issue is that they play so fucking much, and this not no like this ain't no shade. They play so fucking much. It's hard to really get to the meat potato because a lot of the conversation does not be about nothing. And to me, that proves even more that okay, cool, y'all is rage baiting, but y'all don't give a fuck about actually having a conversation. Y'all don't give a fuck about what is going on. Everything is made into this game. Everything is this over the top. Like the I get the terms out, whatever. I use some of the terms, clock it, you a down, whatever. But everything, every other fucking word, everything is just so fucking theatrical. It's so like it's not serious for the type of content that's being plastered where it's this constant divide. Cause either we women and we gonna figure out what the fuck going on, or we gonna have to start calling a thing a thing. We gonna have to start
Yeah.
calling a thing a thing, and it's gonna have to be separate. And I don't give a fuck about I do give a fuck about the titles. Don't get it twisted. But if we have to break it all the way down, like the way Liz did earlier, to female humans, or we got to figure out another way to do it, then we'll have to do it. But we gonna talk about these deep issues because this shit ain't always cute. Every once in a while, cool. But y'all putting these incendiary fucking prompts up, but don't want to talk about it, is annoying. But go ahead, Sharice. Hey,
I love,
Sharice.
hey, I love this topic because I think it's so important to have conversations like this. Um, I truly do believe that men have invented the idea of womanhood that like we know of today. And like since ancient times, the weaves, like the pharaohs, they even wore weaves. I'm sorry, not weaves, but wigs and makeup. So like a lot of womanhood is so performative. And I just love how this topic, it just makes me so happy, y'all. Sorry. But I think that we truly do need to have the conversation about this because womanhood is actually performative. And all the things that they say about women, like how we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to act, is something that men actually created. It has nothing to do with how we are just naturally. Women have been trying to fit into a mold of what's expected of them in society, and a lot of that was created by men. Gender is definitely a social construct. We know that. And the term fish, as a woman who has a lot of gay um, friends, part of the community or whatever, especially a lot of men who are my friends that I hold real close to my heart. Um, I know that they use fish. They call me fish all the time as a joke, but it is definitely a slur because it's like it's about our quarter cat. It's
Yep.
about our quarter cat and having a fishy little smell. sometimes some of the girls. So I just think it's important to unpack stuff like this, because there is a line that we are going to have to walk um, eventually, because I think that everything is real fragile, because there is a lot of homophobia and transphobia. So it's like it's hard to have conversations about like the misogyny that exists within the gay community. um it's hard to have conversations about how womanhood actually exists on a spectrum. And so yeah, I'll just land there.
No, I absolutely agree. And it's a clip that I want to play for y'all. Pretty, let me play this clip. Excuse me. Because I agree with you, Sharice. But Pretty, let me play this clip real quick because I think it'll give a little bit more insight too on where my frustration, but my compassion, my empathy, and my openness comes from. Because I'm still open. I'm still here.
I'm lost and I'm like so interested. So yeah, play it because
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. But before I play it, hold on. Let's do this. Give me your opinion because if yours differ, that's perfectly fine. But give me your opinion.
no, girl, I thought fish was the term. So fish is a term we use in Jamaica to call gay people. So I was like, wait a minute, it is a slur, but like I did not know it was. I did not know that's a different thing. I did not know. Eris just
Yeah,
updated me in the
they'll
comments.
use that, like trans women will literally use that to be like, oh well, you can never clock me. You can never clock me. I look I look identical. You could never clock me, and it's weird. It's
Okay.
literally weird. I'm like,
Yeah, because it's about clock. Like the clocking is a major thing. Like and that feeds
Wow.
right into what the promise thing. And I mean that even if it is a slur that goes in Jamaica that goes towards the GAY community, I still think that it probably is borrowed.
Yeah.
Because sometimes our language
Intertwines.
yeah, and it'd be
Yes.
like different reasons. So for sure. But you can speak about the prompt before I play the clip too. Pretty, you can go ahead.
No, I think that when I've often been very conflicted about this because in my opinion, it's a very contradictory like stance to say we should all want to deconstruct from the patriarchy. That means performative femininity should go out the window.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, if you're a T woman, then you need to perform this way, right? Or I should accept you being extra. And when I say extra, I do mean like what I mean when I say extra. And I mean it when I see women do it. Because like cis women, when I say I'm like, this is performative. The extra soft voice, the need to over exemplify your womanhood. Like, and I've seen cis women do it. And I'm like, this is fake, right? This is fake. This is a performance.
Mm-hmm.
And I've often been very confused about it because it's not consistent with wanting to deconstruct from the patriarchy and the ideology that womanhood should look one way.
Yeah.
And so like, but often it's hard to speak on it because it's like, is it an overcompensation, right? Like, is there something internally there that I can't identify with, right? So you try to hold space for that. But then also I'm like, but if at the same time you are going to, I'm conflicted. I'm definitely conflicted.
It's very conflicting, and trans women have said that they stealth or they need to be they need to not be clocked. They need to be passable for safety. And if that's the case, then we got to extend that for cisgender women too. So it's very confusing. It doesn't make any sense, but it's a circular thing because I mean, where can we go other than being very rebellious to it? But it's not that much support for being rebellious to it if people are all opting in for quote unquote safety. So
Can I just add that, like, for you to
for T women to not be clockable is also I do think that is also harmful to for cis women, because in order for you in order for you to be safe, you have to put on a performance that makes other cis women that refuse to put on that performance unsafe.
Mhm.
So it's like, it, like you said, it is very circular. Whenever you have to worry about your performance, but we have to worry about not only our performance, but on the medical aspect of it, we have to worry about us being us not only doing the performance, but what about the women that have things like PCOS? Like, they, whenever you talk to teen women about women that have to deal with PCOS, where they're growing chin hairs and growing chest hairs and things like that, they never ever want to address those things. And it's like, okay, well, if you feel, if well, what about the women that can't, that are actually human born female, but they can't, they're getting clocked, they're not, they're not able to afford the hormone treatments, they're not able to afford, the things like that. And I'm going to be very straightforward on this live. A lot of human born females, because from the moment that we are born, we're socialized and indoctrinated to perform purity, to perform self-flagellation, to perform, to be conservative. We're not afforded to have to have like the incredible surgeries, because we're not able to go out and find a man and trade certain favors for certain surgeries and certain gender affirming care. So it's like, it's, I feel like, me personally, I have changed I have my thoughts on this matter have changed a lot, like a
And
lot.
I
And
want to make to what you're saying. I want it to be understood there when it comes to PCOS and hertism. Hertism is different from PCOS because it's something about the androgen, something I don't know. But a person with hertism may be able to have kids, nothing wrong in that area, but they still have unwanted hair growing in places, and there is really not any quote unquote affirming care for that specifically. I do think they have started moving into looking into some of the things, and I'm using affirming care on purpose, but I do think that they are looking into some things. But I wanted to be understood that was not something that people in my grandmother's days and her grandmother's days wasn't nobody concerned about women. They just got talked about. Like, they just got talked about simply.
yeah,
Like, nobody was concerned about making them feel better. So I do think that there is something to
Can I add something
yeah,
real quick?
yeah.
I'm like thinking myself through this one, right? It's like, it took a while for people to realize when biracial people talk about their own specific biracial experience, like what they actually was experiencing was racism, and that's why they were struggling with it. And I'm wondering, like, when I'm hearing some of these things that trans women are talking about, it's because you're dealing with misogyny, like, and I think the thing that got me stuck was like, well, what about when they, mess with a man and he find out whatever? But it's interesting to find out like the standards that they set for themselves. It can you reinforcing the stereotypical women does make it more harmful for women, cisgender women. But I don't know. I'm gonna
Yeah,
give
I
some
was
time
about
to think.
to. Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Tara, because I was about to bring that up as well. It's like
Yeah, don't steal my
there.
shit though. Don't steal
No,
my
I'm
shit
not. I'm
though.
not.
Oh,
I'm not. The
okay.
wavelengths are wavelength thing. But like my thing was is that there wouldn't like to kind of piggyback off of Pretty's point as well. It's like there wouldn't be a need to perform femininity or to kind of display what we think femininity looks like if the violence of the patriarchy was addressed first.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, I understand that you need to perform in order to protect yourselves, but if you address the violence that is patriarchy, the need to perform wouldn't be there.
And yeah, and I wanted to be very clear that a conversation that came up when I tried to speak was that cis women harm T women, that we're harmful to T women. And I was trying to make a point about like what's actually going on, and the pushback was we got to stop infantilizing women, quote unquote cis women. And Auntie Wado oscillated between not infantilizing women, cis women in general, and then to YT cis women. And I think that was done on purpose. But I thought it was interesting to say that I want y'all to understand that cis women are harmful to trans women, and then I want y'all to listen to this with that thought. It was something else I wanted to say, but I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm gonna play this little clip, and I want us to really think about what all y'all saying. Go for it. And this clip is based on these women are talking about those who choose to have bottom surgery and those who don't, and why they don't and why they do. And I want to make this very, very clear. Transgender is about gender identity. Transsexual is about the smex and the identity. Being transgender, transsexual, it's a difference, right? It's a difference, especially when Liz was talking about it's not just a feeling. I do think that makes a difference too. But let me play for it. You, not for no man, woman, anybody.
And see, that's the thing. It's like the girls have to understand. Like if you're one of these girls who is, you know, like unaliving for the male gaze. But you know, there are cis women who are unaliving for the male gaze too. Like, let's not get it twisted. But if you're a trans woman and you are like all wrapped up in the male gaze, baby, just understand that you're gonna have less access to men once you get that thing. Once you get that thing, because a lot of them are not feeling it. Oh wow.
So, is this an experience? Is this a real experience? Or is it about the access of men? Because if I get the affirming surgery, what it matters, in the words of Nikki Giovanni, what it matter if I lose access when it's about me? I'm in the wrong body. Or is it a costume that I'm going to keep my bottom, which is 100% fine. I don't give a damn, Sam. But I'm going to keep my bottom because that's going to give me the most access. Because I'm going to be real with y'all. I get it. I absolutely will take my head off. Men love trans women. And they want you to keep your bottom because they want the best of both worlds. Them motherfuckers created femininity and womanhood as a yin to their yang, but they've always loved each other. So ain't nothing better than that. I'm not confused. But let's be honest. Let's be real. What is that? Everything goes back to talking about men. Everything goes back to access to men. And in the same breath, you say cis women causing harm. Y'all can kiss my ass.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, from what I've learned over this past year is it's all about the male gaze. It's all about how men are. It's not about the the woman's experience. Is not about it's not about living your life as a woman. It's not about experiencing life as a woman. It's not about expressing yourself as a woman. To me personally, from what I've heard, it's all about access to men. How can I get more access to men? How can I be more less clockable? How can I be? How can I perform to where more men will want me? And it's like it is a mockery at this point of what womanhood should be. And a lot of them will say, well, are you debasing yourself down to your genitalia? No, but you are debasing us down to our genitalia. You are debasing us. You're the one that's calling us fish. You're the one that is calling, you're saying, oh, yeah, this is serving, catch you next Tuesday. Almost all of your lingo and verbiage is about what's between a female born woman's legs. And it's it's getting kind of weird.
Absolutely. And the floor is open, y'all. I know it's heavy. I know it's taboo, but I do think it's necessary. And it's also necessary for us to understand that there is a intense um separation that has been had. It's like done on purpose. And it's separating the gender identity. And the identity is everything. So when trans women are talking about their experience, they're talking about when they are saying that we are causing issues, cis women are causing issues, they're saying it's because we do not welcome them into womanhood. We are ostracizing them. Them being gendered correctly is important. Them being able to be perceived as a cisgendered woman is important. All those things are important. I think we gotta say it because it gets muddy. It gets muddy. And that's why I said earlier, the distinct difference in the conversation that we be having over here, we're wanting to wash our hands of emphasized femininity. And I'm just coining it in one term. We want to wash our hands of um emphasize femininity. And let me put it like this. Cisgender women are assigned womanhood. We are given womanhood and told boom, boom, bam. Transgender women are transitioning into it because their perception, the way they are perceived in society does not align with who they feel that they are. So they are walking into it, right? They need it to be affirmed into how they feel. So we are trying to wash our hands of emphasize femininity because it's been like bondage. It's been debilitating. It's been sickening. It's been deadly. It's been harmful. It's been restricting. And they are affirmed when they walk into emphasize femininity. Emphasize femininity affirms who they are. And that's the distinct difference. And that's where the clash is happening. So when I saw this prompt, you got it, sister. You define femininity. You got it. You win. I'm trying to be safe. I'm trying to have something better than this fucking bondage that tells me I can't talk, I can't eat, I can't move, I can't do shit. But it's open, y'all.
Taboo.
Wait, what
I,
happened with Pretty?
I think she had to drop down, but I don't think it's taboo. Like people, I don't think the conversation needs to be had because here lies the problem. We have cis women wanting to, and again, nothing wrong with that, wanting to remove themselves of the bondage of that femininity entirety. Trans women are wanting to put it on, like put it on to wear a badge of honor, and it's like, no, no, like that's not ideal. No, and I don't think they're seeing it as again you all being transphobic and you all being mean and ugly. It's like no, it's not them being transphobic. It's literally telling you, hey, we don't subscribe to this form of bondage. Like that's good for you, but you don't subscribe to it.
You kind of broke up, but you said you don't have to subscribe to
No,
it.
I'm saying like y'all are saying that we don't subscribe to it at all. Like we don't subscribe to it And that's the disconnect. Like they're not like you're not subscribing to it at all. You're like, no. It's like a
Mhm.
full stop. It's a full no.
In some aspects,
And they want to wear it like a badge of honor.
right. In some aspects, cisgender women, to what Pretty was saying earlier, and to what we all know, and even what Auntie Water said, yeah, it definitely is certain things with femininity or emphasize femininity or womanhood that we have been socialized with from very young, and some of us emphasize it more than others, but some of it is just it's attached to our identity based on how we move in this society. It's unconscious. Even some things are unconscious done, right? Because the conditioning and socializing work. But what I'm saying is, as we've been getting more awareness and we've been sharing information and comparing notes as of the last few years, we're recognizing where the bondage lies, and we're saying, hold on, we got to break these chains. In the word of that good sis, I forget her name, that good gospel singer. We got to break these chains. And some women, like you said, are wearing it as a badge of honor, and they're existing in being affirmed by being this divine feminine, in the words of Auntie Water. But Dr. Julio, now come on now. Go ahead. What this is women's business, and you done scrolled on through.
Well, I happened to see the prompt. I wasn't originally going to come up, but I'm just trying to understand what that prompt is saying. Is that like what is that?
What you talking about?
Like, is in are you saying that this is someone else's live prompt that you took? I'm assuming and having a conversation centered around this. Am I following that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trans women perform womanhood better because they created it. Gender is a social construct men created. The trans woman's lives is just her background is simply trans women, divine feminine. So I guess you could take it how you want. I don't know exactly if she's saying that trans women are divine feminine or if she is doing a play on words. Um, to me, it's messy nonetheless. But
Well, that's what I came up for because I'm like, what? I've seen the reason I saw it looks like Never Sent on that panel. I've seen her.
no, never seen that on his panel.
No, 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 no. She's in the screenshot.
No, she not. That is not never seen.
Well, it looked damn near just like her.
Don't get
The third
don't
one down.
No, I'm sure it's not. Don't get the wigs confused. It's not never seen. She wasn't in this she wasn't in this
Oh, well, that's
conversation.
what I came for because I was about to say that is the absolute greatest crock of bullshit I have ever heard in my life. But that was, oh yeah, that was all I came up for because I was trying to understand that prompt. I'm like, what the
Mhm.
gender's a
Yep.
social construct men created. Oh boy, I tell you.
Is Dr. Julia a woman? I'm confused.
No, obviously I'm not. Clearly,
So why are you?
I just did you not listen to what I said?
Bye, Julio.
All right, Julio.
Jesus,
Clearly,
I can't even
hold
come
on.
up to ask a question when
It's
I start
the
getting triggered.
hold up.
God,
It's the clearly that's making a point right now. Just saying.
what'd you say, Tara?
You making a point by saying clearly.
He said clearly. He said the hell. He said
I'm
hell no. I ain't no woman.
I mean, I was amazed at the prompt itself. Me, that's what I came up for. I was fucking baffled. So I was that's what I came up here for.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand what you asking. That's why I feel like we
Because see,
have
I've gotten kicked out of plenty of rooms for defending biological womanhood. So I was just I saw that I
Do me
lost.
a favor, Julio. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a live, and it's gonna be titled "Women's Business." I want you to come up.
Well, Tara, because people apparently love what I have to say about women's business on occasion, I may just humor you and show up any fucking way, But I'll allow you to go back to hating my guts in peace. Now,
No, it's
now I
gonna
can
be just
drop
for
that.
yeah, not
you. No,
yeah.
it's gonna be a live just for you.
No, 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 it won't. No, it won't. Like I said, no, 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 no. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna drop down now. I'm gonna let you go back to
Bye,
hating my
Dr.
guts in peace.
Pepper.
All right. You
Oh,
getting dragged
really?
off the panel. You better look, Dr. Julio. You better hurry up and
Not
get down
insult
because you
Dr.
getting
Pepper like
dragged off the
this.
panel, Dr.
Yeah, not
Julio. You
at
getting
all.
dragged
Stop
off.
playing.
They dragging you
Like
all.
Dr. Pepper's a good drink. That is a good man.
But y'all know it wouldn't, to me, and I get the frustration, but I don't want y'all to miss the forest for the trees. Men having an opinion about this is important to know. It's important to know. He's still red pill, Omega.
I wanted him to tell us what. I'm mad he left. I wanted him to tell
No,
us what a
he was
biological.
going. No, I dropped him for the algorithm, but he was about to leave anyway.
I'm just saying. I would love to hear the men come give their opinion on what's the difference.
Oh, okay. Well, he back. Okay.
You want to hear my opinion on what?
You said you be defending biological women.
I've
What do
defended
you?
biological womanhood against trans people. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Tell us about that. I want to hear it.
I mean, they tell me I've been told that I don't know. I've been told that I can't speak on it, and I
I
said,
don't
"Well,
know
I
about the
can."
feedback. Tell me what you said.
What? Okay. Well, within what context? I said that trans women cannot claim to be real women because they're
And
not.
why is that though?
I'm sorry.
But why?
Why can they not claim to be real women? Because they're not. The biological markers do not lean in their favor for what authentic
Are you talking
womanhood
about
is.
coochie?
I'm sorry.
You just talking about coochie.
No, Tara, I'm talking about estrogen production. I'm talking about the fact that real biological women have uteruses, the fact that they have ovaries, the fact that they can actually create life when they come in contact with sperm. I'm talking about the fact that the way women's emotional wiring is vastly different from men's in the hypothalamus and in the way that women's frontal cortexes develop as opposed to men's. There's a series of biological and psychological and physiological markers that natural women have that trans women simply will never possess. And I call all of this out.
Well, how is it that men don't know the difference?
Huh?
If it's that obvious, why is it that men don't know the difference?
Well, you tell me. I don't know why trans men act like they don't know the difference. I have no idea, but that's why I
I don't
get
know.
called. That's
Cisgender men say they don't know the difference.
what?
Fuck it, Julio. Fuck it.
Because Terry, you ain't making sense. You just want to fuss at me for whatever reason. I speak in your defense, and now you just want to
I'm not
fuss.
making sense. It's okay.
Tara, I get it. You want to hate me. I understand, but I will still speak to your defense when necessary,
Nigga,
darling.
don't nobody want to hate you.
Now you so busy worried about your ego,
I
whatever
think
you talking
anyone
about.
cares enough to
You
hate.
missing the whole point.
My
Men,
ego,
Not
Tara.
even a
Let me tell you
factor.
something, sweetie. My ego is the size of Mount Everest, and you, of all people, wouldn't be able to tear it down. I promise. But
I was trying to make a point though because it ties in with the topic, right? Because they're saying that they can perform it better than we can, and like I would agree with men when they get the win because they're cisgender men who say they can't tell the difference.
that's a lie. Yes, you can. You look at the jaw. You look at the draw structure of a trans woman. You can see instantaneously that ain't no woman. That's a he she. There's a difference. And but I'll say this: a lot of these
Some women
Negroes.
that have strong jawlines. So what are you trying
Oh,
to
and let
say?
me tell you. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I ain't never got them confused in 29 years. I ain't never got them confused.
You probably
29.
did. You just don't know it. And also
No
to
the hell I
some
no the hell I didn't. Bullshit.
29. 29 my ass. 29 plus 10 plus another 5. Anyways, I wanted
Well,
to
that's
say this.
actually a compliment because that means I look more mature than I am for my age. So I appreciate you. But no, I'm 29.
Them
I'll be
active.
30 next month on
Them
August the
active.
2nd.
The active Julio and shut up. Anyways, I wanted to say, and this is why I don't think that men are qualified to speak on this subject because it constantly is debased down to our biology when we know that as women that were women born female at birth is so much more than just our biology. It's not just what we have between our legs. It's not just the hormones that we excrete from our hypothalamus or our ovaries or fallopian tubes. It's also about the experience of womanhood as well, from the moment that we're born and how we're socialized. So when they're saying that, when what me is prompt is that womanhood, teen women are saying that they're performing womanhood better because they created it, and it's only to the fact that it's the gender, the performance of the gender, but women, actual natural born women are saying that it's so much deeper than that. And the reason why we're having this conversation is because it's almost as if when teen women have these types of conversations about womanhood, it's become a mockery, it's become a show, it's become, to me, I
Come
feel like
RuPaul's
it's
drag show. Yes.
But that's my
Why is you
point.
interrupting me?
But see, that's my point, is because like I wanted him to say why he says it's clockable, because it's gonna sound the same shit that they be saying.
It's not. No, it's not. I
Exactly.
just told you that the biological and the physiological and the psychological markers that natural women express are vastly different than what trans women try to perform with. Performance versus actual authenticity are completely different things, Tara. That's why I mentioned everything. I didn't stop at biology. I said the physiology and the psychology of natural women. I covered everything Black Mama said with a little bit less wording.
You know, maybe I do hate you.
Well, you know what they say back in the day: if you hate somebody, you might just really like them. I don't know. You're a beautiful woman, but you know, there's this. I don't know, Black Mama. Maybe there's a difference, but we might have to have the conversation a little later.
Like, I
But
think what you're looking for is indifferent, Black Mamba. You want to feel indifferent towards him, not hate. Because
The
they, like he did right now, he's like, oh, that must mean you like me. Nah, it's
no, I
indifference.
no, I just know Black Mamba in a different way, but so I get to talk shit to her in a way that some men can't. So, but the point is, uh, yeah, okay, now we know. That's cute. So the point that I'm making is that the biological, the physiological, and the psychological markers of natural women are vastly different than trans women that are performing an act versus living a life. There's a whole difference there. So this idea that they can perform womanhood better than actual women is just once again that actually is symptomatic of once again a dysfunctional patriarchy, because that's now men telling women they can be better women than them. Now if that's not some patriarchal bullshit, I don't know exactly what the fuck is.
I think what we saying is deeper. We're talking. We're calling out the elephant in the room. We're saying what the thing is. Womanhood and manhood is a performance. Womanhood gets to be more flexible. Anybody could have a part in it. Anybody can mold it and shape it to how they want. Meaning a man can say that a feminine woman is this and another man can say is that. Anybody can redefine it because of the hierarchy, because of how womanhood is marginalized. Womanhood is supposed to be subjugated. Whereas manhood is a performance as well, masculinity is a performance as well, but it can't be moved. It has to be structured in a certain way. It may look slightly different depending on cultures, but generally speaking, certain pillars of masculinity and manhood have to stay put because it's fragile.
But I
It,
would actually argue, Mia, that womanhood is actually a standard as well. I would argue that there is a standard of womanhood as well, and this is where you get into the really interesting conversation of okay, because then the question is, where the hell are you getting your standard from, Austin? Which my standard would be the King James Bible, right? And of course, everybody's not religious. Some people are going to have an issue with that, whatever, whatever. But I would argue that both man and womanhood you can identify a strict definition of what each of them are using that as a foundational text. Now, again, somebody's going to disagree. I don't really give a shit. But a good feminine woman, there are characteristics that can be outlined to describe what that is. But what men do today is they try to adapt femininity based around there's lust that leads their definition. That's what I'll say. A lot of men use lust to lead their definition of what femininity is, as long as it appeases their sexual appetite or desire, which I think that's a crock of shit to me personally, right? So the way that a lot of these modern men attempt to change the definition of womanhood or femininity, it's not strict. It's evolving based around their um, sexual desires, not authentically rooted in what femininity actually is, in my humble opinion. And that's based around conversations that I've had over 13,000 plus hours of talking to both men and women over the past 5 to 6 years.
You sound just like Public when he be trying to say that he done taught 1,000 1,000 hours and that's why he an expert.
Well,
Just stop
I'm
your
not claiming to be.
retarded.
No. I'm
No,
not
no,
claiming
you
to
said
be
you
an
need to stop
expert. I'm
saying
just
it.
saying
You
that.
need to stop saying it. First of all, you
Well,
talking about
no,
women.
it's true, Tara.
Hold
I've
up,
been
young
making it.
man. Hold up, young man. You talking about women who've been women for 30 years and you want to talk about your hours online, sir. No, cut that shit
Well,
out.
you didn't listen to what I said, sweetheart, but it's all right. You
Not
never listen.
sweetheart. Not sweetheart. No, you the sweetheart. But I just
Well,
think
I
it's
try to be.
interesting.
Thank you, darling. I try
All
to be
right, all
nice.
right, all right, hush up now.
Mwah.
Lord.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because when they say, "Oh, I had all these hours of talking," but you also had biases. You also was filtered who you have access to have conversation with. That doesn't make you authority on it. There's
You damn
something,
right I have biases. I have a bias
sir,
towards objective
sir,
truth.
sir, young man, chill out.
Young man.
Also, too, how can you have 13 hours of talking with people when you do the most of the talking?
I said
Maybe
I'm gonna
13,000.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you how that works,
13,000,
East.
maybe
I'm gonna tell you
you
that.
doing 10.
No, East. I'm gonna tell you how that works. Whenever I tell somebody I'm on the way, I always give them all numbers because it's more believable. I'm like, I'm be there in 17 minutes instead of 20. That's all he doing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because see, Tara, this thing is, darling, you don't know how long I've been a content creator. So yeah, I understand you don't. You know, I read that's understandable. But
I
I've really
like to
been doing
say
this
that
for
like
5 years.
Julio's presence on this panel does prove a different aspect of this prompt as well.
That's what I was
That men
saying,
think
Prince.
men think they know more about women than women who've been women their whole lives know more
Never
about
said that
women.
at all.
You
Never
didn't
said.
Exactly.
have to. You
You
didn't
you
have to.
you
I said
spoke
that I
more than
spoke. So
any of the
speaking, so
women.
saying that I speak to the defense of biological
Julio,
women is
wait,
now
hold
saying that I
on.
know
Let
more
me.
about femininity.
Yes,
You have
yes, it
You're
spoken
so
does.
full of
more.
shit.
You have spoken more
Thank
about
you.
femininity than the actual female-born human beings on this panel, and that's why when you say that you have over 13,000 hours, I'm pretty sure out of that 13,000 hours of you speaking with people, 10,000 of it is is you talking because you talk more than you listen. And if you really actually wanted to bring anything to this conversation, oh, good, he's gone.
Yeah, but I'm glad Prince pointed out what I was saying earlier. I don't know if y'all heard me or she just reiterating it. Either way, I appreciate it. I think it was necessary to hear a man speak to this, right? Because because to me it more so goes, it proves the in-house fighting of human the male humans, and how there's always this competition. They're always trying to pull a fast one on each other. It's always this hierarchy. It's always this. So if male humans are at odds because of their attraction to each other, and I'm gonna speak to the male humans who align themselves with manhood, against the male humans that align themselves with womanhood, they be the males, the human males that align themselves with manhood are 100% attracted to the male humans who align themselves with womanhood. That's what I said earlier. They're attracted to it, but they be battling with the perception. They think somebody know their secret, right? They don't want nobody to know their secret attraction to this this person, the trans woman. In the like, so they often are operating this stealth in the same way that a lot of trans women are operating in this stealth because they don't want their secret out either. So I think that it's an interesting thing that happens amongst them because they're both saying that they have an understanding of womanhood in a way that we do not. They're both saying that. And you do not hear the same conversation with trans men. Um, a lot of times the conversation that trans men have are akin to what super masculine touch me not studs have. It's very meek, it's very demure. The only time that I see a big outspoken energy is when trans men are letting us know that we don't own wombs either. They gonna put their foot on our neck. Cause we don't, cause we in a weird space. They gonna put their foot on our neck. They not saying that men have vaginas. They're saying, well, no, they are saying it. Excuse me. What I meant to say was they're not arguing this space from men. They don't have to, for one, but they are assimilating and aligning themselves like manhood requires, because masculinity is fragile. So they're being very demure in them spaces, but where they really get to let their shit off is when they letting us know that we don't own wombs, we don't own vaginas, we don't own nothing. They're still having that conversation with us, while trans women will slap your hand, curse you out, drag you by your wig if you mention their phallus. because you can't talk about it. We cannot talk about trans women's bodies, bottoms, what's inside their pants, but we can talk about trans men because trans men got what we got, and that shuts us up.
I was just gonna say, I think and I can't remember who put it in the chat, Ronica's point, they are attracted to the performance of femininity, and I think that's why they get off on it. And I think that's why the individuals on this prompt were saying what they were saying. Men like the fact that cis men like the fact that they can control femininity and how other women choose to show up in it. And I think they get off on the fact that trans women are willing to play into that performance of femininity for them, and they get to control it.
Yep, I agree. And they get to weaponize it too, because there's been plenty of men on this app who have thrown in our face about trans women in the performance. And it also the risk in it, because there's a risk in it that I think is attractive too. In the same way that you're talking about cis men are attracted to, I think in a lot of ways trans women are attracted to the risk
They
that
all like that thrill. They like the thrill of it.
it's a
Because we've
thrill.
also heard red pill men on this app say stuff like, you can't protect what you can't control. They can't control typically the cis women, or what they deem as us, right, on this app, our femininity anymore, right? Because we are choosing to lean into it or not, to Liz's point earlier. But trans women, based off of this clip and that prompt that you played, they are willing to completely fall into that trope.
Yeah,
Fall straight into it.
yeah, and it was another part that was in there that I had wanted y'all to hear
Oh, okay.
too, that was interesting. But no, I'm gonna let G go. No, you could finish, Tam, before I let G go. You could finish while I find it real quick, because I done lost it because my phone closed.
Can I say something, Tim, before you go?
No, I'm done anyway. Go ahead.
Also think I think the reason why a lot of cis men are attracted to trans women is because not only are they attracted to the performance, they're also attracted to the freedom of sexuality with trans women. And for example, has anyone here ever been has anyone here ever heard a trans woman be referred to as a whore or a slut?
No, I don't think I have.
Because no matter what, trans women will never be referred to as a slut or a whore or a freak or a 304, any of those things. Those are only levied at cis women, and that's because men understand other men. Men understand that if they were to be a woman, they would be doing the same. They would be, they would, be passing it out like free Halloween candy the day after on November 1st. So I think that that's another thing too, is that when women not only talk about teen women are obsessed with the access to men, but men who are attracted to teen women are obsessed with the access to teen women, because they know that they have an easier access to sex. That's just my theory.
That's interesting. It's interesting. I think you touched on something, and what Coconut said, because Grinder is at capacity. Tell us about Grinder, G.
Oh.
Let us know,
Hey
G.
Mia,
Let us know.
Mia, tell us about that rose you gonna put on turbo mode tonight. Tell us about that. I,
What?
Always saying something about a rose. Do you have anything else to say?
I, I hope you got
Your comebacks are getting boring.
Mia. I hope you got flood insurance tonight. I really do. Anyway, to the prop.
Tired.
Bitch, you
Anyway,
think you know something. The thing
to
is,
the
worry
prop.
about your flood insurance, because your roads be
Got flood
shitty.
insurance tonight.
Your roads be shitty. It be a mudslide with you. Don't worry about this flood mudslider.
I really hope you got flood insurance over in Florida or wherever you at. Anyway, to the prop. So let me just say this, right? Here's the thing. If let me just say this, I don't care, right? If a woman, if she look, if they were a biologically born male, right? They could look like a woman. They could look like Beyonce, and I'll find out that that person was born a biological male. All attraction ceases, right? And that's the case for most heterosexual men, right? Most heterosexual men are not into trans women. Period.
Is
No
a
matter how they.
heterosexual man in the room?
What do you mean?
And hold on, let's be very, very clear. Let's be very, very clear. You're talking about two different things. For one, let's be very clear. um Heterosexual men, whatever that is, because I don't believe it, but whatever heterosexual man you're talking about, if you're attracted to quote unquote women, you are going to be attracted to a T woman. That's why I'm glad you admitting that you would be attracted to her. If you found out that there's something extra, maybe you would care. I doubt it. But that's your responsibility. A lot of times where y'all be fucking up is y'all be chasing, harassing women, and then you want to try to hold them to this standard of like divulging information to you. They don't have to. A lot of times y'all be chasing these women. You're not confused. You know exactly what you want. So don't come up here. Don't come up here talking about what you would do if you found out. No, sir, you
I'm
are
still
looking
learning.
for it. You're
Let me
looking
just.
for it with a flashlight.
So let me just. Let me
Hold on, real quick. I wanted to say
put
to
it into
you,
context though, because when it comes to
Wait. I wanted to say to you, a lot of men sit up here and say that they are not attracted to trans women until y'all go to prison.
That's why I'm trying to invite D up here so he can tell us about his prison
let,
experience.
let me say this real quick though, because I know you guys know who Kinsella is, right? And I was on her panel or her platform one day, right? And I forgot they were in the comments, and they said something like, "You changed, yada yada yada. Now you're more male presenting, right?" And they were like, "I'm sure you weren't doing this when you were married." So she showed old pictures of herself, right? And she showed the more feminine side of her and the more masculine, where she's wearing like Timbs and jeans and sweaters with her husband, right? So I say that to say Princella, when she was with her husband, she wasn't always in her feminine state, but he still recognized that was a woman, right? That he was attracted to, right? And they were still having sex, obviously. So when it comes to
Hold
femininity,
on. I'm gonna pause you right there. But Princella's not a T person. She's a woman. She's a
exactly.
cis woman. So what are
Oh,
you trying to say?
listen, when I was on that panel, they were questioning her femininity, and they said, "Hey, you're more masculine presenting now. You weren't doing that with your husband." So
But
so
she's not a T woman.
no,
So again, why are we bringing this up?
who's creating these rules and roles of what femininity is and what masculinity is? I'm just
It's
saying.
still men. So,
Yes,
but again, why are we? Why is
let me
Priscilla
let,
in this?
let me because she showed pictures of herself with her
But
ex
she's
husband.
not a T woman. How is
Be
this
quiet, DM.
relevant? How is this
DM,
relevant?
this is my entire point that I'm making.
What
So
is
just
your point?
so I'm just saying, even though they were questioning her femininity, right, and said, "I'm sure you were feminine with your husband," she showed pictures directly contradicted that, and her booed up and caked up with her husband with, wearing Timbs.
G,
So
what
what?
the hell? What you
This
talking
has no,
about?
this has nothing to do
What
with
is you talking
nothing.
about? You ain't even talking about. I want to make sure. Hold on. Did I address? Hold on, G. Hold on. Did I address how the cis woman privilege? Did we talk about that? I want to talk about that. Do we have an
No,
understanding of what cis woman privilege is?
no, we didn't talk about that. I want to get into that. Shut up, G.
So I think so.
This is getting
So
derailed by dummies.
I know, cause they I'm telling you, they proved the prompt. That's why I don't understand, like y'all hand in hand. But so my understanding when I got clarity on what cis woman privilege was, it was confusing. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Me and Tara talked about it too. I'm gonna tell y'all why it was confusing. If gender and sexuality is different, then cis women having privilege doesn't make sense because gender is fluid. It's whatever you feel. It's your identity. It's who you are. It has nothing to do with the smecks. So how is it a privilege? And even when I started to understand, well, I guess for T folk, it's a privilege because we're in a world of cisgendered. That's the a society we're in. So the other issue then becomes the way we talk about YT privilege is different because no matter where you land economically on the spectrum of YT folk, being YT is the social status, right? Being YT is the privilege. Like you being a YT person, YT is seen as almost globally seen a certain type of way. You get privilege just from being that, or it's superior. YT is seen or deemed to be superior. Whether that's true or not, that's the idea of it, and that's what we can
Mia, you're missing. You
no,
missed the
no,
point.
G.
You missed the point I was trying to make.
Gosh.
I don't know why you thought you could interrupt me when I'm talking about something different. Go wash your ass. You got a date tonight. So YT is seen as superior. It's seen um in a certain light. So anybody, no matter where they fall economically on the YT person spectrum, that's where they're pulling the privilege from. The simple fact of how YT is being perceived. Women are a marginalized and oppressed group. Cisgender women, female humans, film presenting, all of that is a marginalized group. So the privilege is not akin to YT privilege. So I don't know if I'm explaining it right because it's not fully articulated. I'm just really trying to I'm trying to figure it out myself, but do y'all get where I'm going? It's okay if y'all don't, cause I mean, it's
I'll
difficult.
be honest, I didn't understand what you just said, but it did make me think of a privilege that we don't have is the ability to um, switch on and off femininity and masculinity. I noticed that women, T women that transition later in life still do tend to carry like more harsher masculine features, and whenever they are like accosted or assaulted by men, they get to then switch over to the masculine side. There is a person on a T woman that I follow on this TikTok, and she was like a man had came and like basically tried to talk to her, and she rejected him, and then he tried to get physically violent with her, and she was able to switch from sounding soft, meek, and feminine to deepening her voice and broadening her shoulders and like square, like straight squaring up with him. And she performed masculinity so hard that the man just like literally just walked away. And I think that that could be a perceived privilege that a lot of women don't have the ability to. Now I do know a lot of women that could knock a nigga out, but not most women, not most of us, you, me, Tara, and the rest of the women on the panel, Liz, we're not going to ever be able to frighten a man away, if that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
agree.
But they're saying that we have cis privilege. So I I'm trying to see if I can
Yeah,
better
that's
explain.
weird.
Um, real quick, I was hoping you could find that clip when Auntie Water was saying that we had all the power. That shit was crazy.
Oh,
But that is a privilege because it's like, yeah, it's risky behavior, and the reason why it sounds so risky to us because I would never put myself in that position. But a lot of these motherfuckers, and listen, there's cisgender men who get knocked the fuck out. Like you think that you got a chance because you like, and I do think that's crazy to like because if you are saying this is who you are as a person, why are you switching?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what I realized is that with a lot of this stuff, if you think about it too hard, more and more of it just stops making sense and starts unraveling. But I think what you're saying, Mia, is that like because women are oppressed, right? And women, like, you could argue that patriarchy, like, and misogyny is the oldest like form of like oppression and discrimination that exists. And because of that, for a male human being to say, you have privilege over me, as if as if like we are their oppressor, seems kind of backwards. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm saying the group that they're saying has privilege, like cis women having privilege, when woman being a woman is a marginalized group, is not the same as saying white YT privilege. Because
What? Oh, sorry.
no, I'm just trying to help y'all understand what I was saying, because YT being YT is seen as superior.
But
So no
why?
matter if a YT person is poor, they benefit from this perception. Whereas being a woman is not seen as superior, it's a marginalized group.
But
So what
why
are
are
you,
they saying that we have a privilege? What is our
because we're
privilege?
cisgender, our gender aligns with our SMIT.
I see
That's
what
it?
you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, now I get it.
But let
Explain
Liz,
it to I don't
hold
I
on,
think
but let Liz finish real quick, because she was saying something, and once Liz finished, and I explain it a little bit more. But
Well,
I
yeah, and
can,
just real quick, I think because one of the things that really like will never make sense to me is the idea that, for example, because if we want to talk about intersectionality, like for a white male, no matter how he identifies, no matter what his identity is, to say to a black woman that she is more privileged than him, I don't care what the other factors are at play, that's false. That's not true. But we see that happening, right?
yeah.
excellent point. That's an excellent point.
That's something they point out about the when it comes to GAY rights or like trans rights, is because they're white men in those categories, like they do have an advantage.
Yeah, I think that's definitely interesting. But go ahead, Terry. I know you want to say something in Prince, and then I
No,
explain a
Prince
little
got
more.
it.
Huh? Okay, go ahead, Prince. What you were saying, and then I'll explain a little bit more what I mean.
Yeah, no, like I was saying, like as you were explaining it again, it started to click in me like why they would think cis women have more privilege than them is because, oh, we were born with our gender matching our sexual identity, therefore they think that as a privilege, but not really understanding that being born with a cis female is actually a bigger hindrance than what they think. And I think that's because they grew or raised socially male. So they don't see being a cis woman as oppressive when and they see it as a privilege when in actuality it is a marginalized identity, and doubly so if you are a black woman.
And I
Oh,
think
sorry, I'm talking a lot. Sorry.
No, you
no, you're
putting
not talking a
down.
lot. I was
Go
just
ahead. Hold on, Liz. Go ahead.
yeah.
No, I just wanted to say
I've been yapping
just
the whole
really,
time
really
I've been
quick.
up here, Liz. Go ahead.
Just really, really quick. Yeah, if any of these males were to be born in a country where FGM was normalized, was like customary, or where like any of these places that like are really, really oppressive for women, that are really dangerous for women, I don't think I don't think that this desire to be a woman would be what it is. I don't think that it would be the same. Like I don't think that the perception would be the same, right? And it's like, do you want to be like, what parts of womanhood do you want? Because I don't think you want that part. If that were to come with the territory, I think you would leave that part.
They want the fairy part of being a woman.
Right.
That's all
Yeah,
they
look,
want. They
I'm
want. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tara.
gonna just say it now.
Spit it out. You
Because here's
got
the
it.
thing. I'm thinking about what Prince said about the privilege. Because privilege we know is actual access to resources. Privilege is like to feel safe in certain situations. Privilege is not having your rights taken away. Because they want to use your body to make more people. And in the end of the day, it's like if y'all value being the epitome of what womanhood is, of course you want to see a cisgender woman as having privilege. Because that's what you. That's all the fuck you give a fuck about. Like it's a privilege for you because like all y'all like if they're saying that the goal is to be unclockable, to be able to pass, to be the epitome of a womanhood, and that they're doing better, of course they're going to see that as a privilege because they're not going to look at a woman who often gets called trans and say that she got privilege. No, 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 no. It's going to be a specific woman that they're talking about when they say you got privilege.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Y'all clocking it.
But
I 1,000%
it's like,
agree. Well, hold on, let me finish, y'all. Let me just say, I'm about to go to bed, but I 1,000% agree. Liz made an excellent point because you would never consider a woman that lives under Sharia law or Shahara whatever it's called. Sharia, thank you, Prince. You would never consider a woman that lives under Sharia law as privileged. And if you did live in a country where there was, female mutilation, if you did live in a country where a woman couldn't leave the home unless she was escorted by a male, you would never consider that as a privilege. I think that it is something uniquely American, uniquely it's the privilege that we have as women that live in this particular society that we live in. And I also
not even
wanted
you
to,
know.
yeah, what'd you say, Tara?
Now, if you think about it, it's not even here though. Like it's like in the U.S. There's a lot of damn, there's a lot of like reasons named for women still. Like I said, when we talk about unaliving, our airlines with femicide, reproduction is a big one. The way women are used for in reproduction, like women don't have the right to their fucking body. That's a big one. So like, yeah, they don't want that conversation. That never comes up. That never comes up. Or when they talk about like this risky behavior that could potentially be harmed by a man for like where he could like unalive them, they're not talking about the fact that when they can turn the ones who be switching, like that's a privilege because like yeah, in this situation, if I didn't have that, I could lose my life. That right there would be a privilege that you have as a trans person. But women don't have that fucking privilege.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of them won't go all the way because they know that in this state of this country, if they ever need to switch back, and I'm talking about like if we ever go full 110% handmaidens, they're not gonna ever cut it off. They're always gonna keep it. Because they know that they could always remove those things and they'll go back to the way that they were born. So that's why they don't never want to really cut it off. But then also too, like Mia was saying earlier, that when they have that between their legs, that brings all the boys to the yard because they got a milkshake with a straw in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. Go ahead, Tim, because Tim wanted to say something.
Yeah,
And
because
G, I let you back up, but you a punk, so you ain't staying. Go ahead, Tim.
but that was kind of where I'm Confucius, and it could be the tism, so forgive me because I'm hyperfixating. But you said that the host said that they enjoy the fact, or the goal for them, or one of the goals for them is to get more access to men, so that's why they keep the bottom. We're talking about privilege, but that directly contradicts. In that case, it would be a la carte womanhood.
Right, because your argument is that on one hand you're saying gender and sex are different. So my gender identity does not have to align with my body. Like my body doesn't make my gender identity. Those are separate. Then you say that cisgender women have privilege because there's a line. But then you turn around and say it's better for me to keep my smex what it is originally and me exist in my identity because that gives me more access to men. It gives me more access to money because another thing that happens with trans women is that the exchange of resources is not the same fight that we experience, cis women experience, because they understand that no, you gonna give me this money. They don't have the same soft spot for other male humans the way that we are socialized. Women are socialized to find a frog and make it a prince. Need I go on? Like, especially black women, black girls, we're socialized that are like they are trying to tell us that our husbands are in prison or got felonies that we got to give them a chance because the white man.
So,
So they don't have that experience. Go ahead, Tim.
no, I was gonna say, so history is essentially repeating itself because just like before with the feminist movement, black women were essentially used as the stepping stone, and then once women, quote unquote, got the rights, we were kind of casted away.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
repeating itself yet again.
Yeah, and it was something that was said earlier, and I fucking forgot. And I do have another clip that I can play.
Yeah, I want to hear
Damn, I forgot. But y'all was hitting the nail on the head. I had to play it back. Fuck, I forgot.
Can I say
But
something real quick?
yeah, go ahead, because maybe
Um,
you can help me remember.
so okay, someone was talking about like transracial, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so what? Like, let's just say I were to say one day, like, so I have decided that I'm black, and not only am I black, but I'm more oppressed than all other black people because I didn't used to be black, and I'm also better at being black than other black people.
Because you created it. Because YT folks created the racial construct.
and that's why I say this is a very slippery slope. I won't discuss the transracial topic on TikTok. I'll do it on a Discord because I can go real deep into that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like I would be curious to know like maybe there's something I'm missing here, like and genuinely because like I haven't thought about this a lot, but like I would love to hear an argument about how it's different. Again, I could be missing something, but I'm failing to see how it's different.
And I mean, there's an argument too happening. No, I told like the way you put it makes sense. But there's an argument that's happening where, and I got that clip where it's been a couple trans women have been making trans women and GAY men have been having a conversation about where there are some and Auntie Watt and them said it too. There are some people who transition to have access to men, even though they contradicted themselves, right? They're saying that there are some people who transition so that they can have access to men because a part of hegemonic masculinity is that you have to be able to fit in the box that is masculinity and male. And sometimes if you can't fit, you want to get somewhere else. So, or you're like, oh, let me go over here so I can be accepted, so I can have this access so that it can give me more men. This is what they're saying that some trans women are saying. And they're saying that the way that I forget, they were testing it. This one particular trans woman was testing that theory based on her experience being incarcerated. And she was saying that her as a trans woman got treated different from the femboys, right? So they're saying that there is a subgroup of trans women who are just doing it to get access. But I'm arguing that unless you're dealing with gender dysphoria, then what are we talking about? Because if you do not deal with gender dysphoria, then what's going on? Because I can hear, or we can have a conversation with a person that has gender dysphoria who's saying, look, Liz, it sucks. I was born in the wrong body. You have privilege because you are in your right body. You are comfortable with who you are. I'm not saying we can agree. I think you made some great points. I think y'all all made some great points on how we can challenge even that notion. All what y'all said. But that would make more sense. But we're not having a conversation in 2025 where the bottom surgery is like, no, don't even do it because you lose out access. Because the boys like the extra. The boys like the unique women. So there's conversation within the community about this thing happening where some trans women trying to separate themselves from what they might deem a performer. Even though I think we're making an argument, it's all a performance. And until we get out the caricature, until we take off this costume, until we reclaim our existence, it's gonna be a problem. And I'm saying if you say that it's in you, that this is a thing, this dysphoria is a thing, then you should be on board with us female humans who are saying, hey, we have been restricted based on this standard that's dare I say unattainable. Dare I say there's no autonomy in it. Dare I say it's deadly. Dare I say it's fucking miserable. So I don't know.
There are like, because we want to be careful about just like talking about any group as if they're a monolith, right? But there are definitely trans women who are very vocal about like women's rights and autonomy and boundaries and all of these things. And unfortunately, and I've seen it happen where they're ostracized by like the conservatives because they're trans and the conservatives are transphobic, and then they're ostracized by the progressives because they call them like bootlickers and like whatever, because they're like, well, maybe we need to like step back a little bit and make sure that we're considering the rights of biological women. And that's really unfortunate, right? That's really unfortunate.
Because it's a certain level of silencing that's happening, and we're not able to really push this conversation. That's why I'm like, I don't think that we have the right answers. Like just because we're saying, I think that there's a lot of emotion in, and I do think that there could be some nuance that we're missing, because the trans women and trans community is not a monolith. A lot of my understanding came from the very trans women you're talking about, who are very much mindful and open and honest about this conversation and real about it. And again, when it comes to gender, I don't give a fuck. I think gender shouldn't be put in this binary, or shouldn't be restricted to certain ideas. I think people like I forgot who said it earlier. I think people should be able to dress and act however they are, and they can still be beyond being just as much of a man or just as much of a woman. People will be just as human no matter what color they like. If they wear lashes, dresses, slacks, who gives a damn? I think that the more we deconstruct this idea, this rigid idea of what gender is, the better off we are. But we cannot forget the real humans and the real bodies that have been harmed based on this idea, this rigid idea of what they're supposed to perform. And I think that it's a lot that's often dismissed and it's often minimized to being something that you put on, to being fish. And I think that is what's disgusting to me. That's what's disgusting to me. Even the covert shade that's being thrown at, I'll be honest with you, the boys want a unique woman. Excuse me? That's what we minimizing the experience to? What the boys like? Where's the real conversation? But I can play some of this clip if y'all ready. I might have to skip around because Tara, I can't remember where it was. Go ahead.
Mia, before you do, did you reset your live goal yet?
I did.
Okay, cool.
All right, this is a conversation that I had with the woman who hosted this panel a couple weeks ago. So hold on. It makes it messy and it makes it this petty thing where it's like all these all these cis women are causing trouble when we know it's men. At the root of it is men. For every woman that comes up here, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, cis people. For us who are trans, period. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna lie. No, hold on. It's not men. It's not women. For us who are trans,
Cis people are the problem. There's a woman in Congress right now who is fighting, like windmilling at trans women for no good reason. A whole group of them to pass anti-trans legislation. There are cis women who come in here every day and attack us for being who we are.
So I want to clock. Well, Tara clocked this. She said it's cis people, but then she specifically started naming who? Cisgender.
Women.
Yeah.
And name not one cisgendered man who are the majority writing bills,
Right.
anti-trans bills. And I just
Oh, the
want to say
president.
I find it funny how now they get to be the ones that are being oppressed by cisgendered women now, but there are social constructs and judicial and legal constructs in systems in this world that have been perfected for the past 4,000 years. You have just now received what women have been going through for 4,000 years, and now we're the problem. We're the ones that's creating legislation, but it is your community that you were assigned at birth to that has been creating systems of oppression for women for 4,000 years.
Thank you, brother, for the subscription. Thank you.
It's interesting to talk about legislation because yeah, we have a system that white men like you gonna have different people in this system who play whatever. But on that table, we got them trans bills. We also have anti-women bills. So like, it's just weird to go on the rant about like how cisgender women or cisgender people. And yeah, you are talking about cisgender women are taking our rights away. No, the fuck we not. No, the fuck we not. Let's talk about like let's put our reproductive bill on that same fucking table. Let's talk about how like what they doing to women in the workforce. Let's talk about not being paid. Like let's do that. What the fuck? That wasn't ain't no fucking point. And that's the thing with them being that protective bubble, playing around and saying bullshit. Cause what the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Liz. I saw you unmute. Go ahead, baby.
I just want to say real quick, when the word turf is thrown around, nobody's talking. I mean, people can gaslight and act like they're talking about men too, like men. Like, no, you're talking about women. Like, it's always talking about women, and that is a slur that is women specific. Why is there not a term for men who are deemed transphobic? Why is it only women?
Mm. I don't
Huh.
even know what it is. What is it? Trans exclusionary? What is it?
Have one.
Feminist.
Yeah, they
Oh,
they
That's
don't
what
have
it's
a
called.
word
Damn,
for men.
Liz.
They don't have a word for men at all.
Liz.
Girl, you just
Damn.
been
Yeah,
Damn.
Liz.
they have
Liz, this been on
Hold
Liz.
on.
This been on Liz heart for a year. Liz been wanting to put her fucking boot on this bullshit. That's why I said
Yeah.
Liz ain't clocked it. But she a YT woman. I had to be careful. I didn't know what the fuck Liz was talking about until I did. But
And I'm about to steal Liz shit, y'all.
yeah,
Damn.
Liz, I'm
That's so
fucking
funny.
speechless. Like when I tell you, like I'm fucking. God damn. I didn't,
I don't even know what to say to that. Shit.
I knew the term, but I did not, and I knew what it meant. I just don't think about it all the time. I did not wrap my brain. And let me say this. Is it also possible that the way allyship works with women is like them trying to prove, like, is there some manipulation going where there's women, because a lot of cisgender women speak for trans women. Is that like another hidden way to get women to do labor and become a human fucking shield? Because that
Yes, yeah,
hard.
absolutely. Sorry.
think so.
No, I'm just like trying to I'm just trying to
No, that's
Jesus,
why I said that it's a repeat of history. It is.
it
They're
is.
actively getting cis women, especially cis black women, because we are always one of the most vocal and willing to stand on the front line. They're using us as human shields yet again.
In the same, and oh Jesus,
That's what I'm
Jesus
saying. It's a
Christ.
repeat of history.
But in the same way, because we know black men say black women don't do nothing. Y'all know how they be dragging us, saying, you know, we this, we that, we this, we that. But then when we rewind history, it's all this stuff. That's the same thing that the community says about black women. They say that black women are the most transphobic and the most H-phobic.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Other
that
community
same?
says that we're the most supportive of the LGBTQ community at the same exact time. It
But
makes
black
no
men say
sense.
that too. Black men say that too. As soon as a YT woman start to screaming, "I need my money, pay me now," all of a sudden, yeah, you know, y'all black women, y'all been supporting us since. It's the same type of thing, y'all. It's the same thing, but not to take away. Liz ate with the turf thing, but I'm a press play real quick and see. I'm about to play a clip, Miss Bridget. Hold on.
In the chat right now who just called me you know. And so when you we do this thing where we like to infantilize women and make it seem like women are so passive and not a problem for anybody. There's a book that called They Were Her Property that challenges the idea of YT women as passive participants in the enslavement of Africans.
So real quick, because she talking to a black woman bringing this up. Now, because I was so flustered and because I did not want to be harmful, and because I wanted to be in this space, I did not really recognize all what was happening. I was very much overwhelmed. But could I weaponize YT trans women? Because if we gonna throw out they were her property, then let me throw in the Lily Tinos.
Ooh. And not only
Ugh.
that, Mia, Tara, what did I say on your live just yesterday? I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. Every single time males will use YT women as
Oh, child.
triangulation to silence us every single time.
Lord.
And I'm glad, and I'm kind of frustrated that he would use the book "They Were Her Property" to
Not you
triangulate
being
against you
shady.
because
Wait, Prince said fuck you. Hold on, Prince.
no, because it's like it frustrates me when like people use historical books and history to like warp it into some kind of weird thing, and it's like, how do those two things correlate? Like, what are you saying?
Right.
Because black women have never really been had the privilege of being infantilized since we've been on this
Oh,
godforsaken colony.
say that
We've
And
again.
never had that
when
privilege.
Well, they're
my
doing
bad,
this. I'm
hold
just
up. But
saying.
when you say they were her property, where you think where you think we was at in that book? Like what character do you think we played? Like
Right.
what is you saying?
Yeah. So, yeah. So I read that book, and yeah, the white women in the book were chiefly right. Of course, the only like people that white women could oppress in those times, of course, were people who were enslaved, right? Particularly and specifically, the black women who were
Jesus.
enslaved,
Oh, child.
right?
Child.
So this
And the
and
children.
because women tended to be in the house and it just and the black women were the ones caring for the children and all that kind of things and specifically all of the brutal things that they did to those black women at the time and so this reference is especially strange.
And they didn't want the men around because the men were what? Savages. So I could definitely see it being the women and the children that they were owning. And I do, Jesus. Come on now. He
I
coming
was
in a Honda. Go ahead, Tam,
just
before I
gonna
play.
add. Yeah, I was just gonna add that black. trans women weaponize YT trans women just like black men weaponize YT women. All
Say it
against
again. Say it again. Come through with it, Tam. Every single time.
every single time.
It's
So
the male playbook.
you'll never see a black trans woman hosting at least a panel in this space without at least one token
Oh, child.
present. I'm just calling what it is.
Jesus. Let me press play.
That we do the same thing when we talk about black people and who are the problem for black people. We like to pretend. YT women come up will enter that conversation and pretend that it's been YT men who have been the problem, and they have never been the problem. Let's be very clear. This that we're talking about, we are cisgendered women put us in danger on a daily basis.
What?
They're outing us. They're telling our tea to people because they think that it's cute and they think. How do I? Okay, wait. I literally just told you there are a group of women in the U.S. Congress who are passing anti-trans legislation against trans people. And when I say cis people put us in, cis women put us in every day, you ask me how?
Hold on, Mia.
All right.
I just did this woman just say YT men have never been the problem?
They did not just.
No, he said white women come up here and act like white men have been a problem and that they, as in white women, have never been a problem.
Okay.
Go ahead, Prince.
But at the same time though, it's the same thing like me. You acting like, okay, so white women have been problematic throughout history, but does that mean that white trans women have never been a problem? That white men have never been a problem? Like that doesn't make any sense what you're saying right now.
That's what I was about to like lose my shit over. It's like, what do you mean white men were never a problem?
Right. And there's
Yeah, they didn't
and
say
there's
never.
We're here because of white men. This,
She didn't say
yeah.
never.
okay, I'm gonna go
She
on
just
mute.
said-
Hold on.
She didn't say never. She was just saying bringing in the YT women. But hold on, y'all. Miss Bridget, you want to say something?
The common denominator is the men. Have always been the YT men put the YT women against who? Us. They was in the house giving orders, but they was controlled by the men. It's always the man controlling things. They think they control the world. I had someone tell me complaining about the gas prices. This is high, that's high, this is high, that's high. Oh, but you just said men rule the world. So who you gonna blame it on? Y'all rule the world, right? Y'all in charge of the funeral homes. Y'all in charge of the pharmacies. Y'all in charge of everything, right? So blame them. Blame yourselves. It's always the men trying to put the women against each other.
So that's the comment. I think. Go ahead, E.
I was just gonna say, what percentage of women make up Congress?
I know.
What
I want to say they are just at 30 something percent. Let me double check. I remember seeing those
I
stats.
think you almost accurate because that's what Prince Stella said to Candace Owens, baby. But
Say that.
why you looking for
Priscilla
that?
said it.
Yeah, she said I'm gonna press play while you looking for that.
Yes.
But we're talking about, but women do not.
Do you think that cis people control the systems? Cis people control the systems. We're talking about relationships between women, cis women and trans women. You're cis. And in that dynamic, you come with power. And in that dynamic, you do, and in that, as a cis person, as a cisgendered person, do you know what intersectionality is? Your womanhood or your blackness does. Excuse me. I just clarified it. There are cis women being used. Excuse me. You're talking over me, and I don't like that. You're being vague on purpose. You're being okay, rude on purpose. And I need you to you're not going to talk over me on my live. I'm not full mod anymore. You're not going to talk about over me on my live. That's what we're not going to do. Ever. Auntie, can you give me full mod again? Because I was trying to mute her, but I just can't. I don't even know how to do that.
And that was a cisgender woman with her full cape on. But I have to find the other part because like I got dropped and I had to come back. But yeah, she was being vague and like I said on purpose.
And so Tam said in the comments, so out of Congress, 28% of the women of 28% are women, and then we have to then we have to break it down even further because she said it's a group of women that are making these legislations. So out of that 28%, how many of those women are Republicans? Because it's Republican women that are
It's like
making anti.
14%,
So that would be
14.5%.
so
It's
at
40.
14. Go ahead, Tammy.
I was saying it's 42 Republican women out of the 124.
So out of that 13-14% of people in Congress, 13% is responsible for all of the anti-trans legislations that's going on. Not the other, you know what I'm saying? Not all of the other 100 and whatever, Republican men. And this is why it is so hypocritical. You can't take anything that they say seriously, because when you really think about the numbers and when you really break down the numbers, it's not cis people, it is cis men. Every single time it is men that are the problem. So why don't you go ask your brethren? I'm keeping it real tonight. I didn't hit that whiskey. I didn't know I was drinking whiskey. I thought I was drinking brandy, but I've been hitting that whiskey. Go ahead and ask your brethren why they are trying to create legislation to make your life more oppressive.
There are no Republican trans congressmen or trans women, at least. So, and I think Democrats have 2.
Even though there should be, because they need somebody to help them women with their makeup because it is terrible. That's my internalized misogyny target.
Go ahead,
Um,
Liz. That's how you handle.
so, God, what was I going to say? Oh, I think, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think because it is like, there is a significant amount of truth to the idea that like, particularly white women, such as myself, that we are complicit in a lot of harm. We are like, we do inflict oppression. Like, that's true, right? To an extent. But I think that because of misogyny, like, it sort of gets, I don't even want to say exaggerated, but like, it's looked at as like, when people start saying that like we're worse than men, like, that's no, like, we're bad. Like, yeah, I get it. We're not great at all. But like, worse than white men? No. Like, that's just like, white men unalived so many people during like during colonization of the Americas that the core temperature of the earth dropped. But we're worse? No. That's why like, when we see like words like turf, only, there's only a word for women, like, that's why the perception is that it's women, it's just women doing all these things, because we are so conditioned to just see women as like, their faults.
It's all about triangulation. And I think I'm so grateful that, because we have been able, Black women in particular, have been able to recognize that Black men have been triangulating Black women against white women and white women against Black women for decades now. Now it's even easier to recognize that these trans women are now trying to triangulate white women against Black women. It's the same old tired ass playbook every single time. And I think that it's enough is enough. Also the ones that are luring you out into onto dating sites and unaliving you, are we the same ones that are, you know what I'm, you know, it's ridiculous. That are, you know what I'm, you know, it's ridiculous.
No woman that has ran for president has made it. They was not having it at all. Not at all.
And it is about them triangulating, and I do think that is the biggest thing that I think we've starting to recognize. But I want to play this little part here too. Hold on, y'all. I hear what you're saying, but I want you to understand why I'm confused. If the body doesn't define the womanhood, then why would it be privileged to have both of those aligned? That's why I was like, whoa, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. You're wait a minute. Hold up. Let me do this. Your entire life, if you're a cis person, if you are someone whose sex at birth aligns with your gender identity and your gender conception, then your entire life, everything about who you are has been affirmed. Okay. You have been told your entire life the gender that you see yourself as is right and valid, and in some cases, even righteous and godly. You know, this is what cis women and cis men have been told their entire lives. Like, as transgender children, we had to deal with confusion. We had to deal with parents not believing us when we told them who we are. We had to deal with parents who do believe us, putting us into conversion therapies or throwing us. Go ahead, Prince. But before you go, Prince, cause I saw your hand up. Like I said, the gender identity being affirmed is the point. It's the point. We are not talking about the same thing. Go ahead, Prince.
Oh, let me take a deep breath because I can just feel the anger coming up. So let me just. Oh, okay. To say, from a Black woman's point of view, to say that our identity is affirmed is bullshit. Because, again, and this is why, like, I enjoy doing research into topics like this, because of people saying things like this. It's like the identity of Black womanhood is never affirmed. It's never affirmed. It's either over sexualized, demonized, masculinized, and dehumanized to the point where, since we've been enslaved on this godforsaken colony, we've been fighting to even be acknowledged as woman, right? So for them, not misgendering, just using basic grammar here, for them to like spew that, it just reeks of this patriarchal privilege. Because if you understood the history of it is what it is to be a woman in this society, for the gender identity and that sexual identity to align in that way, you wouldn't say that. Because not even anecdotally, there is research upon research that proves that being born female and then having that identity match has not been an affirmed thing. If anything, that's been more or less an unaliving sentence within politics, within society, in every aspect of life. So I am baffled, and I'm trying very hard to maintain my rage here. So I'm just going to land right
But
here.
listen to this part, because I should have played it all the way through, but listen to this
Oh,
part.
God.
On us on the street, we're DIY. Like, my mother put me in fucking baseball and karate because it was supposed to toughen me up, you know? And so, like. So, baseball and karate is not gender specific. Karate is a thing that anyone can participate in, and baseball, aka softball, is a thing. What the fuck are we talking about?
So it sound like a lot of when we talk to men, and a lot of their hatred towards women is the feelings they have towards their mother, misplaced anger from their father, because like What the hell? You talking about your mother? What the fuck is you even talking about? Like the way that the way she's talking, like she like eating and not saying shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah. I played softball when I was in high school. So what are you talking about? My
Right? I
son,
was in karate for like 5 years.
right? My son is in MMA, and there's a bunch of girls in there, doing MMA, mixed martial arts. So what are we talking about now? And it's like, and like you said, Prince, for him to, I'm sorry, for her to say that to a black woman that it's that we've always had our gender affirmed, which is insane considering that we can't even get men to call us women. They refuse to even call us women now. We're saying considering that we can't even get men to call us women. They refuse to even call us women now, where they debase us down to females, you know, so we can't even get that. And especially when it comes down to, in particular to black women, when we've had you see, and this is what I'm saying is that it's not always down it doesn't always come down to the biology. It goes down to the the experience, because what you cannot say is that you've ever been called fast. What you cannot say is that you need to keep a nickel between your mama never told you to keep a nickel between your legs. What you cannot say is that your brothers used to be able to go hang out past the street lights and you had to come in the house. What you cannot say is that you had to that you had to wear dresses and be told to act ladylike. What you cannot say is that you've had your femininity snatched away from you the second that you didn't perform correctly, like since you were a child. Like you cannot say those things, and that's why it's
This part,
go ahead, Mia.
I'm gonna let y'all finish, but this next part gonna really gonna really flip y'all lid. You could finish East, and I seen Liz and then Tam.
Yeah. So, and then on top of that, when you're saying that you've always had your gender affirmed, well, sometimes that wasn't always the best thing, because one thing that they've never ever experienced is being sexualized and adultified the moment that you got your period. The moment that a woman, and whether you're black, white, Hispanic, red, yellow, green, it does not matter. The moment that every last one of us got our period, you will never understand what it is like for your own mother to now look at you like competition in the home. Now look at you like you're a whore in 3210. You're not looked at as now. Oh, now you're a woman now. You know, so you don't those things in that karate. Girl, shut up, please, bitch, please. Your mom put you in karate? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, oppressed by karate is kind of wild. But um, what baffles me is like because I think we've all heard this said, right? Is that like black women have some sort of an increased obligation to like stick up for trans people because like the logic is black women also experience transphobia. I don't like trans people experience transphobia. To me, like, what is that? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And that seems like it would be really fucking insulting.
It is a way to it's a way to manipulate us into silence. Cause that's what, when I play this part, I was so confused and flustered, and I was trying to understand. I was still trying to figure out, is gender and sex separate, or are they saying they're the same? Because she caught me with the cisgender privilege that I didn't even wrap my brain around what she was saying. And I'm hearing it back now. I didn't even play it through with Tara, I don't think. I'm hearing it back now, and I'm like, I'm disgusted because I don't want to be perceived as being phobic. I'm trying so hard to be understanding and empathetic. And our empathy and our humanity erases us a lot of times. Well, I don't know if I should say it like that, but it don't erase people use that to erase us women, because we sitting up here we be entertaining bullshit. Go ahead, Tim, so I can play the rest, because my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't think it just manipulates us to kind of erasure. It also manipulates us to stand on.
Play the rest, because my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't think it just manipulates us to kind of erasure. It also manipulates us to stand on this front lines with them and say, yeah, we fight in the same fight. We're both fighting transphobia, which is not necessarily the case.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we gotta look. Let's focus on the transphobia. Forget all that other shit that you're talking about. Forget the mortality rate. Forget all that stuff you dealing with. We need to focus. If you can get rid of the transphobia, then you will be okay in hospitals. Are you insane?
Yep.
But
And you know what else? Before you play that clip, we are not fighting the same fight. Most of us are fighting to not be sexualized when you're actually fighting to be sexualized.
it's a difference.
Ooh.
But y'all hold on. But y'all get rid. I'm trying to. Maybe I'm over dramatic, but I don't know.
Okay. You have been told your entire life the gender that you see yourself as is right and valid, and in some cases, even righteous and godly. You know, this is what cis women and cis men have been told their entire lives. Like, as transgender children, we had to deal with confusion. We had to deal with parents not believing us when we told them who we are. We had to deal with parents who do believe us, putting us into conversion therapies or throwing us like on the street. Weird throwing us on the street. Weird DIY. Like, my mother put me in fucking baseball and karate because it was supposed to toughen me up, you know? And so, like, you got to grow up, and it's horrible. I will not even, it is horrible to be raised in this world in a female body.
And that I empathize with.
And it is horrible to be raised in this world with a female body, to grow up as a girl. But you never had to deal with people telling you that you are not who you are, that you are not who you know you are. You have never had to deal with being put at this little girl below me was put out of her house by her parents when she was still a child.
It's a but. It's a but to the, yeah, it's bad to grow up as a little girl, but you don't know what it's like for people not to perceive you as what you think you are. Because you do not want a vagina, because having a phallus is better for your dating pool. So it's about the body or how it presents, because you don't really care once you get to the nitty gritty. You simply want to pass the smell test.
Exactly. It all comes down to you. For me, when she said it is horrific and horrible to grow up in this world as a little girl, but I couldn't put on a dress when I wanted to.
Jesus.
My finances.
But to kind of add to that bullshit,
Go ahead.
like little girls not understanding what it is to live in fear of like having their I guess their gender or their sexuality not affirmed, like not understanding that little girls become sexualized and therefore have their experience of childhood taken away from them. Like, how can you sit there and say that is so? I'm gonna go on mute
It's crazy. Like, hearing
because
this
it's
is crazy.
diabolical. It's truly diabolical. I'm like, what the? As okay.
Jesus. Who live? Oh, all right, Miss Bridget. Who live? Oh, all right, Miss Bridget. Queen of the Nile. Let me see what this is, cause y'all be playing up in here. Come up. I until somebody can explain to me that it's more than the identity and the perception, we got to be able to have this conversation as candidly as possible. Now, what does that look like? How do we move forward? I don't know. But the ways of old is gone. Male humans are no longer going to be able to manipulate the way that female humans operate. You're not going to be able to manipulate what the reality is. And those female humans who are having a different experience because they transition into being men, the privilege is there too. And you're not gonna throw yourself on a sword that is this argument for trans women, because it's all about trans women. It's nothing about you. Trans men are not centered, they're not involved. They never have been. It's always, 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 always been about the girls. Always, everything from top to bottom has been about the girls. Everything has been about the GAYs. The lesbians been closeted as far as the movement go. Yes, I know there's been movement. Yes, I know there's been spearheading. But what I'm saying is the focus has always been on the girls and the gays. So let's be clear, and there's a reason for that. Let's not miss that. So I'm also not allowing trans men to throw themselves on the sword and try to say but nothing, because there's a privilege in you being able to present as masculine. It just is, like, that is what it is. And if you are going to be weaponized against us conveniently because of your body in a conversation where they say it's not about the body, then we gonna bring up everybody body. These same folks was having a conversation earlier, telling the man that it is offensive for him to ask a trans woman if she's trans. And I've been making an argument that if men do not want to date trans women, and they're gonna have a violent, disgusting reaction to their existence, then it's their duty to ask women that they're pursuing, are they, how do they identify, are they trans, whatever. It's your duty. I don't think that no woman, whatever her experience is, or whatever line she falls on, whatever identity she has, I don't think that she owes men who are the pursuers anything. You know, a man running up on me at the mall, I gotta tell that motherfucker shit, and neither should a trans woman. I still stand on that. But if you saying that they can't ask, then what the fuck type of game y'all niggas be playing? Yeah, I said it. What type of
We
game y'all
also
niggas playing? Go ahead, Liz.
we also need to remember that, like, this is not a problem that is unique to men. A lot of trans women date women. This is not a problem that is unique to men. A lot of trans women date women, right? And like, it is a more widespread problem than we probably realize. That it is a more widespread problem than we probably realize. That, like, there was a whole, like, Supreme Court case in Australia over this app for specifically for lesbians, and whether it was to be there was a whole, like, Supreme Court case in Australia over this app for specifically for lesbians, and whether it was legal to say that, like, trans women couldn't be on the app. And like, when that situation comes up, and, like, trans women couldn't be on the app. And like, when that situation comes up, and, like, whatever push comes to shove behind closed doors, like, the biological woman does not have the physical advantage in that situation.
I think that's coming to light though. Liz, slightly. I think that the argument, and this was ironic, the argument would be those women that you're talking about that date, who left? What the fuck? Who date trans? I mean, those trans women who date cis women. Some trans women will argue that they are. Oh, I don't know. I seen.
Nobody left me. It's
Oh, I
okay.
seen
We
some.
we gonna we gonna stick this shit out with you, man.
Hey, no, I thought I seen some. They're saying that those trans women are not actually trans women. Like they're the ones performing, even to the point where um I've heard some trans women. I heard trans women say that when they get on hormones, it makes them like men. Like getting on the hormones is what makes them like men even more.
Can I
So
give a little bit of pushback, Mia?
yeah.
I think that I think that if a woman is dating, if when you said that, like women shouldn't have to tell men that they are trans women. Trans women shouldn't have to tell men that they are trans women, but men should be able to ask. I do think that trans women should tell women, tell the men that they're with that they are trans women, because the same way I would say that a trans man should tell a woman that he was a trans woman, because how is that fair? I think that we have to be fair,
Well,
because
but
I,
it's not fair because the way we're socially constructed is different. So if a trans man is approaching you, yeah, because more than likely a trans man is going to adhere to the rules of manhood, and he thinks that he's supposed to be pursuing women. So he's going to DM you. He's going to reach out to you. He's going to approach you. He's going to see you in the mall. He's going to run you down. So yeah, he should tell you because he's the one running you down. You're not bothering him. He's bothering you. But if I'm a trans woman and I'm walking in a mall minding my business and somebody approach me, I'm not saying nothing to you because you're not supposed. I didn't ask you to come bother me. I'm not like I'm
no,
literally
that's
minding my
not. No,
business.
I don't mean in that sense. I'm talking about when they've already agreed to, like, I'm not talking about the first meet and greet. Like, absolutely, that's none of your goddamn business. Like, ew. But if you're on the first date, you're on the second date, if you're on the third date, like, when would you deem it appropriate for? When would you deem it appropriate? So, because you, like you said, if it's a trans man seeking out that woman, seeking out a cis woman. A trans man seeking out a cis woman, he should tell her immediately, hey, by the way, I'm a trans man. Can I get your number? But is it like, are we talking about the first date? Are we talking about the second date? Like, how far does she get to pursue the relationship with him? Like, is it at the first, like, yes,
So,
yes, I'll
so
go
my
out with
argument.
you. Yes, this is my number.
So my argument against that is simply because men need to stop being allowed to opt out of things. Men pursue women, they harass women. I mean, our experience, like they harass women, and when these women are passing to the point where these men, so it's two things. If she passing that much that he can't tell in this day and time, men need to be responsible.
No, that's a lie. That's a bold
Hold up,
faced
I was
lie.
gonna say something real quick.
No, I want to
Because
say something real
I
quick because
understand
I've
where
been
you
sitting right
coming
here for a
from.
minute.
You told it real quick, sir. Hold up. Because like I get what you're saying. Like the motherfuckers are these men out here hot in the pants, approaching every fucking woman every which way, and you mad because you find that person trans is fucking crazy.
Oh,
But I hold
you
up, sir.
out here
Hold up,
trying to
sir.
get
You can tell me
somebody.
about your trans experience in a second. Hold up.
Quiet.
But
Get dropped.
East, I
Be
was gonna
quiet and get
say.
dropped.
Nobody tell you to be quiet.
Hold on,
I'll tell you to be quiet.
hold on.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead, Tara.
I
Finish.
was just gonna say like
Hey
yeah,
girlies, how y'all
the
doing?
Bye.
conversation.
Okay, Laura, you gotta go. Bye. Bye.
So it's interesting because like a lot of like they're talking about casual smacks. That's what they're talking about because no one's going to think that it's that if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody for 10 years, you never going to tell a person. Like be for real. They're just talking about casual smacks in the case. Like we should because like it would come up regardless. He threw me off though.
Cause he
Where
just
these bitches come from?
but I wanna just real quick before Terry's whatever his name is go. I just want to make it clear the way men pursue women is nefarious anyway. And I'm not putting them in a victimhood because they know what they're doing. Either they already know and they don't give a fuck and they want to excuse to us to pretend like, oh, I violated this person because they were trans and they didn't tell me. They're lying. They know exactly what they're doing. And if they don't know, in 2025, men need to put their big boy pants on and understand that there's people, different women with different experience, and they need, when they're running up on these women unprovoked, they need to ask those questions. That's based on the standard they
So
said.
true.
Yeah, but the reason why I asked that is I don't know if y'all saw the video yet,
And
but
so
there was a video of a hold on now, because you're
you
gonna
just
have to
said I
let
could
you
speak
could
right after she.
there's a video of a boy who was trying to holler at a girl, and she immediately said, "Oh, I'm a boy." And he was like, "Oh, you lying, you lying, you lying." She was like, "No, I'm really a boy." I'm pretty sure she was a I'm pretty sure she was a cis woman,
Yeah,
but she
y'all
was
are
like,
liberals. You should all kill yourself. And yeah.
okay, go to bed. And he was like, well, do you still got it? Like the way that he reacted, it was like water off a duck's ass. Like he did not have any reaction to it whatsoever. And all he wanted to know if if she still had a dingaling. So I don't think that it is as, like you said, men are hot in the pants, hot in the twat, like you always say. So I think that the way that she immediately told him, "I'm a boy. I know I'm a boy. I'm a boy," and he was just like, "Well, do you still got that?" And he just kept it moving. And I feel like even if she did say, "Yeah, I still got a dingling," he would have been like, "Okay, well, just tuck it in. Just put it in your waistband." You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that men are just going out there just offing them immediately, especially in the younger generation, if that makes sense.
It might be more, yeah, it might be more open, but go oh, he left. It might be more open, for sure. But hold on. Homemade juicy. You could come up and you could put your cape on
Oh,
for
it's
speak
on
for
boo.
them.
It's
Well, you
there.
go
It's friendly.
ahead.
I think I love that you took a screenshot of the live, not knowing that half the bitches in there was cis women, and we would just kick in,
No,
right?
no,
It was just
I
the
didn't take a
background.
picture of the. Hold on, I got the live
Oh,
recorded. You just got in here, and I play back the part that I'm talking about. One, two. I'm not worried about the kiki. That's all y'all do is fucking kiki and play. Y'all.
want
What
to
you talking about?
know
The real conversation is.
the lives of Black trans women and Black cis women within America. Growing from that, learning how to break down white supremacy. Like, what do you want to know? What's the question?
And I'm just saying, if y'all having real conversation, this shit. Let's have a
Right, y'all
real
act like we can't
conversation.
kiki, we can't talk. We ain't some bitches that just met. We've been knowing each other for 3+ years
Yeah,
now.
but y'all
Bitch, this is a
problematic. That's
family
the
unit, ho.
thing. Y'all a circle of problematic people.
Who's the problematic person?
I'm just funny. I'm just curious.
Bitch,
What
we
was
was
funny
literally on
about?
there kikiing with a whole motherfucking Muppet, ho. Literally, one of the people y'all have on that screenshot was somebody that was a Muppet, like a literal fucking
Are
Muppet.
you trying to be inflammatory to get a reaction out of us?
I was trying to ask you a legitimate question.
No, I want to know, are you trying to be inflammatory towards us to get some type of negative reaction? Is that
I
what you
don't give a
want?
damn what your reaction is. I'm just telling you
So
what it
then what was the
is.
point of coming up
To
here? Are
tell
you
you what
coming
it
up here
is.
to
To,
clock or tell
to,
us?
to tell you what it is. You thought it was
So
tea and it's
if you were
push.
saying that you're willing to have the real conversation and we're actually having a real
Y'all not
conversation right
having no
now,
real conversation. Y'all trying to judge and talk shit.
So what did we get wrong? Is my question.
Everything.
Like
like
what?
what?
From A to Z. Everything.
Now just
We'll
tell
start
us
with the
Okay,
letter A.
let's start at A.
Auntie, what it is. Y'all swear y'all know how these trans women are. Y'all swear that y'all feel like, oh, for one, y'all talking about some fish is a slur. Do y'all even know what the
It
fuck
is a slur.
means?
It
How?
is a slur.
How?
So why
Because
are
we
you
said it
using
was.
a
No,
marine
no,
oh, okay.
because we said it is.
Mm.
Because we said so. Is that enough for you?
So if I say you an airhead, is it okay because I said so? Is
Because
that enough?
we women collectively
Who's
decided
we,
that it
bitch?
is a slur.
you
We
need to calm
who?
down.
Yeah, you're doing a lot right now.
We who? I'm just like you, boo. So we who? I'm cis just
We
like
Yeah.
you.
women. Okay.
Okay.
So what you trying to say? I'm not a woman?
No one said
Did I
that. Why
say
are you
that?
putting
Oh,
words out
okay.
in the ether? You're being
But like
weird.
I said, y'all literally trying to clock some shit that y'all don't know what the fuck y'all were talking about.
Obviously,
That's
you
what
don't know what
I'm.
you're talking
Hold on. The
about when
question
you can't
was, what were
even.
we saying that we're not talking? No, you're not adding anything. You're not like you're not. You just want to come up in here and argue because like that's what you do. You argue and you
Mhm.
don't talk about nothing serious. So you
Mhm.
want to end this conversation to argue because I'm still
Mhm.
waiting to hear the thing. I
Well,
would
okay,
love to
well,
hear it.
and like I said, we do talk about serious stuff. But like I
Yeah, I
said,
would
y'all
love for
want
you
to take
to answer the
screenshots of
conversation. Tell
moments
us
where
what we
we were
got
not talking about
wrong.
serious stuff because everything don't got to be serious all the time.
So I got
Especially
a
when we're a
question.
group of homegirls
How
and
does
trying
white
to ride for each other
supremacy
and
hold
have always
on,
defended each other and have always
ma'am,
protected each
ma'am,
other.
ma'am, how does white supremacy affect trans women's lives?
Because the anti-blackness that is out there due to white supremacy towards black trans women. Like, are we confused here? And then it's on like I said
Explain.
before.
You haven't explained that, so
Then y'all,
explain
you haven't explained to me how
how
y'all
does
think
white
fish is a
supremacy
slur when y'all
affect
don't
black
even know
trans
what the
women's
hell fish
lives?
means.
And hold on, and I know
Fish means
hold
fish
on.
basically means
Tam,
baddie.
Tam had a question, and Tam, hold on, because Tam had a question for you. And go ahead, Tam.
Thank you. You mentioned that this was a key. Could you explain to me what is funny about this topic, considering you say you and your friends talk about serious topics relating to cisgender
So
women, as well as, please don't cut me off, cisgendered women and transgendered women. What is funny about this particular topic that you all had? Like, what's the key that doesn't actually? Because it seems to me like this would be more dangerous to the very topics that you say that you all talk about on a
okay,
serious.
so clearly there's a lot of smoke upstairs. So we just gonna help you clear it out, right? You're just seeing the topic on the board. What I said was key was the conversation we were having. We were not even having a conversation about the topic. The topic was just a background at the moment to pick up. We were all having a key amongst friends that have known each other between 3+ years that are basically like family, and we were out here kikiing with a whole fucking muppet
But
and
that's not
literally
what we're
reading each
talking.
other
That's not
and
what this
singing and
live is
jumping at the
talking
girls.
about.
Well,
This
y'all talk
live,
about
hold
a whole
on,
lot of shit
y'all,
that y'all
hold
don't
on.
know.
This live is not about whether y'all were kicking or not. I am
He has
drawing
a
a
lot of air too.
correlation. I am saying that trans women perform womanhood better because they created it. Gender is a social construct men created. The prompt, regardless of what y'all were talking about, the prompt says trans women, divine feminine. I don't know what Auntie Wada meant by it. I'm only putting something together here. So I don't care if y'all was pussy popping and diddy bopping. I'm speaking to something that I see in the
You
prompt.
couldn't pussy pop with us? I'm
No,
confused.
no. The thing
Oh,
is,
okay.
hold on. When you dizzy brain, slew footed bitches think you can go, you can't fuck with me, bitch. You dizzy, dumb, diddy bitch. You can't fuck with me. You
Don't
up
do that
here.
because
You
that's
up
exactly what
here.
she
No,
wants.
I'ma give it to her because this bitch
You a
stupid.
green-eyed
This
hoe?
no, this bitch loose in the brain. This bitch
Loosen the
brain
coochie. Fuck is you
floating
talk about? You
on
feel like if
fucking
you a green-eyed
nothing.
hoe, you feel like you all that in a cup of tea?
No, no,
Oh,
no. This green
all
eye
right, bitch.
hoe
Fuck out of
gonna
here.
clear you.
Kiss
This
my
What does
ass.
her
green eye
green
hoe
eyes
gonna
have to
clear
do with
you.
anything?
This
What?
green eye hoe gonna clear you every time.
Sure to block her so she
Now
doesn't
hold
join the
on, but
live.
that's fine. But again, like I've been saying, nobody, whenever I try to have a conversation within the community, nobody want to have a conversation. I'm talking about something serious, and y'all want to fucking play, clock this tea, boom this, don't make me clear the smoke out the air. All that shit. This ain't no fucking drag show. This ain't the ballroom. I'm talking about people's lives. And I want to understand what the fuck the trans women are talking about. But if it's going to be a fucking drag show, then fuck call me RuPaul then. Because I drag bitches.
Well,
I
If
don't
if
it's
you
give
so
want
a
to
fuck.
know,
important,
if you
why are
want
you
to
I don't give
yelling?
a
understand
fuck.
what we're
If
I
it's
don't
so
talking
give a
important
fuck
about,
to you,
about
why are
being
you
right.
yelling
Hold
about it?
on.
I don't
if you want,
understand.
Hold on.
Hold the fuck
Hold
on.
on.
if you want to
Seriously,
understand
wait,
what we're
wait,
Hold
wait, wait,
talking
wait, wait,
about,
wait. That girl just came up here. It was
hold on.
extremely.
conversation.
Hold
No,
on.
relax,
Calm
relax.
down. Hold
Talking about
on. Everybody, chill the fuck out, please. Please. I get it. It's a
what's not
tense.
what's going on here.
Usually, I get it. You're upset, but you're not gonna get anywhere like
with the upsetness. We're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to have the conversation. We will tell you what's wrong. We will have the conversation. But we got to pause because we can go and yell at each other. But if you want to figure out what's going on, give everybody a minute. Mia is upset because the girl who just got off the panel came at her fucked up. Let's not
Extremely
start with their
inflammatory,
like. Let's
called
not
us
start
bitches,
there.
hoes, and then talked about
No, lady, you
her loose
can't.
genitalia.
No,
So
lady,
you
you
don't get
can't
to.
be in the comments talking shit. If you want to come back up here like a big girl and put your big girl granny ass period panties on, bring your ass up here and have a real ass conversation. But I promise you can't fuck with us. You can't go toe for toe.
The
Bitch, you talking
roasting,
about green fucking eyes.
the
Bitch, yeah, she
roasting,
shitting on you.
the roasting ain't gonna never work with me because I'm a jokester. I can clown all day. I do want to have the conversation, Deb and usual, and y'all are going to be able to speak uninterrupted. My issue is not with y'all. It was with who came up here putting on a cape for trans women per fucking usual without allowing any real conversation. And I get what I'm posting is frustrating. So I definitely want y'all to be able to speak. But when you got Hardy down there talking about crashing out, usually you the crash out queen, sister. So I don't like that. I don't like that bullshit. Don't me. This my panel.
Don't.
Are you crazy? You don't
That
lost your
doesn't make any
mind.
Yes.
sense. That this is why you know that they don't
They
want to
don't want to
have the
have a
real
I don't
conversation.
conversation.
know. We
They
Deb
got
don't
might
want to
want to
have
have the
a real
conversation, but
conversation
she don't.
because you sat up here
y'all
and watched her. You sat up here and watched your friend,
conversation,
the
but y'all
person that was
Okay,
on
can
the
we have the
panel,
on
conversation?
the back end.
No,
how
we're on
we're
the front
literally on the
end.
live right now. We're
Yeah, on the
literally
Mia,
back
on
end.
live right
When
now
y'all could
having
have
a
came into our
conversation.
live,
we ready to have the
to our live
conversation.
Okay,
Okay, so
I'm
discussion.
gonna let Deb go.
we would like
Usually,
to have a conversation. We
usually
would like to have a respectful
she be a
conversation.
No,
But
no,
you
y'all
would
don't.
also, okay,
hold on.
No,
I'm
relax,
y'all
gonna let
don't.
Deb
relax.
hold on.
Damn, ain't no need to come up in here. Let's go.
I'm gonna let
E
Deb
Like, we're
go
not doing
anyway.
this.
And then
Like, we're
now
not
Hold
doing
here
this.
comes the
Y'all,
on.
running.
y'all don't want to have a
I'm
real
gonna let Deb
conversation.
go if he wants
I
to.
mean,
Hold on. Let me speak to Deb. If Deb wants to go, he can. He's gonna be allowed to speak uninterrupted if he wants to. I understand usually upset. I know how she operates. I get that. I don't know who dropped her. She didn't have to drop. I didn't drop her. Hardy, welcome to come up here too, because I did say his name uninterrupted with speak. I don't have a problem with y'all speaking. So go ahead, Dev. And then Hardy, you could go after Dev.
If we want to have a productive conversation, you can stay and another person can stay and can be two people on two people, not a whole panel. Secondly, if you also want to have a conversation, you cannot mute people, especially when you're putting up a prompt like that and you know that literally there are some of us on that prompt either on this panel or in the chat right now. So are you trying to be genuine and not wanting to have a conversation, or do you think this is a joke? Because it's not a joke to us.
I just want to say, Deb, I understand what you're saying, but we've
I'm not
listened.
sorry, you're not the host. I'm asking the host.
Hold on.
Like
That and
I'm
I'm not.
talking to
I'm
the.
one. Hold on. I'm one of
I
the
said
mods.
sorry. I'm not
Hold
being
on.
rude
Hold
here.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me explain something, Dev. I get it, but that's not how it works here. We're not gonna
So
interrupt you.
apparently
Hold
you
on,
want to mute.
Dev.
Okay, bye.
Dev. I just muted Tam, and Tam is one of my mutuals. Y'all can't run shit over here. I don't know what y'all think is about to happen, but y'all are not gonna be able to run. I came up here before all of y'all came up here, and I waited until after. I didn't even ask Mia for a chance to speak. I was allowing y'all the floor to go before me.
Especially
You can't
when
come in here. My bad. Go ahead, Mia.
especially when y'all do not run y'all panel that way. And again, I don't know what made y'all think that your place, like y'all are the only one of the community. Y'all aren't the leaders of the LGBTQ community. There's a lot of identities that's in there. One. Two, y'all don't run y'all space. Usual came up here with raspy talking, straining her fucking voice. Miss Fish trying to
But
take
that's exactly what
over.
she wanted, Mia. They sent her. in there first. She was the smoke bomb. That's exactly what she is. They sent the cis girl in here to irritate the other cis women and call them b words and try to use inflammatory language. So when they got up here, we were all at a highly elevated level. So now they get to walk away and say, see, they don't want to have a conversation. See, all they want to do is mute. For you to come up on someone's panel and then dictate how many people get to be up on the panel when you did not give Mia the same courtesy when she was up on your panel. Imagine Mia would have came up on your panel and said, if you really want to have this conversation, then you need to drop that person, this, that, and the third. That does not make any sense. And then on top of that, the person that was in the very bottom box next to Lynn, you did not say anything when your friend came up on here and talked about how you are a green-eyed bitch and what hoe, and you're talking about her genitals, talking about her the size of her genitalia. You stayed absolutely silent. And then once Mia returned that same energy, now it's you are you are literally ridiculous. You are literally acting like a fucking clown show. And I don't even understand how you could even have had the patience to go up there with them talking to you like that, Mia, because it would have been over. It would have been up and stuck.
Be, because initially I did not know that they were gonna be disingenuous and that they're projecting being disingenuous. They don't want to have the conversation. They want to dictate what I got going on, but I don't care about the names. I don't care if you put me in a category because y'all misogynistic. Y'all
And
misogynistic.
you know,
Wait, hold on.
she said exactly.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Y'all misogynistic and y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all want to make it all about like y'all are in this protected group. Y'all are not the only queer folk. Y'all are not the only, like, queerness don't look like y'all performing. Cause y'all want to get in here and act like this a ballroom, like it's a performance. I'm not performing. Y'all are. Y'all fake. Y'all phony. That's why y'all want to focus on, oh, it was a Kiki. Y'all had this Kiki publicly with a prompt that was very much inflammatory. And y'all know it. You say it. Auntie Wanda says all the time that she makes prompts as rage bait. So I'm gonna do whatever the good sis does. And if I'm not clearing up shit. If y'all think it's inflammatory, good. It's supposed to be. Just like Auntie Waters is. What? What? We gonna do marginalized for marginalized? So only a certain group of marginalized women can have inflammatory content? No, bitch. I'ma have it. Y'all get up here with all this fucking ballroom talk and you think that that's gonna run these conversations? No. No. All this fucking riddles and rhymes. No, ma'am. Y'all not gonna be able to roast me because I drag you. I know it. And if y'all do that shit that y'all like to do with light skinned women with my type of features, y'all know what y'all like to do. Call me monkeys, dogs. I'ma drag y'all by y'all dick. I'ma drag you by your pussy. Cause I don't give a fuck about the labels. I talk how I want to talk. When y'all bitches get to talking loose like y'all assholes, I'ma get loose with my lips. Y'all, I don't know who y'all playing with. You're not gonna scare me with, oh, you're crashing out. No, usually crashes out. Usually crashing out. Straining her fucking voice. She almost be losing the performance. She gets so fucking flustered. I'ma check y'all vocals every time. Now clock that T. Y'all got me fucked up. I ain't one of these respectability bitches. Y'all talk about coochies, I'm gonna talk about y'all. I'm gonna talk about y'all bottoms before or after surgery. The fuck y'all talking about?
Was Hardy saying that this was supposed to be a joke prompt for them in public?
Yeah.
I,
To me, that completely contradicts the unity that she's also said that they talk about. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think
Did she,
Hardy is. I think Hardy. Listen. Okay.
did she misspeak or did I hear it wrong?
I don't.
When did Hardy say that? On the video or up here? No. The other person's name started with an H. The one who called me green eye, whatever. It started with an H. And again, I want y'all go ahead. I want you to go in, but I want to make this very clear. She's so caught up in the lingo of the fucking ballroom. She's spewing a lot. I know it's a lot of colorism over there. I know when y'all Mia, I'ma shut up. Go ahead, Lynn.
Mm. I want to talk about um cuz hold on. Let me gather myself. Cuz that shit was wild. I can't I believe that was a white trans person or a white person who came up here and tried to tell a black woman how to run her fucking panel, and I just want to say the fucking white privilege
No,
of
that was
you.
no. Dev not white.
I
Dev
don't
is a black trans man.
Well, damn, the fucking male privilege of you to bring your ass up here and tell anybody how to fuck to run they fucking panel, bitch. I don't know who the fuck told you you was gonna be able to do that shit up in here, and you think you about to scare somebody by saying that they transphobic or they anti whatever the fuck or no, bitch, you got me fucked up. Not, telling you you ain't about to come over here and run shit is not transphobic. It's who the fuck raised you. Cause you don't come in nobody fucking house and tell them how to situate their couch. You can't come in somebody's house and be like, nah, you got your couch air freshener. Cause I don't like that shit you got going over here. That was some weird ass shit. I don't know where the fuck you was raised. But no, bitch, you ain't coming over here running shit. Don't know nobody was
And I
gonna be
see.
disrespectful to you or anything. Hold on. Hold on. Nobody was gonna be disrespectful to you or anything. The mute was everybody could have got the mute. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. But the term fish
And
is a slur.
it is.
Oh,
And
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
play. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let East go real quick. Then I'm gonna play the live that they referring to, so y'all can hear. So
I
y'all can
didn't
hear
even
the black people.
go.
Oh no! Oh go, Lynn. Oh no, Lynn. I thought you was finished. Lynn, go. Then East,
Nah,
and
you
then I
cut
pull
me
the clip.
off.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you was saying you was finished. No, Lynn, go.
No, I just had to say that. But
Oh
because
my God,
I know
Lynn.
they still watching. No, I know they still watching. But the term fish is a slur. No, I was up here. I let y'all speak for a long time now. The term fish is a slur. And I'm gonna start clocking y'all on it. Because y'all, everybody wanna talk about homophobic, everybody wanna talk about transphobic, but I want to talk about misogynoir. And why the fuck you calling me fish? Cause I know you ain't ever smelled coochie before, but my shit don't smell like fish, bitch. Now I'm gonna start clocking bitches on calling. You ain't about to call me fish and tell me it's a term of endearment. It's not. Stop gaslighting me. The gays be gaslighting. The girls be gaslighting. Fish is a slur. It's misogynoir. It's misogyny. And like Mia said, I always want to talk about the internalized misogyny because I do believe trans women are women, right? But just like cis women are women and we have internalized misogyny, trans women have internalized misogyny, and it's a different level of internalized misogyny because you were assigned male at birth. Therefore, you do have a level of internalized misogyny that I believe you need to work out, and there's no excuse for it. Just like it's no excuse for a woman to be a pick me cis woman, it's no excuse for you to be a trans woman who is not unpacking her internalized misogyny because you are hurting cis women with your internalized misogyny. You are hurting other women with your internalized misogyny. And it's funny because we always have a conversation with trans women about how cis women are harmful to trans women by using their words, but we can never say trans women are harmful to cis women by them using their words, right? Fish is a slur. So if we are harmful to you, you are equally as harmful to us. And there is not no oppression Olympics or no fucking intersectionality Olympics, because I guarantee you, if we sit down and we untie all the knots in the intersection and we get down to the biggity bottom of it, a person assigned male at birth don't have more crosses in the intersection. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep. Go ahead, Eve. I agree, absolutely, especially with the when we get down to the nitty gritty, to them bones. Since y'all want to play, cause y'all not gonna fuck with me. Go ahead, East, and then Creeper just came up here, so I'm gonna let East go real quick, and then you Creeper. Then I'm gonna play the clip that the other lady kept talking about.
Quick, hold on, real quick. In World of Juicy said fish means you giving baddie, you giving dog. Like I said, if you want to be gaslit into thinking fish means you giving baddie, you giving dog, that's on you. That's on you, but it's not a term of endearment. Whenever I hear somebody call me a baddie, call me a dog, call me Lynn, shit. But calling me fish, I know what the implications is, ma'am. If you want to be gaslit by the gays and by the trans into thinking that that's cute, that's a term of endearment, that's on you. But to call a woman fish, you know where it's coming from, where it stemmed from. It's not a term of endearment, it's a fucking slur. That's it.
And it's not trans women don't get to reclaim that and make it something else when the people it affected don't agree with it. That's not how it works. You don't get to take fish and make it something else when it is a negative thing towards the female body. But go ahead, East. Um, East, you stepped away.
Sorry.
Oh,
I was
go.
gonna say that I just think that is so interesting because I didn't know that trans women had cis women as pygmies over there.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, it's a different form of pygmyism that I've never seen before.
Tell
And
her to tap the screen, East.
tap the screen. Tap. Go ahead and tap the screen. Get my girl up to get my green eyed girl up to
Hell
75K.
no.
And I think that that is so weird that you came up here and immediately was like, you think you all of that because you got green eyes. You are you. It was just the most stupidest basic bitch shit I've ever seen in my life. It's given you're mad because our light skin is better than your light skin, and she is. Our Mia does look way better than you. You couldn't fuck with her on your best day and on hers on her worst. Like, I want you to remember that. I want you to always remember that. On her worst day, my green eyed light skin is always gonna be better than yours. Huh. So clock that, bitch. And also too, it's not you're not gonna get nothing out of being a fucking pick me, being a pick me for trans women, because the second that they are just like, they are socialized like men. The first 15, 16, 17, 18 years of their life, they lived as boys, they lived as men, and that is just a simple truth, which means that they will always have internalized misogyny, and the second that you don't go with the motherfucking flow, you will be out and replaced by the next pick me. And she might have green eyes, but ours do.
Not the shade. Go ahead, Creeper. Oh, they gave me indigestion, Lord.
I just came up because I was confused. I was confused, but somebody just clarified in the comment. But another question was the prompt. Is that from another live? And this is, are y'all agreeing with what this says, or?
I mean, to really be quick, and you know, whether you agree or not, at the end of the day, women, cisgender women, are assigned an identity, right? And the way the identity is curated is based on how men wanted women to be socialized separate from the way they are. So it could be like clear lines, if you will. So whenever we're having a conversation with trans women, especially in this space, are often calling out cisgender women for being jealous of them to start a conversation,
Right, right.
to say that we're being harmful. And what I'm saying is, I'll give it up. You can have womanhood. You can perform it because it is. It's a performance. It's about them being affirmed and being presented, or how they're perceived. So if a man sees a trans woman, or people see a trans woman and say, "Oh, that's a woman," or think that that woman is a female human, that's their best highlight. And what cisgender women who have my mindset are talking about is that assignment, us being in this rigid restraint of what a woman should do, have kids, be submissive, shut up, know when to talk, be in the kitchen, is horrible for us. It has not been good. And when you add in black women haven't even been able to experience this certain type of femininity. We've been harmed by it, and it's been weaponized against us. And I can go on and on and on. So we're saying, you got it. You the baddest bitch. You win. You get to perform it. We're gonna be over here doing some work. So when I seen this prompt and it said trans women, divine feminine, it just validated what I have been hearing them say, and it validated to me what they've been saying without actually saying it, because a lot of the conversation has been very coded. Like, they do not actually want to dive deep into the conversation. They want to be surface, and then they want to be inflammatory, and then they go into doing the fucking it's all of a sudden we voguing. All of a sudden, they bouncing around. It's a drag show. Next thing you know, it's the dolls coming out the show. Next thing you know, it's we full ballroom on a Saturday night. And I'm saying, I want to talk some real shit. Y'all fucking playing. And in this very live with this prompt, that's exactly what they was doing. Having a good kiki with this inflammatory prompt. Inflammatory. It's a kiki. Because their only thing is they want to argue with cisgender women, because that's where the competition is, in my opinion. These type of trans women. So I was gonna give them an opportunity to speak. I knew Auntie Water wasn't, because she's too good. She's too good to have a conversation. But I knew her minions, and I'm gonna say it because they fuck with me first. I knew they was gonna come up here and try to run shit and not want to have a conversation and play victim. They don't get to play victim with me. But that's what they trying to do. So that's where we at. But you can't speak to the prompt if you want to.
Oh, well, that's why I came up, because I was just trying to clarify, because I didn't know what was going on. When I came in, that girl was talking about you got green. I came in at the part when she said what she said, and I'm like, what? And then I was just confused. I'm sorry, I'm at work. It's kind of loud.
No, it's okay. Aaron, shut up. For you be on the background next. Light braids. The the problem with, I don't give a damn. This is my thing. I don't give a damn. We could do the roasting. But you not gonna get up here and try to get your shit off and then think I'm supposed to like submit to you. That's y'all problem now. And this the thing. They think that queerness has to behave and look a certain type of way. That's what's funny about it. They think that if you're not performing a certain type of script, then you're not actually queer. A lot of people in this room is queer. So how do y'all get to determine what we can and can't talk about? You can't. And I extended the conversation. You think Auntie Water a fucking queen? She ain't my fucking queen. I was humble in her space. I was humble in usual space. And y'all disrespected me. And I still didn't drag usual like I should have. Right by her throat. But I know she gonna threaten violence because she a real nigga. I know that's what she was gonna do. But I was humble. Because I do care about overall having a conversation. But if y'all think I'm gonna be ain't nobody gonna disrespect me and I get disrespected back. So I got the receipts though. Cause this one thing about it. I'ma keep the receipts. Everywhere I go, I'ma have the receipts. Y'all hoes not gonna be able to play with me because I'ma keep receipts. Guarantee. So I want y'all to see what this live was about. Y'all can say something. Let me mute real quick.
I'm glad that they came up there, and I'm glad that they proved your point that, whenever when you asked them, when Tara asked them, well, what's the serious conversations about, and she couldn't answer because none of it is a serious conversation, and they don't want to admit that their womanhood is just a performance, that what they're striving for is just a performance. They don't want to have the real conversations about what it's really, what women truly experience every single day, about sexual harassment, about pregnant women, number one cause of death being homicide. They don't want to talk about the domestic violence rates with women, and how Black women have the highest domestic violence rate. Instead, they sent a cisgendered woman up here
All
to
right
be
here.
inflammatory, rude, disrespectful, inflammatory, rude, disrespectful, and try to get try to get everyone in an elevated excuse me, smexism too. Try to get all of us women in an elevated emotional state, so then they could then come in and be the good guys. They could then come in and be the calm, cool, and collected. That is narcissistic behavior. If you ever been with a man that's a narcissist, that what they were trying to do is get reactive abuse on tape, on
Right.
First,
on
you gotta
in
play the
4K.
video.
And it really doesn't matter because my alias is Miss Crash. I don't give a fuck about crashing out. I do that
Yeah, but
shit or
it's
whatever.
it's still reactive abuse what they just did.
Oh,
They
sure.
sent that girl in here first to come in
This
here
her
and
right
try
here.
to abuse.
This her. She was a joke.
Wait,
It looks like it.
huh?
She looked like
Okay.
it. They
Hold on, let
are
me.
you finna play a video? I can mute up.
Yeah.
You ain't bad at city girl. I don't give a fuck. I drive that. If you ain't bad at Kari or Kyle or Colin, whatever your name is. Puppet, can I ask you something? Girl, that's not a puppet. That's a muppet. Who's the puppet? It's a man puppet. They be calling you the 304 and the 305. Yeah, a muppet. A muppet is a man puppet. You see, I don't know. I'm sorry to you, lady boy, for giving it up for free. But I know. Now, unlike you, Mr. Boy, you be snorting these punks wrong, just like they got
See, this
punks
the
wrong
same
in their
person.
women.
See.
Y'all gonna get proven wrong twice. Not know you, sweetheart. See? You're your pussy. I'm very rich. Bitch, what you mean, I'm very rich. Your clothes don't even look expensive. As you can see, in fact, it looks like you can see why you so bad. Because you ready, you be on the show. Sir. Shut up, you personification. Like, sir. Like, you're a sister.
I mean, they not talking about nothing.
Not talking about nothing, but they're saying a lot at the same time.
So
Like,
what's the
it's
joke?
honestly very sad. It's very sad. This is
What was?
pathetic.
I'm still trying to figure out what was the key. Like, what was the joke in all this?
Um, I guess I'm gonna call her a bulldog because that's the only way I could think of. No, the one they sent in first, she's the joke.
Mm-hmm.
She's the joke because she thinks she has it in, not realizing that she doesn't. That's
Exactly.
the
Just like
joke.
the pygmies on Red Pill TikTok. Just like the pygmies, they're gonna turn on you, just like red pill men turn on their pygmies every single time. Eventually, they'll turn on you too. That's just what men do. Point blank period. That's what they do. And the way that they came into this live demanding us to drop the panel, demanding us to, that was male behavior. If I've ever seen male behavior in my life, I have never ever gone on anyone's panel, anyone in my life, and said, if we're gonna have this conversation, first of all, you only need to have two people. Are you kidding me? That is male audacity if I have ever seen it in my life. And then when we actually did try to have a conversation, when we didn't allow you to do the reactive abuse, you want to motherfucking twirl out of here like a fucking diva. You want to twirl out here like you motherfucking Kenya from Atlanta Housewives, and say, let's go, ladies. Like, bitch, who the fuck are you? You act like you motherfucking Michael Jackson or some shit, and that they was all supposed to just get up on and get out. Like, that is weird male cult like behavior, and that is what men do. And I don't think that women should be silent, and you know what else? You know what else too? I'm glad Mia was having this conversation, because any other woman that was having this conversation, they would have been intimidated, because what they just did to us was abusive. What they just did to us was not only abusive, but it was also very scary.
And this is the same thing
Imagine having
this is the same thing they've been doing since last year, but I've been giving it chance after chance. I sat and listened in Auntie Waters live for a year trying to understand her POV and nothing. But I want to show proof. I messaged her after the live, because the way they behave now is why I feel like I was gaslit then. But that's okay. I'ma take it. I'ma take it. Y'all can say y'all had me behaving one way in your live and another way over here. Say, call it that I slept on it. Because after I thought about it, it's fuck you. Because I made the attempt, and I don't gotta bow down to you motherfuckers. I don't gotta bow down to you. And I shouldn't have. But I still was thinking about how are us women going to operate. But I messaged her. I said, hey, hold on. I said, hey, I
So
think it would be helpful to have a conversation together so we can really have the discussion and speak about the real issues. She said a week later, I'm definitely open. I said, awesome. When are you available? Cricket.
Mia, before did she say that her name was Mami Wata or what?
It's Auntie Water. I don't know about nothing else.
Okay, so and that kind of adds another layer to the. I'm gonna call it a mockery at this point, because how are you going to use um an African fertility feminine energy, right? Use that as your moniker, but then go around and just do this to women. Like, make that make sense.
Because it's whatever she making.
I'm glad you clocked that, Prince. I really am.
Um,
But I do want everyone on this. I want everyone to know, and on this panel, what just happened, what we just saw was abusive. She sent her minions in here to literally try to abuse us, and then try to get a reactionary abuse back, so they can then turn around, screen record it or whatever, and say, see, these are the bad guys, these are the bad women, this is why cis women are the bad guys, this is why cis women are harming us. No, what you just did was wrong and disgusting. You sent a cisgendered woman in here to abuse us. And when we didn't react the way that we wanted to react, then you tried to resort to insults. But that's what
cause
men
I'm,
do.
cause I'm a insulter. In the words of Eric Mays, I'm a jokester. The fuck you talking about?
I didn't give a fuck about what nothing that bitch was saying. You can call me whatever the fuck, bitch. But the only reason why I clocked the term fish is because they gotta like we always talking about, I already said it. We always talking about what cis women do and say to hurt trans women, but trans women can't, and and the GAY men, right? They can't gaslight us into thinking that that's okay to call us that, but it ain't. Um, but yeah, I think that those women um they want a space to be dominant, and it's just not the space, sweetheart. Like it's not the space, and I don't give a fuck about being called whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'm light skinned. She light skinned. She got green eyes. She think her green eyes better than that. Like what the fuck? Like it's the same thing. It's like the bathroom conversation over again. Y'all always talking about how somebody jealous, but ain't nobody jealous. I know that we competing for the same niggas. So you can't use that over my head.
Hmm.
Oh, y'all just mad cause my nigga wants you. And
And I can
it
say
don't
that
matter if you cis, GAY, or trans, I promise you we ain't fucking with the same niggas, okay?
Can I just say that?
Unless you fucking Tokyo in this bitch, girl, please miss me with that. Y'all can run that shit by somebody else. That ain't what the conversation about, being better looking, cause baby, you ain't fucking with me. I promise.
What I was just want to say, like, it's disappointing, right? It's disappointing today. It's disappointing in the past, and it's gonna be disappointing in the future. Because at the end of the day, the goal is always to have the conversation, and it never can happen. Like, we want to talk about, like, instead of saying fish isn't a slur, well, why do you think fish is a slur, right? Why do you think, oh, that we own womanhood? Like, you're not even curious about the prompt, and that's disappointing. Because like we have all these questions, legitimate questions about stuff we need to talk about, and it's like, let's argue instead. That should be annoying. You
But
ain't saying it.
and Sarah, that's what they did on their panel, to the point where when Lynn came up there, and she kind of helped shift it later in that live, and then I don't know, it was another day after that. Auntie Wada had to get off of the live because her, usually, which is Kiosha, and some other of her friendlies over overran the conversation to the point where it couldn't be had no more because they were just doing what they did here. So she's talking about come to their space. No, I done came to your space multiple times. Multiple times. I just played to my audience me being in your space. They were disgusted because y'all didn't want to have the conversation. You convolute everything, you mix it all up, and then you're very dismissive. I tried to have the conversation. I even tried to have the conversation where we host the live mutually. And I was going to have the conversation with Auntie Wada first, one on one, before we even hit the button, so it could be fair, which I shouldn't even have to do that. But to your point, Tara, I would love to have the conversation. I'm gonna always be open to the conversation. But if you think that you're going to be able to have someone as a representative of you get up here and yell like she running my panel, doing what she do all the time, yeah, it's okay for it. And I get it. A woman shouldn't be able to go back and forth with somebody. I guess that's only a privilege of male humans. Only male humans get to crash out, but female humans can't. Cause why does she get to crash out everywhere she go? Incoherently. It never is cohesive. It's never done properly. It's just pure just yelling. The jokes don't land. They don't sink. It is nothing but verbal aggression. Because when we talked about earlier that threat, she's one of the main ones who talked that talk that you were speaking of earlier, East, of those women who get to oscillate between the masculine energy and the feminine energy. Because she said if a man clocked her T wrong or clocked her T, he'll get beat up because he wouldn't misgender her in person. Well, I be damned then. Go ahead, go off then, sister.
And that's what I mean by, and that's some fucking assigned male at birth fucking privilege. Like, let's talk about it. Cause real like humans that are assigned female at birth are fucking terrified of men. We are fucking terrified of men. But you gotta have some fucking cojones to sit up there and say, if a man misgender you, you gonna beat the shit out of him. And you telling me that we don't live the same type. You're telling me that I'm privileged because I'm affirmed in my gender, and meanwhile being affirmed in my gender looks like being scared that a man will knock me clear across the fucking room and knock all my front teeth out. That's the privilege that I have. Privilege to me sounds like you got the fucking balls to say that you will knock a nigga out if he say something to you. What the fuck are we talking about? But I'm more privileged than you? Nah. You can't convince me when it has to do with life. No, King Cairo, it's not extra. It's not extra. You don't know what it's like to go to the gas station and like a man sitting stalking over or standing in the corner and you gotta watch your bag. You going out for a run and you just trying to get your workout in, going on a slight little jog, and you scared that somebody might creep up behind you and snatch you up and throw you in a fucking vehicle. Y'all be thinking that we being extra, but every single woman on this panel, I fucking guarantee you, has that fear when walking down the street or going anywhere. Every single last one of us.
Absolutely. I agree. But before a baby go, let me show y'all something real quick. Cause this all day, this an hour into a 5-hour live. Cause that other lady that was up here who was caping for him, this what I mean. Y'all be playing. But that's not a high-end product. Look, honestly, I look at the CVS. What's wrong with a high-end product? Not everyone got the money, Angelica, for a high-end product. I would have those girls turning. I used to get these girls together because I used to real parents for they own Garnier. They own. This is what I'm gonna say. So, when it comes to the FDA and what they allow to be, so your daughter's online right now onto what's my fact? No, Mars. Hetero. And all I'm thinking is, oh, this man is not attracted to her. Oh, no, all I'm thinking is, oh, this man is not attracted to her because like, she's a sickening woman. He's being attracted to her because she's borderline a CD. A CD. I'm just showing y'all like it go on like I could just keep on clicking. Nothing. They're not talking about nothing.
In what world will we be able to have that type of conversation? To like, no, I mean, like, honestly, do you under?
Tara trying to say something. She couldn't.
Oh, go ahead, Tara.
God damn.
Just go ahead, Tara. Dang.
No, I'm gonna say my shit. No, don't fucking rush me all night, man. This like the third motherfucking time. You live, but damn, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Yeah, get over it. That's crazy. Not keep cutting me off, and I'm giving you the grace. That's wild. But the reason why they're not talking about nothing because the live is the performance. Like they got to deal with the shit they deal with, and then they get to go to the lives and be the person they feel like they want to be in person or whatever. And they need to be honest about that. The live ain't about talk about shit. That's the reality. Y'all don't like the goal ain't to talk about nothing. The goal is to get on live and be affirmed there. Connect with the men there and say the shit you want to say there. But it's weird because, and this is something we be telling the men, y'all don't understand that we're actually having a real fucking conversation. We're actually having a real conversation about the fucking oppression that we're facing. And y'all are just having a good old time. This is just, you do it the social hour. I want to get my shit off and go to bed. I'm just saying, I just want to say that, like, that's why y'all ain't talking about shit. Because you clock out and then clock in, and you get to perform, you get to do the thing you want to do. That's all. Like, be honest about it.
Exactly.
That's it. Go ahead, East, because East got something important to say. Hold up, y'all. East got.
No, I don't even want to say it anymore.
I did say a baby because she came up here and she haven't said nothing. I almost.
My bad. I thought you said something real important to say, but my bad.
No, I don't even want to say no more, Tara. Forget it.
I almost forgot baby was up here. I'm sorry, baby. Go
Go,
ahead.
baby. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Do I need to state my age first?
No.
Okay. I don't know where everybody lies. I've been listening, so I think I have a general consensus. But I'll just say this. The prompt says trans women perform womanhood better. The definition of womanhood would literally be the state of being a woman, like the experience of being a woman. So to say that trans women who are inherently men and male perform the state of being a woman, which would be an adult human female, better, would just be an appeal to their feelings. That's literally not true. Men cannot adhere or appeal to womanhood more than women, adult human females, can. So it's just like patting an unaliving dog on the back. It's just pretty stupid, honestly, if you ask me.
So let me clarify where I'm coming from, because I'm not gonna say I agree or disagree, because I've been battling with this, and Tara, my friend up there, me and her talked and Lynn witnessed it because she didn't join in, but she was there. Me and her talked back and forth about it, right? So I went back and forth to the point you got to another point, and if we simplify to this, gender and sex are different. Womanhood, woman is the gender identity. Sex is you're a female human. I understand what you're saying. I get it, but let's keep it to this. If it's true that gender is a social construct and woman is the gender, they win. They got it. You
They
see, you
they
see what's
don't win.
happening? They got it.
They don't win. No, they don't.
No, hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying I get what you're saying. I want you to focus in on what they're arguing and what they're talking about. And we can have another conversation about if it's on purpose. Got it. But I want you to see what's being done here. It's almost like a play on words. It's to shake up the table because we know that there's an experience that female humans have. We know that. And we know that we have fought to be identified as women and not minimized to just our sex. We know that womanhood is more than the pretty dresses and the tea parties and the boy that might take you to prom. We know that there is an inherent risk with being a woman that starts when you are a girl. But if the argument is simply that gender is a social construct and the performance that you have to uh be submissive, you have to shut the fuck up, you have to bend over in the kitchen, you have to bake pies and cakes, you got to be very very demure and kind and soft spoken and motherly and nurturing. If that's what they're saying womanhood is and they say they do it better.
You're right. They would still be wrong. So you mentioned something about shaking the table. If we put trans women on the table and we shake it, they would fall off because womanhood isn't everything you just described. So like nurturing, motherhood, all the things like that. They're not women in any sense. Woman isn't like something that's made up. Woman is just describing the sex, species, and age of a female. Same with girl. So a girl is an adolescent human female, and a woman would be an adult human female.
Yeah,
So they
so
don't adhere to woman or girl in any kind of sense.
no.
I think you're is she agree?
I don't.
Okay.
She gets what I'm saying, but she's
That's the
hyper.
point.
Right, I just don't
Baby,
agree that woman is a
I don't
social
want to. I don't
construct.
want to talk over you. I don't want to talk over your head like you're not here. Uh, a baby. I don't know if you don't get that. I understand that because I get it. I'm unconventional in the way that I speak. I'm country and I be mixing up my thoughts and words. I understand that womanhood is an experience. I understand that woman is the word to describe an adult human female. But in this society, there's a female should behave. That is a social construct. Me and you are two different women. I be cursing folks out. I might be yelling. I'm loud. I be screaming in my phone, girl. And I talk about you if you started doing it right now. Contradictory, all that shit. You might be much more soft spoken and you might be into pretty things that I'm not into, whatever. Does that make me less of a woman? Are you more of a woman? No. Because our experience as a woman there are some similarities, there are some crosses that happen, but I don't have to behave like you to be a woman, right? I can behave how I want. But the social construct is that women have to be submissive, nurturing, and they have to have long hair. They have to dress like it's certain things. They have to be this type of feminine. Like it's certain things that they are saying women are supposed to be. Imagine like the 1950s version that they put on TV. That's the social
Right, I
construct
get what you're
because we know when. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Because I'm like, when World War II
I
happened,
get what you're
didn't that show
saying.
womanhood differently? Okay. Got you.
Sorry, I think
Okay.
you're
Go ahead,
lagging
baby.
behind
I'm
me.
just
So it's
making
like
sure.
I start talking and then you hear me. So like I get there's social constructions conflating women, just like there's social constructions conflating black people or children or men. But women themselves are not social constructs. That's why I would not adhere to the fact that trans women can perform womanhood better than women because they created because they're just men, and woman is not a social construct. They're just simply social constructions conflated around women. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Right. So without going into semantics too much, the point,
Saying the same
I know we
thing.
are. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't get what she. I don't get it.
That's what I would say.
It
I'm
just didn't
yeah,
sound like
but
she was
you're
saying the same thing.
no. It
Because
does
you
sound
coming
like
in, yeah, I think that you think that you know more, so you
right,
think that she's not
right.
saying the same
I never
thing.
said that I know more.
No,
It
you don't
sounds like
have
y'all saying the
to.
same
You
exact
don't. We don't.
thing.
Yeah, you don't have to say that you know you think that you know more than her. We are women. We are in community with women, and we are familiar with all different types of archetypes of women. So we're familiar with the type of woman that you are and the type of personality that you're coming across. You're coming across as until you want to seem more intellectually superior than her because she does talk with AAV in a southern twang, and you feel like because your vernacular is more white
That's just
adjacent
an
that
assumption
you're
you're
what let me
making.
finish I didn't interrupt you. Because your accent is a little bit more white adjacent, that you're intellectually superior than her, but you're actually saying the same exact thing that she said. And when you asked the last time, does that make sense, it didn't make any sense because all you did was just repeat what she said.
I didn't repeat what she said word for word or verbatim. I'm not coming across
I
as if
didn't
she.
say that
Okay,
you
I let
repeated
you
what she
talk, so
said
I appreciate you let me
verbatim.
talk. You're assuming things, and I really don't appreciate that. You're assuming that I think that she's less intellectual than I because I apparently have a white accent or something. I never acted or pretended to appear to be more intellectual than her just because she's Southern. That's just something you presumed. So I don't really get where you're
It'd be a
coming from.
presumption if you weren't like speaking in such a way. But
In what
because
way
you
am I
were speaking in
speaking?
such a way, that's where the presumption comes from.
In what way am I
Because
speaking?
like Lynn and what Black Mamba is saying, you and Mia are saying the same thing. So I don't understand why there's a pushback from you.
Right, I just came to the live after everyone was talking, so I caught bits and pieces of what everyone else was saying.
So then,
Yes, but
For
Mia just explained it to you, so
Right, she
what's the
just explained it to
problem?
me. So obviously, while I was conversating with the host, I didn't actually understand their where they were coming from, which is why I said, "Does that make sense?" And then I guess they can kind of repeated what I was saying in a different context. So I wasn't sure if they were agreeing with what I was saying, and I even stated that when I joined.
Yeah, like I
I
said
literally
earlier, you
joined and
both
I'm
were
sorry,
saying the
I
same
wasn't done
thing.
talking.
You
When I
you
joined,
I
I
both
don't
were
literally
think
you
that.
stated
both were
that I
saying the
didn't.
same thing.
Okay.
I
When I
don't
joined, I
get.
literally stated that I wasn't sure what everyone thought, so I was going to say what I thought. I literally stated that. So for you guys to assume that I'm putting her down or acting as if I'm intellectually superior to her is just you
There
presuming that. You're
wouldn't be an
just
assumption
assuming that
if
I
it
am.
Hold
wasn't
on.
the way you were speaking.
I'm
Yeah,
speaking
and
That's
like
the
I'm
what?
problem.
so when you ask continuously, do you understand what I'm saying? Instead of and we stated to you, we're saying the same thing. So if we understand what you're saying and you don't understand what we're saying, to me the proper question would be, or statement, I don't understand what you're saying. Because if you're saying I'm saying the same thing as you, help me to get on the same page as you, because I don't think so.
So now I'm putting someone down because I didn't ask a question in the way that you would have asked
so
it.
let's reset, and I can and bring you to this because this prompt to me, it seems clear, right? And even based on your like, because when you came in and you said, I don't know what everybody else said. I'm gonna just say how I feel. For you to say how you feel, I'm gonna assume that you must have heard some trans women conversations and you must have came to some conclusion like, let me establish something, because them saying that they are women just because they feel that way goes against my belief, because it sounds like you believe that all a woman is a female adult human, and the term is woman, and then there are experiences surrounding that. So when this prompt is saying trans women perform, in quotations, womanhood better because they created it, and then it goes down to gender is a social construct men created, you would think that you would be able to say, aha, this creator has even must have had a conversation, or there's something going on that I'm missing, where there must have been some type of conversation that would lead this to this, because womanhood is in quotations, right? So regardless of if we want to say womanhood is simply just a marker for what a female adult human is, or a word that you would a English word that you would assign to that description, there is a group of people who are saying that woman is a social construct. Therefore, female humans cannot coin it, cannot own it. It's not theirs. And if it is a social construct and these other women are saying, hey, I'm taking womanhood because I feel like I'm a woman and I'm going to redefine it to fit me, and I could do that because you don't own womanhood, because womanhood is a social construct. When we get to the next part, so gender is a social construct. You would think the light bulbs will go off because they're saying that we don't own womanhood, that they can define womanhood as whatever it is because it's just a gender identity that's a social construct, and we don't get to determine it just because we have a uterus, just because we have a vagina, just because we was assigned female at birth. So
Right.
that's what the
So
conversation is about.
right, I actually know that. That's why I came up here and said that I don't know where everyone else lies, but I was just elaborating on what I believe about the prompt. I'm fully aware of how all of this works, social construct, how people view women, how men are apparently created the social construct. I understand all of that. I was just explaining and defining what I believe to be the truth about this prompt, all of the things entailing it. That's all I was saying. So I don't really know where the presumptions came about me
And I
being
was
more
just saying,
intellectual than
girl,
you
girl, shut the
and
fuck
all that
up.
stuff like that.
Shut
Oh,
the fuck up at this
now
point.
she's yelling at
Oh,
me
Now
fuck
she
again.
you at
playing
this
in my
point.
fucking
Like,
face, talking
shut
about
the
I
fuck up.
actually
What
know
the
that,
fuck
and
are
she
you
talking
talking
about
about?
everybody in the
Yeah.
comments. Hold on, everybody in the comments, like I think it's a miscommunication. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
a
is because you guys are
She
getting
like a
misunderstanding.
bitch.
mad
She
for
does shit
just
on purpose.
saying the
Hold
same
on, a
thing that the
baby.
host
Hold
was
on, a
saying.
baby.
Hold
Now
on,
you saying the same
Mia, get to the circle at the
thing.
bottom. I just want to say, fuck you, girl. Go and get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit. You ain't saying nothing. You
Thank
She
you
thought
you.
she was.
sitting here telling
Thank
women. Hold up, we
You're
you.
talking
all
about
being
a
aggressive because
stereotype.
you think that
Hold
I
up,
feel
no,
smarter
ma'am, no,
than you.
I don't give a fuck. We talking about a fucking stereotype, and you came in here with a group of women to tell us what it's like to be. If you don't shut the fuck up, you not saying nothing, ma'am. Go talk to some
She
niggas with that stupid shit.
She played in our fucking face talking about y'all. She gaslit the fuck out of us, talking about you're projecting. I don't think that I'm better. I don't think that that's not what I'm saying. And she started her sentence
I
with
know enough
I actually
inflections to know bullshit when I hear it.
Right?
Venus.
Thank
She
you.
started her sentence with I actually know that. Like, girl, if you
Yeah,
don't
like you can't fool
go,
me.
Please get the
Your
fuck
own
out of
please.
condescension
here.
since
You hear
birth. You
all of the
cannot fool
shit.
me.
Please.
Why do
Please.
women
Like
attack
Dumb
you're
other women? I
like
don't
it's
inflections.
understand.
literally we get it. You're the smartest girl on
You
the
guys are projecting. I never said that.
How,
you're right.
girl,
We
why
get
are
it, girl.
you
You're the smartest one
gaslighting?
on the
Hold
T
on.
women side of
Hold
TikTok.
on.
But
Hold
over here,
on.
The T
go ahead,
woman
man.
part of
Ease.
TikTok?
Hold on. A baby. You are gaslighting.
No, you're gaslighting
You
yourself.
started no, I'm not.
No, you actually
I'm
are. That's
not.
what's happening right now.
How so? How am
Because
I
you're sitting here
gaslighting
mad.
myself?
You're basically saying you're smart. You
I'm
sound
not
smart, but I'm
mad.
mad because you sound smart. That's what you're saying.
No, no, no,
That's
no.
what
Now,
you're
who
Ooh,
you
Hold
doing.
think so
on,
ooh,
highly
hold
of
now,
yourself?
on,
ooh,
hold on,
please.
hold on, hold on. I can handle it myself. Pause.
Are
I
you sure?
actually said that. Actually, yeah, I can. I actually pointed out little comments that you made
That
throughout
you didn't
your
like.
sentences. Ma'am, you started your sentence with I actually know that when she
Yeah.
was trying to. Are you finished or are you done?
Actually, I never finished. You
Are
guys just
you
wanted to
finished or
try
are you
at the same
done?
time. I
Are
was
you
never
finished or
finished.
are you
Never
done?
finished,
Are
wasn't
you
done.
finished or are you
Are
done?
you finished? Are
Shut
you
the
done?
fuck up.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm not. Shut the fuck up.
Clearly. You
Cause
have to
now you
cuss and
making me
yell to get me
mad.
to.
I do, you
Okay.
stupid bitch. Now
Okay.
what?
Yeah.
Now
Nothing.
I see why
Just act
Tara,
like a
now I
baby.
see why, no, you
Yeah.
act like a
Just act like a
baby.
baby. Go ahead.
Shut your stupid ass up.
Mm-hmm.
You can go on mute now.
That's what she came up here for.
We heard the little words
It
that
isn't
you were
smart. You're
using.
mad about.
Shut up.
You can
Yeah,
just hear the
we
PWI
We
just
clocked
rolling
it.
off.
I
It's
don't,
rolling
nobody
off the tongue.
cares. We clocked it. It's not that she sounds white or she sounds intelligent or any of that.
That's what you
It's
said.
literally, no. I said that you're saying little
That's
words
what you
and
said.
phrases that would lead me to believe that. You literally started your sentence with, I actually know that. If you didn't feel no type of way, why the fuck would you start your sentence like that?
Like, why are you yelling
It's giving,
and cussing?
girl, cause I can, bitch. Why you not yelling and cussing?
Because
A
you
baby,
feel
I got a
stupid.
Why you
question.
not yelling and cussing,
A
stupid?
baby. A baby. I got a question.
Sure, maybe
Well,
they'll let you talk.
the thing is, whatever is going on, you not smart as you think. Cause I
Yeah,
seen your
I'm still
comment.
smarter than you, but okay.
No, you're not smarter than me.
I didn't say I was. Your friends actually did.
Whatever.
Girl, nobody said that. Nobody said that. We said
Wow.
that.
She
Okay.
ain't, yeah.
Please,
That's what she's
knock it
projecting.
off.
You're like, you're not smarter
You
Knock
than
it
right,
off.
me.
you
Knock
I
it
never
right,
off.
said I
you
Please.
right.
was.
We
We get
Obviously,
it.
I
We
projected.
get it.
You
intimidated all of
right.
you
No,
by
give it
talking
to
one
you
We're
time.
did.
projecting.
You did. You did. Tell us
I
what
made
else.
you feel like you were
Tell
dumb.
us. No, no. Yeah, you did. Tell us what
Oh,
else
I'm
about the
sorry
prompt.
I
Go
made you feel
ahead.
like you were dumb.
Go
I didn't
ahead.
mean
No,
to do
no.
that.
Go ahead and tell us what else about the prompt. What else did you
I
feel
mean, I
about the
already did, and you're
prompt?
crashing out,
No, no,
so.
no, no. I want you to go on,
I already did,
elaborate
and you're
on
crashing
more.
out.
Okay. No, now that we're on the same page, elaborate or get
Okay,
the
if we're on
fuck
the same
down.
page, then why are you offended?
Okay, bitch. I don't fucking have time for your stupid ass no more. I'm about to send you to 25 because I'm not about to play with this stupid bitch tonight. I'm really not about to play with her dumb ass. I'm really fucking tired of these people
It's
on
no big.
TikTok.
That ain't no big deal. Before Lombardi go, he done twerked all on Terra panel. Now he over here. But Chad wife, it's so funny because I remember you from last year, and I'm so glad that Liz clocked. You know, I don't know if you're a woman, man, them, they, whatever, and don't give a fuck. It's always interesting when y'all come in here with these capes on, not knowing what the fuck y'all talking about. And it leads me to believe that because trans folks are marginalized, they get to be misogynistic. Not internalized misogynistic, but misogynistic. And throwing around the word turf is so comical because I want y'all to come up with a name for the men who be unaliving them. I want y'all to come up with a name for the men that they claim that cis women put them in danger for outing them. What are those men's names? I want it to be clever, quickly. Quickly. Come up with some names on those men that be giving them eyeballs and then they don't know if they want to clock their tea or not. Quickly come up with a name for those. I want y'all to come up with the names for the GAY men who be dog dragging trans women. I want y'all to come up with a name very quickly now. Very quickly. Because you can call me turf, surf, or I'm worth it. I don't give a fuck what you say. Because we are, again, I'm gonna say it again, cause y'all dizzy in the brain. Y'all ditzy. If they're marginalized and we marginalized, then it cut even. They gonna be misogynistic and we gonna be turf. I'm gonna be turf. They gonna be misogynist and I'm gonna be turf. Whatever. They gonna be operating in their male brain. I'm gonna be operating in my survival. Potato potato. Y'all gonna stop thinking that certain harmful rhetoric is okay because you say it is because you marginalized in one area. Whatever the fuck that is. No. This prompt was very much misogynistic, very much so, and I'm gonna talk about it. So when y'all come up with a name for the men who doing the harm, then we'll work through because it sounds like we could put all that on the back burner. Auntie Water said, "Who gives a damn if there's men unaliving women, if it's femicide, if it's unaliving trans women? Who gives a damn about the laws? Who give a damn about Roe v. Wade? Who give a damn about affirmations? who give a damn about affirming care, who give a damn about all that. Because right now, the girls are fighting, and I want to be in on it. I'm tired of getting my head tagged. I like to fight back. So since the girls
Um,
fighting, I'm going to be on the side that's fighting. I want to fight back. So we ain't worried about the actual harm that's being done. We gonna go back and forth with each other. And I wanna be in. So as long as she having her lives about trans cis women being jealous, I'ma have these lives. And we gonna let bygones be bygones. We're gonna let the men get away with doing whatever they do.
Turf is if 2008 is historical, I'm fucking my flabbers are gasted.
My bad, Chad wife. I
Cause
didn't.
didn't turf come around? Isn't that a term that was coined in the early 2000s?
Yep.
Then
Yes.
how the fuck? Damn, if that's historical, then God, shit, man, my
Contemporary at
flappers are
best, it's not really
I wanted to
historical.
now that
and
Chad
There's
also
debate to that.
okay, but it again, turf is a word that people use to kind of shut down conversations like this. And still, I want to know. Mia's question still stands, regardless of the word being historical or not.
I put it in the chat again. I don't know if it was censored, but I just said violent. Misogynist would be the answer. I don't think we should.
How is that the same as turf? That's not even
Well,
an acronym.
Well, the question that was at, it doesn't have to be not. So, at least for me, I speak as a radical feminist. I just think that the way I use TERF is just a descriptor of particular ideology or particular schools of thought that feminists might engage in. So, when I asked if there was a TERF on the panel, it wasn't to shut anything down. I was just curious what the
Well,
But
why
hold
question.
would
on.
you
You
assume
said
there'd
you
be a
said
turf
what?
on the
Hold on.
wait,
panel?
She
you
talked to
didn't
hold on.
ask. You didn't ask if there was a turf on the panel. You specifically asked me. You
Right,
said
and I want you to
you're
respond, East, but
Yeah, that's fine.
because that's why she was talking to you, East, and you definitely do get the response. She was specifically talking to you, but I want to be clear: the turf hold on, the thought that you're speaking of, this is not the feminist thought. There's no feminists who are trans and exclusionary who talking like I'm talking. That's how I know y'all disingenuous. That's how I know y'all be putting on the cake blindly for motherfuckers who do not do it for you, because they talking about being affirmed and they don't give a fuck about Roe v. Wade. But women who exclude trans folk do not have this conversation. One, two, when Supreme was running around this app acting a fool, she was saying disgusting things. That's not what's being said up here. That's how I know y'all don't give a fuck. But go ahead, Eve.
Well, I'll
I'm glad
respond to
that
that
you
in a
brought
bit.
up. Well, hold on, Chad. I'm glad that you brought up Supreme because the reason I'm pretty sure the reason why you asked me specifically, East, are you a turf now, was because I was one of the main people that was against Supreme when she came up on this app and was actually being a trans exclusionist, right? So the fact that you're specifically asking me without knowing the context of this conversation simply because I refer to trans women as T women is kind of insane to me, especially when you say that you're a radical feminist and then came in the conversation halfway through and didn't even understand the context in which I was using it.
So it wasn't just the.
To answer your question, to answer your question, no, I'm not a TERF. I'm not a trans exclusionary radical feminist. I don't consider myself even a radical feminist at all. I'm just a black woman wanting to have a conversation with other T women about womanhood, about what their experiences is, of what my experiences are, and we haven't been able to do that. When we tried to have the conversation with T women, it has been met with nothing but hostility and disrespect. We're trying to have a respectful conversation with them, but instead they're sending in minions. The first one that came in was extremely disrespectful, called us all type of bitches, hoes, referred to our genitalia as large, gaping, open, wide. It was actually very disgusting. The T women that did come up on the panel did not want to have the conversation. Instead, they tried to dictate how the conversation would go and who would be allowed to participate in the conversation, which is ridiculous and also very much male privilege. Now, for anyone to ever insinuate that I'm a turf is crazy, and it's almost as if
because we have, again, what we have done is put the cape on so hard, we've tied it around our necks that we can't even breathe, we can't even be allowed to speak and have a conversation with anyone without being called a turf.
East, I unironically asked in the best faith possible because I wanted to understand what the thought process was. Because I do like you, we are mutuals.
You was
We engage
wrong. Just
in
apologize. You fucked
several
up.
several
Damn.
lives previously. I didn't assume anything. It was a genuine good faith
You
question.
ain't
I even
assume
think I
it.
joined the
You
live.
fucking lying.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think I even joined the live and I asked what was going on because I didn't know what was like I truly didn't know and I didn't want to assume
You knew
anything.
what you was doing.
I
What the
Liz
fuck you
trying to
mean?
say something, y'all. She been trying to say something.
I think the host
Yeah,
said I
because this
could
woman
go
ain't saying
after
shit.
or go
Let
before
Liz
Liz.
go, because you ain't talking about nothing.
I'm responding to East. I'm
No,
not even
you
talking
lying
to
though.
you. I don't
Nobody
even know
want
who
to hear that
you
shit.
are. I'm not even talking to you. And or someone a mod said I could go after Liz.
We all saw what you put on in the chat. You don't want to
I
own up to it.
then I'm not
Let
talking
Liz
to you. You
go.
saw it. I'm applying clarity
All
to
right, you're a
something else.
liar. All
This
right, you're
isn't
a
a
liar.
conversation.
Let Liz go. We don't
Liz,
care.
the hostess said Liz could go after me. So
She
I've
don't
already
want to hear
gone.
that shit either. She don't
I'm
want to
not
hear that
worried
shit
about what you
either.
want to hear. I'm trying to talk to
No, no,
East,
no. The
and
host don't want to hear that bullshit either, because
the
you're not
host said
saying
I could
nothing.
go. So I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
but she didn't know you about to lie. The
what
fuck?
I'm lying about? What? I don't even know what you're talking about. I think you're doing is adding a lot of division and unnecessary antagonism as I'm trying to have a conversation in good faith with someone else that's not
All
related to
So
right,
me.
you're
all right.
calling
You
you're
got it. Go
okay.
ahead,
So
Liz.
that's what
So
Tara's doing, but you're the one in here saying, "Easter, are you a turf now? Is
I
there a turf on this panel?" No, if anyone is adding like unnecessary division, it is you, ma'am.
I asked a question
That
in the
is
comment
unnecessary
section
division.
and sent a request totally unrelated to that. So I came actually to talk about what like turfism and even engage with the discourse about weaponizing like female genitalia as an insult and I even had parallels to like gay men and all that and how they engage in the same behavior as well. So I did come in to engage in the conversation in good faith. But I did want to at least give
But do you, Chad Wife, see why it would be assumed that you were not engaging in a good faith conversation because you're in the comments asking, is anybody a turf on this panel? Okay,
I
what
didn't
if
ask if
there,
anybody is a turf. I asked
or you
East. I
asked
tagged
East if
East
she was a
specifically and
turf
asked East specifically. I was like, "Are
now?
you a turf now?"
Okay.
And then I
But
did like
what does it?
But
But
that's
Chad,
not good faith.
a sad like
Hold on, can
emoji
I?
like as a
So
representation of like a
okay, all right. So so you say you're a radical feminist. What aspects of radical feminism do you relate to and do you believe
I'm
in?
I played around with Dorkin for a little bit, and I've kind of found my own way from there. But there's a mix of like womanist identity that I follow, subsets of Dorkin that I engage
What
in.
woman is what womanist ideas do you follow?
I mean, I'm a big follower of Bell Hooks, so I like her concepts of love and identity.
But I'm talking about radical feminism
But
specifically.
Dorkin was the radical feminist example, the
But
radical
what
feminist
okay.
like
follower.
what aspects of
Okay,
the
so
philosophy behind radical
abstainment.
feminism do you like?
I abstain in regards to relationship dynamics at the most extreme and sexual dynamics at the most extreme when it comes to navigating those day to days. I plan on being child free, generally at the most extreme. Like engagement with like religious practices, condemnation on my day to day of like particular patriotic engagement religiously, things like that are the behaviors you may see me manifest on a day to day experience.
Okay, that's
Real
all good
quick,
with me. Hold on. I was asking something at the same time as Liz. What womanist ideologies do you follow?
So I brought up bell hooks and her concepts of love and identity. So it
Uh,
could be things
in
like
regards to what? Because
I was give,
womanism is a term coined used by black women.
I'm
So
a
in
black
regards to
woman.
what?
I'm a black
Oh,
woman, just to
okay.
clarify.
I did. Oh, okay. Because your picture not black. You don't sound black.
Not Zendaya,
Um.
but
Okay. It's a
um,
group of white people.
it's challenges, babe. I love the movie, but
I don't know what the hell that is.
it's
I
Zendaya.
I
Come
don't.
on, clock in.
Okay, I
Like
see Zendaya, but it's also two white men on there. Am I tripping?
It's the movie. Like you gotta know to know. You know,
No, I didn't. I
It's
haven't seen Challengers.
girl, tap in. You're not tapped in.
Okay, I
Chad,
thought you were a white woman, so
No,
I was
I'm
like,
a
"What
black.
the
I'm
hell you
sorry.
talking about?
I
okay,
What womanist ideologies? What you talking about?" I thought you was trying to
Oh
relate.
no, I'm sorry. I gotta put a disclaimer on my bio or something. I'm
so
sorry, guys.
so
It's not just y'all.
okay, so I'm still trying to understand because none of that helped me get to the what I think is the important question.
Sure.
What about trans women perform womanhood better because they created it and gender is a social construct men created? Is turf adjacent?
So I'm not necessarily, so I don't think your background is turf adjacent. I think it was more specifically some rhetoric that I had caught. Like now, if you ask me, I won't be able to remember verbatim what it was, but something I heard was like, oh, maybe that's like a little, like, let me see what's going on with that. But I definitely, so I didn't call her a turf. I asked the question. I wish we could go back in the comments and
Yeah, because there wasn't a question mark in that comment. You called her a turf.
no, I did not. I did not say Issa a
Yes, you
turf.
did.
I
I
asked her,
scrolled up. I
I
took a
said, are you a turf
screenshot.
now? That was the question.
You didn't. That wasn't the question, though. You
That
didn't
was the
ask the
question.
question. You just said, "Oh, you a turf now."
No,
That's
she
a,
said,
are you a
Are you
turf
a
now? That's a
turf now?"
question.
That's a question. Come on, let's move past that
Like I want.
and answer what Mia answering asked her.
But yeah, we can go back to yeah, that's important. But no, I think that at least for the background, there are definitely intentionally antagonistic rhetoric that I think can be made, and I think especially followed through with like comments about like vaginas. I don't know how to censor that, but like that part was inappropriate. I think like calling women bitches is like out of line, etc. But yeah, I think that's
So let me play.
antagonistic.
So let me play this, and I want to see what you think before we get Asia in. Let me play. Let me
Okay.
play back this and see what you feel.
You as a cis woman, why you're mad? Like you personally, you are. She's gonna say. She's gonna say her point. Go ahead. Um, what's making me mad and what's annoying to me is that even with what y'all just explained, men, cisgender men, cishet men are the problem. Mm-hmm. And anytime these conversations are happening, and when we're conflating two different situations, and we do not have.
Would you agree, Chad? Before I, because I'm asking this trans woman this question, that cishet men are what we as women collectively talk about.
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
agree.
Okay, so let me play.
Okay.
Conversation about some cis women and their concerns and understanding where trans women are coming from, it makes it messy and it makes it this petty thing where it's like all these women all these cis women are causing trouble when we know it's men. At the root of it is men. For every woman that comes up here, I'm sorry. Jika. I'm sorry. Cis people. For us who are trans, cis people are the problem. Period. Chica, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna lie. No, hold on. It's not men. It's not women. For us who are trans, cis people are the problem. There's a woman in Congress right now who is fighting, like windmilling at trans women for no good reason. A whole group of them to pass anti-trans legislation. There are cis women who come in here every day and attack us for being who we are. There's a cis woman in the chat right now who just called me Unc. And so when we do this thing where we like to infantilize women and make it seem like women are so passive and not a problem for anybody. There's a book that called They Were Her Property.
I'm gonna pause it there because first of all, what the fuck they got to do with it? She was talking to me, a black woman, cisgender woman, but I want to know: did you catch what she did?
Maybe I missed it. I feel comfortable saying I missed it. Can you explain what you
So
saw
she
that?
said cis people is the problem, and then went on to talk about cis women.
Oh, I think. Oh, I guess I caught that then. Yeah.
And
If we really, oh, go ahead.
because her prompt is cis an assumed cis woman yelling, "I'm the proof blueprint," and a assumed trans woman saying, "I'm the improvement."
We really break down like the women in Congress who are trying to pass these bills, right, are extremely male centered. They're operating in a patriarchal, internalized misogyny, that type of mindset. So again, the problem still leads back to men. And if you want to be honest, that is what cis women are fighting for and against. And we can't recruit trans women on this fight because whenever we want to have the conversations about things that are deeper than who can use the bathroom and who can't use the bathroom and all that, it always ends up with trans women saying that cis women are jealous because they look better. It always goes back into some male identifying, male performing type shit. So yes, it is a problem. Men are the problem in essence.
I guess at least for this is just for like my curiosity. Um, do you guys like okay, rather than maybe I'm more curious, it would when it, like if there were let's say there's no a society with no men at all. Do you guys believe that transphobia would still exist or do you guys think that it like innately comes from like men in the patriarchy?
Do you mean
Um,
no men at all?
Pardon? Sorry.
What do you mean when you say no men at all? Do you mean no males?
Um, I guess like the gender description of men.
So
So
there would still be males?
yeah, like trans women. Yeah.
See what I'm
Well, sign. So it is of my belief that um, I'm not what is it called? Damn, what's the word that we used earlier that
Turf.
Princella be? I'm not. No, not a
Oh
term.
no, that.
I'm not a gender essentialist, right?
Oh. Mm,
I think that I think that men are socialized to be the way that they are, which is harmful to women. And it is my belief that I want to have this conversation, and women are also socialized to be harmful to other women for the approval and for the benefit of men, right? We're in competition, we knock other women down in order to get approval and attention from men. Self-esteems are shattered, we aren't treated a certain way, we are gaslit into thinking it ain't enough men, all the things, right? um I think that trans men, just like cis women, just like cis men, are socialized a certain way. And I think that they are socialized to be men in this world. Therefore, there's no way that women can have internalized misogyny and men can be misogynistic, but trans women can escape unscathed without any sort of internalized misogyny, whatever way you want to put it, or sexism.
mm. Okay.
I also
Thank you,
like
guys.
to add to that that that's not necessarily the correct way to ask that question. Like, it's not even like if there were no men or males, would there still be T phobia without having the conversation of the what white supremacy and Abrahamic religions play in that part? Because for thousands of years before colonization, uh, T, pe- uh, T people and two spirited people have always existed in respective societies of indigenous cultures. So the question you should be asking is if there wasn't colonization, Abrahamic influences, or white supremacy, would there be T phobia? That's also part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, because
Um, I think that's the more like nuanced form, but I was just the honest intention was
I
just to
mean,
understand.
you could say that it is, but at the core of it, it's not.
Well,
Because when you look at the history of
I
colonization,
thought I let you
the f-
finish. No shit. You didn't even hear the end of what I had to say, right? But
I mean, don't get snippy with me.
I'm not getting snippy. I'm just
It's
asking to
late.
finish talking. Like I don't think that's a big demand. No, that was
It's
snippy.
late.
I know, hey, and I want to go to bed.
Just let
We
her
can get.
finish. Hold on. Just let her finish.
Um, but what I think it's definitely there's more nuances that would engage in like what it means to have trans or what it means for transphobia to exist. The intention of my question was just to understand if women can perpetrate or engage in transphobia, or does it exist outside of cis men, because I had heard the person on the live in the whatever recording I just heard, they were saying that like cis women can propagate and do enable transphobia. So that's what I was trying to understand with the thought experiment.
Um, so to answer that question, because I understood you,
Thank you.
I didn't understand you correctly.
No,
I
you're
do
okay.
believe that cis women, I believe, I don't know about any of the other, I'm speaking for myself,
Hmm.
that cis women can um be transphobic. I do believe that they can.
Hmm.
Um, however, I don't agree. Well, I guess I couldn't be the one to say this, but I think that it's crazy. And I don't want to say crazy, that's the wrong word to lose. So for lack of better terms, I'm gonna say crazy, and I don't mean that literally. I think it's crazy that trans women equate cis women calling them names, and I think that's what Mia meant when she said that, to cis men unaliving them, because they say when we are having these conversations, trans women oftentimes, and they said it literally, say that the words women say are more harmful than men unaliving them. And I still think that that's a touch of internalized misogyny and like pick meism. Because how can you say, just me personally, I'm not understanding how you can say that a woman saying that you look like a man, or you're not cute, or you're not performing femininity the way that she thinks femininity should be performing, and you don't deserve to pee in the same bathroom as her, is the same as a man unaliving you, or like bashing your head in, or committing an act of violence against you.
Um, I understand that sentiment. I really do. And though I don't. I don't I have not experienced hearing that response from trans people. I'm sure it has happened, and I do think that there is absolutely a level of misogyny present there. If like rhetoric is obviously this is may not be my place, but if rhetoric alone is more violent than like some of the physical violence that we may see manifesting, or even like legislative violence, which I think is also important, or like economic violence, et cetera, et cetera. That is a little bit more than rhetoric. And I'd say as a Black woman, I'd say the same for even like experiences with racism. Being called the N word is bad, sure. But I think it's more bad if Black people are like being segregated. Like, to be honest, like
And I gotta
that to
let
me is
Asia hasn't got a chance to speak
okay. Sorry.
because there's
Yes.
somebody else
Hi.
who
So
and
I agree. I agree
hold on,
with
Asia.
Black. Okay.
Hold on, Asia, real quick, because I do want you to go. But I want to make one thing clear. With that being said, trans women say that they have to stealth, or they have to pass, they have to perform to live, like it's about their survival. Then that has to be extended to women have to survive. Cisgender women have to survive. So if that means if the threat is a male in the bathroom, and that can break down the identity of being a quote unquote woman, you got to extend that same understanding to cisgender women. It just look different. Let's be very clear. But let Asia go, and then we can talk about that more, because I think we be missing. We want a real one sided, and it's weird. Go ahead, Asia.
Okay. So I agree with what Black. I think is Mama. I don't know what the rest of the words say. But
Mhm.
I agree with what she said. It seems like every time you try to have these conversations with trans people, that they get very defensive. They barely let you speak, and they don't want to hear anything that you have to say. So it's very hard to have these kind of conversations without them being offended. But I had told another trans woman that I don't like to be called a cis woman. So
Yeah.
they said, "Oh, it's not like that. It's a certain type of term." But I said I still don't like it. I'm just a woman. So I explained that to them a couple of times, and they still decided to call me a cis woman. Everybody has their own preferences, right? Just like you, other people like to be addressed by their pronouns and things like that. Respect me by what I like to be called. If I don't like to be called a cis woman, why is it an issue for me to not be called a cis woman? That was just a question of mine that I had for everybody else. But yeah, that was that.
I can answer
Um
that. I can answer that. I'm gonna call you a cis woman because I have to be called a trans woman.
right.
I mean, that's the simple answer. It is out of shade. That's just the truth to it. Is it an indicator that I'm open to? I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't really give a fuck. Like whatever. Cause I am inclusive of the woman's experience. I do think that it's nuanced to it, but I'm inclusive too. I don't give a fuck. But if we're gonna be honest, cis is used as a way to put a label on you because the label's put on me because the whole identity of trans is to be affirmed in their feeling. That is what it's about. So it is uncomfortable to be labeled a trans woman when I need to be affirmed in my identity. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw something on you. So, but you could go ahead, Asia.
Yeah, when it comes to that, even if I see a trans woman, I don't even say trans woman. I just say woman. Whatever a person likes to be called, I just say I respect the term. I don't have to put a label directly in front of it. So I don't get why a label has to be directly in front of me. But also, I don't feel like fish is a slur. To me, fish is a term of endearment. So I don't really consider fish a slur. I feel like if a trans person called me a fish, you think I'm that girl. So I don't really care about if they call me a fish or not. So that right there is not. It doesn't make me offended when they say that. So I don't. I guess it's everybody's preference.
Yeah, so I think because the same way being called fish does not offend you, but being called cis does offend you. Can you see the like
It's
the
interesting.
dichotomy? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing because just like it's just a term. It's not necessarily like I just feel like it's a term of
And
endearment.
cis is a medical term, and it's just the descriptor. And I think when we're having these types of conversations, it's important that we're describing, because if we're talking, if there's five trans women and five cis women on the panel, and we're all having a conversation
All right, Tim.
about how are we supposed to understand each other and what we're talking about, and me personally, I don't care about being called cis, because if I'm talking to a trans woman and I'm talking about my experience as a cis woman, I think me having to say female assigned gender at birth, that's a lot. That's a mouthful. And my I don't my grandma always told me, she said, why use 10 words when one will do? But for me, I don't want to be called fish. I think that that's disgusting. I think it's disrespectful. I don't care how you use it. I know for a fact that it's never. Then if it's a term of endearment, why not call me a tiger? Why not call me a fairy? Why not call me you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Why
I get
not
what you're
Right.
call me,
saying.
Can someone
but
explain that?
you're
So
referring to fit. Like, I think I don't want to keep being gaslit into saying that fish, we all understand where the term fish is coming from. It's referring to, because men are obsessed between what's between our legs, and it's referring to women, the negative stereotype that female genitalia has as being fishy or stinky or dirty. And that's something that has always been a negative stereotype and levied against women for a very,
That's
very
really
long
true.
time. That's where, hold on, Asia, I just want to finish. That's where the term is coming from. And it's the same thing when they're saying, oh, you're serving catch you next Tuesday. Why are they not why are they not saying, "Oh, you're serving cis"? Like that, those that's the misogyny that I want to talk about within the community. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to have a conversation about, well, you can't afford this person, you're just jealous because I'm so much prettier than you. I want to talk about, why is it okay for trans women to refer to women in a derogatory term, and then also, why is it okay for do you understand what I'm saying, Asia?
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, I'll go ahead and land, because now I'm using 10 words instead of one.
No, I definitely get what you're saying. That's why I said it just kind of
Hold on.
depends.
Can y'all hear me? I
Hmm.
need to explain it to every, because a lot of people keep
Mhm.
asking, so I want to explain again. Um, so fish is a term that drag queens use, trans use, GAYs use in order to describe a woman, a trans woman, a drag woman who passed as a cisgender woman. They also use it to describe women supposedly who are baddies, because the woman who is passing, the trans woman, the drag woman, is also considered a baddie if she can pass, right? Why would they use the term fish, Asia, like Black Mama said, to describe someone, a trans woman or a drag woman who is passing as a cisgender woman? That's just like if I said that, if I call a white woman who acting black a monkey, if I say, "What's up, monkey?" We start calling white women who act black and like can pass like for mixed at monkeys.
I get what you're saying. I definitely, because now you're saying it from that perspective. I definitely agree that it can be used. I just definitely agree that it can be like,
It's not
It's
used.
misogynistic.
So,
yeah, it
so
is
Asia, it's
because
not used as a slur. It's not used. The connotation behind it is supposed to be, oh, you serving fish, girl. Like you're doing it, girl. You look good. That is the energy. But what we're saying is, because there's a dismissal and there's a minimizing of cisgender women, they can take a word that is inherent, that not inherently, that is offensive, that was intended to be offensive, to talk about our private area, and make it into that term. They get to do that themselves. And the dark part about it, before we go to smoothie, the dark part about it is that it is based on them not having that. Is That's not a part of that, ain't mine. Like I have this. I don't have that. So I can utilize your private area however I want to. And that just goes right back to how misogyny works in the way women's bodies get mocked. So it's being mocked. Our bodies are being mocked, and they don't care because they don't have that.
And
Their coochie is the booty.
I wanted to say before Smoothie go real quick, it's the same thing how cis hetero men shame each other, shame other men by calling other men a bitch or a pussy. You know, to them, being called a man calling another man a pussy is one of the most disrespectful things that a man could call him. So, but it's always referred to the female form. Anything that comes out of a man's mouth towards another man that is disrespectful is always referred to as the female form. And if I just cannot accept that you calling someone fish is, yeah, you're that girl. That's like, if I called you fish, if a cisgendered woman called another cisgendered woman fish, like, that would not be a term of endearment at all.
Go ahead, Smoothie. Go ahead, Smoothie.
Uh-oh.
Y'all were waiting for me. Sorry.
It's
I
all,
was
no, it's all right. You've
outside.
been cutting.
Yeah, sorry. The fire truck came, so just give it a second. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, but sorry. Just give me a moment. Yeah.
Girl, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think there's a deeper thing that's happening. And this the thing. It's sometimes Asia it's hard to confront that because a wall is already up because they're not ready to have that conversation because a lot of people in the community who are male humans have not thought about it. It's not a conscious thing. They're not consciously saying, "Oh, I'm gonna use the word fish because I can because I'm a man and I can do this." It's a subconscious thing that is passed on. Like the term has been passed down, and because of the timing where the term was created, it was we a lot of people in the community have not sat down and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. While we were fighting our oppression, we missed that we were in a world that was misogynistic and treated women as fucking bottom of the barrel. And that's just important. But go ahead, Smooth. I see you unmute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I think honestly, a lot of the issue in terms of like acknowledging like which groups can and can't like perpetuate certain systems, I think the issue is with like how, at the very least, like we're discussing like how misogyny operates. I think like one thing that like I try to acknowledge is like misogyny or the patriarchy like isn't only like used against women, and like I know the whole thing like, oh, like men are harmed by the patriarchy too, but like a trans woman, like not even trans, like trans women, yes, but like cisgender men, like even when they try to like, let's say a cisgender man like likes the color pink or something like that, or wants to like be feminine or express some type of like femininity in some capacity, like they do like experience like the activity related to that, and that is still an extension of misogyny. So I think that a lot of the time, like when we have these discussions, we're not able to acknowledge like how ourselves like as individuals contribute to certain systems, whether we consciously or unconsciously, and like rather than making it like a them versus us thing, or just like a oh, we're the victims and like they're the oppressors. These systems like work like hand in hand. They work to uphold each other, and they work in a way that necessitates one another. So I think that like and even with that, like I don't think like any one of us here should be used like as like the representative or like as the voice of like whatever collective or group, so I just think like there's just like a lot of nuances in terms of how we understand like misogyny and patriarchy, and we get like really caught up in the weeds by trying to like not villainize, but like identify like how a group or collective of people are like negatively contributing to it while also being victims of it. I don't think that that's like really pragmatic in terms of how we discuss unpacking the patriarchy, or how we can dismantle it in a way that will benefit us
But
as
Smoothie,
people.
I
Hmm.
want you. So this the issue.
Hmm.
Um, the prompt that I screenshotted, I want to be able to be in. I don't. I want to be able to be in a space where I'm not weaponizing my oppressiveness. Me being oppressed. Excuse me. I'm sleepy. Me being oppressed or marginalized. I want to sit in it and let that trauma fill up and me spew shit like everybody else do. What I'm asking for is I want the same grace that those marginalized groups get. Right, even men. I want the same grace men get. If this patriarchy that men collectively created to marginalize and subjugate female humans and femme presenting folk, if they're victims of it because of how the hierarchy and capitalism and all these other things work, and they do deplorable things, the least I can do is talk shit. And I want to do that. I want to, when I see trans women have inflammatory conversations like this, I want us to be okay with both of us having them.
Honestly, Mia, I do see that. Honestly, I do, and I understand it. But at least, like from what you've been saying throughout how I've seen you in the conversation, you are at a place where you're able to critically think. And a lot of people who are engaging in those conversations, who are doing those things, aren't. They're ignorant or just stupid. And with you having like sense in the most like neutral like sense, you like knowing you have the consciousness, it does kind of like unfortunately put you in a spot of responsibility.
Thank
Um,
you. I'm glad
yeah,
that you said that. I
so
I can respect that, and that's my problem. That's the part that's frustrating
yeah,
to me. Is
yeah,
that being a black cisgender woman puts you in a place where you know and you can't unknow what you know, and
yeah.
you're responsible, and that's
Mm.
exhausting. Cause
Yeah, it
I
is.
ain't perfect. I'm tired. Cause I've tried to have this conversation. I'm very understanding, but if we gonna sling mud, I'ma sling it, and it's gonna hurt me. Like my mama, like not my mama never spanked me. Let me say my grandma, cause she did. Like my grandma would say, it hurt her more than it hurt me. It's gonna hurt me more than it hurt them because I do know better. But
But
but I'm
even with
tired.
what you like said, like with the slinging mud, and like you used your grandmother as an analogy, bringing it like more to like how it impacts society. The mud that you'd be slinging would impact people who didn't sling mud. In the same way, like when mud hits you, you may not have like slung the mud first or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the issue. Like, especially when you are like conscious in a sense, you have like not have to, but I do think it's necessary to have a sense of like empathy, I guess, and you've already
No, I
acknowledged
get
that,
what
but
you're
like
saying. I just
yeah,
don't
but
like
like
it. But
yeah,
I get what you're
yeah, I get it.
saying.
Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
get it. It's exhausting.
It's
Can
like
I
a
Yeah,
hold on,
burden. Yeah.
Smoothie?
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chad. I
Hmm.
just have a question. A
Hmm.
question of clarity for Smoothie.
Hmm.
Um, are you saying I don't know what you talk about, Venus? Are you saying that um us having conversations about like the way trans women perpetuate like internalized misogyny and misogyny and misogynoir and tropes about like black women and the harmful things they say about black women, we are to be silent about it in essence? Is
Oh,
that what you're saying? Or like
oh,
we can't have those conversations because um what I understood was essentially that um we know better. Like we
oh
know.
no, yeah, no.
Mm-mm.
So
Okay. So
my
okay.
yeah, what I was
Yeah.
saying, what I was saying was specifically addressed towards like it was the opposite actually. So when we talk about like the experiences of like trans women, specifically like them like speaking about their experiences, when they talk about like how cis women perpetuate like the patriarchy and stuff like that, it's also important to acknowledge that like if you're able to consciously like acknowledge like that these systems of oppression exist and how they're upheld like by people who are within it and are victims of it, you like have a responsibility to do that for at least like for like trans people perpetuating the patriarchy. I have an issue number one with like grouping a collective of people to perpetuate a system, and not inherently, I don't think like for instance if we're discussing men now I would have an issue with that, but I have an issue specifically with that in terms of trans women because it's like you're kicking a dead horse. Like this group of people like already like gets dehumanized to such a disgusting extent. It's honestly like egregious. I don't see how pragmatic it would be to discuss like how trans women perpetuate the patriarchy while they're like the group that's been like the strongest, like the loudest and the most negatively impacted by it. So I'm just not seeing that.
Well,
Really?
hold
That's not
on, wait a minute. Let me just say this.
You said that's
That
true?
I don't think that that's true. I
Me
strongly,
neither.
strongly agree.
Can
I
you
that
create an order,
Trans women?
Mia
I don't.
or Mamba?
Yeah, yeah. Because Liz wanted to go, and then we could just cycle around. But I wanted to say, um, patriarchy has been affecting women for over 4,000 years, like 4,000+ years. There has been there's society there. Patriarchy has touched every corner of this earth. Patriarchy is so ingrained in society that women, even women, are that are uphold patriarchy to their own detriment. I don't think that saying that men are trans women are the most affected of patriarchy when they're just now getting legislation that that just now getting anti-trans legislation that a majority of YT men period are pushing in Congress when there has been 4,000-year-old pieces of legislation that said that women couldn't even own property, that women couldn't even inherit have their own last names. So for you to, I just find that completely egregious for you to say that trans women are the most detrimentally affected by patriarchy. I don't
So
agree with
while
that.
trans women, excuse me, while Black women, like were prevented from like owning property, what do you think, like Black trans women, for instance, were experiencing during that same period?
Let me address that before Liz go. They were being covered by a male presenting body.
Oh,
So trans women that you're talking about in the time that we're talking about, I'm going to say they existed and they were with six packs and beards covering them from the experience that female humans were experiencing. So all of that, like their deep-seated feelings that they had to live with, that psychological damage, although I empathize with it, was not being presented. That was just their experience. There is an unalived trans person from 1842 who never got to experience their reality. I believe they're in a grave with a Mr. So and so on it, and I empathize with that. But we gonna stop playing. They said it themselves out their mouth. I'm not talking about all trans women. I'm talking about these particular ones. They said out their mouth that the biggest issue is that a cisgender woman is affirmed in her experience of being a woman, while trans women are not affirmed, and they need affirming care. They need to be able to be presented or perceived, perceived as a woman to be affirmed. That has nothing to do about what Issa's talking about.
yeah,
And
but
keep in mind,
you
and keep
did
hold
say.
on, hold on, hold on. But keep
Mhm.
in mind, let me add this, Smoothie. Keep in mind that womanhood is not defined by your genitalia or your body parts per trans women. Or womanhood is also not defined by weaves, wigs, lashes, and makeup. That's not what womanhood is defined by. So in a world where you can be harmed for being born black and you're a trans woman living inside of a male body, right? And you are not able to put on a dress or get like a gender affirming surgery, which it did not exist in 1865. Like you wasn't going to be able to get a gender affirming surgery, right? Um you had to exist as male. Meanwhile, black women had to exist as being black, no other choice, and oppressed and beaten and unalive simply for being born at even black children. So let Liz been waiting, y'all.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, I just find it interesting that like um this idea of trans women being the most oppressed, because like some trans women are white males,
Liz,
and
we're not. I'm not talking about white people right now.
so okay, but you didn't
We
specify
should.
that.
It's a
I don't. I mean, were you guys talking about about white women as well, or just Black women?
No,
my
no,
first
hold
point
on. The
was
woman
my
that
first point.
wait, hold on before you go, because I want to let Liz finish. I just want to clarify. The woman in the video clip I just played for Chad, and you was in the queue, she brought up white folk. But go ahead, Liz.
Yeah. So
It's
like
me, a black woman. Sorry.
yeah. Um. But furthermore, like I don't think that it's like misogyny is for men, like, and patriarchy, all that, that is for men to fix, right? And if every woman completely, like, what is the word, deconstructed from patriarchy, like completely, patriarchy wouldn't, like, that wouldn't make a difference, because we're not the ones who are at the top of that system. We're the ones being oppressed by it. So, like, I don't think it is very useful to sit back and say, well, I don't know if I can say anything because I also, like, uphold patriarchy, which, like, in some ways we do,
Oh, I
but, like,
didn't. I'm
but
sorry.
but also, if we all of us decided not to, it still wouldn't be going anywhere, which tells you that it's not like this. It is not us that is, like, making the problem still exist. It's men who are.
Yeah, saying a white T trans woman is more oppressed than a black cis woman is kind of crazy fucking
Wait,
work.
who said that? Just to clarify.
Well,
Because you
the
didn't
order.
specify.
Oh, but
But
I thought I just did just now when I said, oh, I wasn't talking about white people.
But I wasn't, but you responded to me, and I wasn't only talking about black women.
Which you were,
I
I thought
said
it was
that
slave.
4,000, no, I said that 4,000 years ago, there has been legislation and systems of oppression and whatever, societal norms placed upon women 4,000 years before trans women. And then you said, well, how did that affect black trans women during that time? You brought up the blackness, but
Yeah, so
4,000
think
years
so
ago.
that's like the
Well, hold
proof
on,
that
now,
I was
Smoothie.
talking
Wait a
about
minute.
black people though.
But we're talking about women.
Which, okay, so just to
Period.
clarify, right? So let's just clarify this. I'm specifically talking about the experiences of black people in terms of how they engage with the patriarchy and misogyny. So
But we're talking about all women and all T women,
there
and
hasn't
I
been a
think
period
that
in which,
that's I
sorry,
don't want to
go
be
ahead.
exclusion. I don't want to be a trans. I don't want to be a white trans exclusionary a right person right now. I don't want to exclude
That's
white
not.
trans women out of this conversation. I don't think that that's fair. So let's include all women. We're all women of color on this panel, and
not
Liz,
really.
because Liz is not Liz. Liz is rocking with us because we rocking with Liz. But we're all women on this panel, so I think we should have the conversation about all women. And the order is Liz, Prince, then you, Smoothie, and then Chad Wife.
Just to clarify, you did say that trans women experience more patriarchy, and you didn't specify black trans women. They get more.
Yeah,
They
because
feel the
I was pretty
patriarchy
sure
more
the whole
than.
conversation was like
Oh,
focused
okay.
around
That's why I
black.
bought. That's why I bought race into it because I'm like, you ain't gonna tell me a white T trans person experience more. Nah.
Yeah, no one said that in
Can
the
I
next
say
one.
something? Because I didn't get in the queue. I'm kind of multitasking. I
Oh,
wanted to say
my
something.
bad, y'all.
No, you
I keep
good.
jumping in line.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak up for myself. Here's the thing, right? With trans women, and it's very interesting how this conversation is always about trans women, not trans men, right? What trans women are not seeing is that they are able to escape the mental slavery that women get to become servants. That's the thing. It's like that servitude that's ingrained in you from a very young age. Like that is something that women struggle with when it comes to putting themselves first, when it comes to them to valuing their own labor, their own bodies, and their own future, what they want for themselves. So you just be like, well, we all understand. No, trans women don't experience that. That's the problem. That's the disconnect. It's not just about the way you look. It's not even about the way your body looks. It's about the shit that they put in your head where you don't see yourself as a full person and you put yourself second to everybody else. That's the point.
Yeah, and you know what? Never mind. No, I'm good.
Prince.
Yeah, I that's a wild statement to say that trans women are most affected by patriarchy, especially when you do add race into the mix. Um, because to this point, I don't see trans women going through what Adriana Smith has unfortunately been put through, her and her family. but like saying that trans women are more oppressed than black women in this country when we've had none of our rights, our humanity, even in unalivement, considered. That's wild to me. Like, I don't see trans women going through losing their reproductive rights or being experimented on to see if they could become corpse like incubators for the inhumanity of people. And when you say that, you're adding to the erasure of what black women have been going through in this country since it was a damn colony. And I do not think that is a wise path to take if you're seeking liberation from patriarchy. You can help others without downplaying what women and black women have been going through. And yeah, I'm going to land and I'm going to take a breath because my rage is at a 10 right now. So
No,
I'll land.
that was so. I think that really, I appreciate honestly that you went before I did, because that kind of emphasized a little bit of where some of the disconnect might be coming from. I'm not sure if you guys remember this, but earlier on, there was like some like discussion of like what if turfy language was existent here, and I think that at the very least, like with some of the stuff that was said, like going back like a few minutes, there has been like some weird distinguishing like characteristics made between like like specifically trans women and women. So I want to emphasize like number that's probably where the turf comment came from.
You can call
Um,
me a turf. I don't care.
oh Liz, I forgot what you said already. So like I don't. Sorry, hun. Um, but at the like for instance, right? Like Prince said, oh like I don't see like trans women being experimented on, like testing their reproductive rights. And you also said like so I think like some of this like might just be like maybe like not like looking at like how history has impacted these groups of people, but like nonetheless, right? When I was speaking about like how the patriarchy impacts trans women, and how like that experience is probably like the worst of the patriarchy, um, like Prince then went on to say to like separate the experiences of Black women and trans women.
To what
So like
extent
Hold on,
so,
though?
but like,
I want
does,
to.
wait,
Hold
did
on,
anyone
wait.
catch that though? Like,
No,
wait, why was that an
smoothie,
issue?
smoothie. Hold on, no,
But
because
why
I
was that
don't.
an issue though?
No, I don't
Is that
know.
an issue?
You don't
Hold
know why that
on,
was an issue?
hold on. I do not want to go back and forth about whatever the fuck that is. I want to address what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're speaking for a group of people that has spoken, like I mean, like it has just progressed from what I understood to what I understand now. Transgender is about gender identity. So if even when you talk about the experience with gender identity in the patriarchy, it is a different experience. It's about their identity. It's about being affirmed, Smoothie. I'm not, nobody's making this up. They say it. It's about being affirmed.
So, so Mia, the issue is that like a lot of the time when we understand like certain constructs or just like things in society, rather than like getting them from like meaningful literature or like meaningful people who spend their lives like working to act to in a detailed and very fair manner represent groups of people, we use like TikTok live to like represent groups of people. Like you even just said, like just now I was speaking for a group of people. No, I'm not.
No,
And I
I
don't
didn't say
think
that. Who? I never said that you was.
you verbatim just said I was
Yeah, I
speaking
just said.
for. You verbatim said
Oh yeah,
that
I
word
did
for
say
word.
that. I forgot. My
Yeah,
bad.
but that's the issue though. Like even
Oh
refer, but like when you said like oh like they've said this, are you referring to like
no, hold
any
on,
trans like activists like seriously?
hold on. Let me
Who's
be clear.
mhm.
Hold on. Let me be clear. Um, you are a trans woman? Smoothie, are you a trans woman?
Sorry
Oh,
I cut out. Like I don't know what happened just now.
Are
Could you
you
repeat
a
that?
are you a trans woman?
Oh no.
Okay. There is a lot of cisgender women, or however you identify, people who have a who speak for the trans community or trans women and say things like you're saying, that to me is like very, very like like very much like, oh no, like they have this experience, blah 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 blah. But when you are listening to trans women, and I'm not saying it's all trans women, but I have heard different spaces here, different spaces with trans women who have said that gender and sex are different, and that
Oh
their
yeah.
bodies does not determine if they are a woman. They determine what womanhood is for them. So
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
only talking.
disagree with that.
Okay, so that's fine. So I'm only
But
talking about. So
but
here,
like you
I
are like
know.
kind of going off of like TikTok tech trans
No,
individuals to like represent like meaningful and like in-depth ideology that's been expanded upon for a very long time.
no, I'm
Like
not.
Is there like a
yes,
leader of the
No,
trans women that we
no,
could
hold
speak
no,
on.
the
with?
same
Is
way
there
as the
like a
leader of the black
representative?
woman, the same way
No,
as the
I'm
leader of the
not.
black woman, right?
No, I'm not. Only going off of.
I'm just confused. Is there like a representative of trans women that
No,
we
but
should
hold
be
on. I wanna.
addressing?
No, there isn't, and that's the
No,
point.
hold on, Smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you're doing that,
Doing what?
because it's very dismissive of what I'm saying. So, is gender and sex different? Yes or no?
I just answered this.
Okay. So is there an idea that gender is like it could go between woman, man, non-binary, gender fluid, and then infinity? Like it's so many different demi gender, this, that, it's many different, right? It's different ones, right?
There's no right. Like that's not like there isn't a consensus on this even.
No. So there's not a consensus. So we gonna play. Cause I don't know why y'all be acting. I don't
Wait,
like
are
when
we?
people try to play like I'm fucking stupid. So there is a conversation about gender being fluid. Like we don't know where it begins in. All we know is that we've been socially constructed to believe in a binary. Is that right? We gotta have some type of framework so that we can see if we're on the same page. Because you think I'm TikTok. I'm trying to see, am I beyond TikTok? Now that I'm saying that, there, like, what, where are we gonna get a framework? If you're not gonna answer the question, where are we gonna get a framework? What is the gender conversation? Is it a gender
So
conversation
you
or is it
can,
I
only
so
just
you
want
TikTok?
to
can,
remind y'all
so
that we
you can
are on
ask for
TikTok.
you can ask for my like my position or whatever. The issue comes in when you use like people online to represent like a constructed belief of people. Like like that's where
But
I'm
we
not.
are
You disagree with that?
online, Smoothie.
That isn't. What is that? Could you make the connection to the conversation if you could?
Yeah, because we're women online having a conversation about other women online and conversations that are being had online, represented by real people having actual
I
conversations.
think
But
if I could add, oh,
what
sorry.
are we talking about here? And to go back to Mia's question,
the conversation
there
online for Black women is single motherhood and baby
Chad wife's
mamas.
turn. It's Chad wife's turn.
that's
Please.
not,
That's the conversation
I'll
online
come
for
back.
Black
They
women.
can
All
do
right,
their
Smoothie.
so
You
what is the reality? What do you think the reality is? Or what scientifically, what is the reality on gender?
Scientific. Okay, where I'm not sure. The host asked me this already
Are you gonna
3 times
answer?
now. I'm not answering again. So okay, like I'm not doing that again.
all right, go. All right, mute
I
up.
didn't get. Am I crazy, Liz? Did
No,
you
you're not
hear the
crazy.
No,
answer?
you're not crazy.
You're
No,
not
she
You're
didn't
not
crazy.
answer.
crazy,
She's
Did
Lynn.
Mia
listen.
not ask
No,
me
can
three
I just say
times
something? Can I just say
exactly the
something?
But
She
you
has
didn't give a direct
she has said
answer.
Are you
a
serious?
whole lot and
No, am
absolutely
I
nothing all
tripping?
at the same time. She has not answered anything. It
I
has been
will.
Wait, are you
nothing but
guys
I don't
wait,
think
are you
that's
guys
absolute
being
dead
fair.
deadass?
silence since she's
Wait,
gotten
wait, are you
here.
guys being
I would
deadass?
rather hear. I would
I'm
rather
being
shut up.
dead.
Shut up.
Hold.
Wait,
Hold
wait, are
on,
we? Hold
Eve.
on, no, for real.
Eve,
No,
hold
think that's
on.
no.
fair.
Shut the fuck up.
Eve,
I'm tired of her.
hold
No,
on.
no, I'm
Oh.
tired of her. She
Eve,
has nothing but word salad since she
Eve,
got up
hold
here.
on. Eve, hold on. Hold on. I would really like this. I'm being dead ass serious with you, Smoothie. I did not hear your answer. If you gave an answer to that question, I didn't get it. And Phoenix said she didn't get it. Liz didn't say, like, we are all on the
All
same
right.
page of us not,
Okay, so
then you
Chad heard it.
clarify for
What
us.
is it, Chad?
Yeah, she brought up the consensus thing. Like there is just no like because the question I had heard from Call Me was that there was what is the scientific reality, which like obviously gender would relate to some sort of social construct. So even that would be hard to answer. But if we're
Okay,
like talking
so
about,
hold on, Chad, hold on. So when I said that
Mhm.
there is a binary, woman, man, non-binary, gender fluid, then they got the demi-gender, it could go to infinity. Why is that not a proper answer? Based on what you just said, it's not a consensus. Because if it's not a consensus, that means that the infinity can mean it could be anything. We
Y'all
Oh,
saying
don't
the
that's
same
not. Wait, wait,
thing.
wait, wait. No, no,
Smitty
no.
said
That's
that.
not what consensus. Okay, wait. So consensus means like there's no like agreed upon. Like there's no like there's no
Jesus.
way to identify like a correct answer. Like there's
That,
no correct answer for that.
no, y'all, hold on. Y'all
Y'all
bitches,
saying the
hold
same
on, hold
thing.
on, hold on.
If we're saying the same
Hold
thing, what do you
on,
mean? Why did
hold
you say I didn't answer?
on, Smoothie. Stop, stop. Y'all bitches is not smarter than me. Like y'all are
Wait,
really
wait. If we're saying the
fucking
same thing,
stupid.
why did you say I didn't answer the
No, no,
question?
no, 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 no. Y'all bitch, this the problem with the conversation in the first place, because y'all bitches want to play fucking semantics and mind games. If there is,
That's a
if
slur. Sorry, I don't like to be called a
All
bitch.
bitches,
Y'all need
bitches.
to chill with
I don't
that.
I mean,
know.
I'm gonna call her a bitch too, and we can just keep going. Like it
You
doesn't
need to
matter that
chill with
much.
that because
Yeah,
Mia has
you
been
can.
patient.
You
She's been
welcome.
trying to have this
Hold on,
wait,
Phoenix.
conversation
ain't
Go
all
nobody
What the
ahead.
day.
fuck?
Let her
respecting
What
me.
finish.
is
Let her
this?
finish.
Ain't
Hold
nobody
Wait,
on.
wait, wait.
respecting
Hold
me.
on. Let her
Ain't
finish.
nobody respecting
Girl,
me.
you just called me a bitch for no reason.
Girl, I'm
What are
not
you talking
talking
about?
about you, Smoothie. You just
Oh,
said you don't care if I call you a bitch, you'll call me one back. We're good.
Okay, so you were calling me one. What? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
you see, like,
Wait,
No,
wait,
hold
hold on. Are
on.
y'all
you
being
know
serious?
what?
What's
I just
going
wanna
on?
I'm just taking a breather for a second. But
Can y'all let the host finish, please? Let the host finish. Next person off mute. I swear, I'm dropping. Go ahead, Mia.
y'all bitches is playing a dirty game because there is conversation about gender identities. I listed a few and I said that it could be there is no end to it. We don't know if it where it starts or where it ends. Y'all say there's no consensus to it, like we don't know what it is. What's the difference? What was the pushback for?
uh,
Because I didn't say it like y'all. What's the pushback? Or are y'all saying that woman, non-binary, and man is not a gender? So what are y'all saying? Then I ask y'all, y'all say y'all can't answer the question because you answered it.
You just said that I didn't answer that question. You and Black Ma and call me like all of y'all said I
You
didn't answer the question.
you answered the question. I didn't say that. You're mixing everybody up. You're
Dude,
mixing everybody up.
you Black Mama like referred to you like and asked
Smoothie,
you like, are you?
smoothie, smoothie, smoothie,
So you said I answered the
smoothie,
question now, right?
smoothie, smoothie. I don't give a fuck about you and Black Mamba and Lynn. I'm talking about between me and you. When y'all go back and forth, I hushed my mouth. I'm telling you that when I try to get to a baseline with you, like to get somewhere where we can see where we can start at, I said, okay, let me break down gender. Gender is a thing that could be woman, man, non-binary, gender fluid. It could go on to infinity. You said no. That's not
Wait,
what it is.
that's what you heard? Wait, that's what you heard? That's what you heard,
She's
honestly, from me?
saying that's what she said.
She just tried to quote me, Lynn. What? She just said I said this. What?
That is what she said,
She
Smoothie.
just said that I said this. She said I said no. What? She just said that.
yeah, that's what I'm like kind of confused.
I heard.
Y'all not
When
confused.
you asked
Y'all
me,
not
you
Yeah.
asked me if
confused.
this is the
Y'all are
position of
not confused.
what?
Then now y'all not confused. Y'all playing a dirty game because that's what bitches do. Play
Yeah,
dirty
No.
you're. I
games.
don't know what you're doing. I'm not sure
No,
what you're
no,
doing, honestly.
y'all bitches be playing dirty games because
Wait, no,
Bitch.
no,
that's
no.
what
Decide if I
bitches
answered the
do.
question or
What
not,
am I, a
That's what
bitch.
bitch?
bitches do is
Did I
play
answer the
dirty
question or not?
games. The only way bitches like y'all can get some understanding is when you talk to bitches like they need to be talked to.
No, what the
It's
hell did
like
I
bitches
do?
like
Like, why am
y'all
I a
I'm just
bitch?
a child
be
wife.
needing cocks slapped across y'all fucking face for y'all to pay attention.
Girl, I
Bitches
ain't even
like
say
You're
nothing.
y'all
I just.
gotta
projecting,
be
hon.
talked to like scums of the fucking earth.
You're
It's
projecting,
dumb
honey.
bitches like
But don't make a
y'all.
point though. Did I answer the question or
What did
not?
I
Did I
do?
answer it or not? Did I answer it or not?
It's dumb bitches like y'all. We went on a
Bitch, answer the
whole
question, bitch.
if
Answer the question, bitch. Did I
if
answer the
at the
question
end
or
of the
not?
day, girl,
Bitch, did I answer it?
bitch, you can't outdo me. I
Bitch.
already done bitched you down.
Hey,
I already
keep
done
sucking dick,
dogged
I
That
you
guess.
and
I
is.
don't
bitched
know.
This
you
is
down.
like
Put your question mark on
Hold
that.
on,
Mia,
Wig.
Ride
hold
the
on.
I done already. Hold on. No, I got it. Cause I want to address this.
bitch. Ride the dick,
We
bitch. I don't
wouldn't.
know.
Whatever. Okay, Wig. We
Yeah,
wouldn't be
okay, bitch.
here. We
Girl,
wouldn't
you got
even
the wig
be
on in your
here.
profile. You got the wig on. I don't. Like, I don't got no wig on. You do. It's
Y'all,
my real hair.
please. Stop.
We got one picture
Hey,
up.
hey, bitch.
Hold
Hey,
on.
bitch. I guess we're just in here, bitch. I don't know.
No, I'ma talk, and you gonna shut up, or you gonna get
Hey,
dropped.
okay, bitch. Go ahead, talk, bitch. Go ahead, talk, bitch.
Mm, mm.
Mm. Mm-mm.
Can I ask why I'm a bitch? What did I do? Like,
Mm.
Um, uh,
You know what you did,
because
chat.
it
Let
ain't no
Smoothie
fucking
finish.
way,
I don't know
Chad.
too.
It ain't no way in the world,
Mm. Mm.
Smoothie and and you,
Me
Chad.
too.
Oh, dang.
Yes, hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening.
They are saying the same exact thing.
Mind
And
you, you said
Mia
I was
is
spitting
saying,
word salad. You said I was
I
spitting
didn't
word
say
salad.
that, and that's what Mia
Who
said
said
as
that?
well.
I'm pretty sure that was you and Black Mama who said that
No,
together.
No,
no,
nobody
no.
said that you had word
Black
salad except for me.
Mamba said that.
And
I
you weren't
never said
co-signing?
that.
You weren't
No, I
co-signing.
didn't co-sign. I
Okay.
asked her to be quiet so that I can have a conversation with you.
I think that was after you co-signed, but okay. For
I
sure.
okay.
So I want to make
I'm
my
not.
point
Go ahead.
because I'm like really trying to take a breather because
You do that, bitch.
this be too much. Y'all can't fuck with me. That's why
Okay,
you're
bitch.
repeating what I said. Simon says, bitch.
Oh wait, do you think I'm
No, no.
trans by the way?
Simon says,
You asked
bitch.
me.
Go. Simon says, bitch. You dizzy, loose bitch.
Hey, wait.
You
Let me
loose
get. Can I get
bitch.
some context,
No,
please,
hold on.
Why you
Smoothie?
gonna
No,
say
Ash.
Simon says
Because
bitch and
now
then
we're
say
going to go
bitch?
there. Simon says,
Okay, bitch.
bitch. Go ahead.
Simon
Simon
says,
says
He,
bitch. Go
y'all.
ahead.
"What
But
the?"
wait,
So, my
who's
whole reason for asking to get to a place where we can say, okay, because she was saying that we're having this TikTok conversation as if gender identity is not a conversation outside of this forum. So I'm like, let's get an understanding. So, do you believe that there is multiple gender identities? And you could come back up, Smoothie, but we gonna hold on because I want to make my point. And so I wanted to get to a baseline so I can make sure we're on the same page. And just like, okay, so gender is identity. So then we can go into the conversation. Trans women outside of this app have been saying that they wanted to transition, pun intended, from being called transsexual to transgender because it was a broader umbrella. So when we talk about what transgender is, it is an identity. So when you bring in the patriarchy and all this stuff, and you want to make it seem like they're suffering more under it, that is because they view womanhood in the lens of emphasized femininity. And that's the very thing that cisgender women are trying to step away from. So the butting of heads between the two is that the very thing that affirms their identity, because that's their focus, their main focus, is them being able to be secure and affirmed in their identity. When they talk about their childhood, it's because they was perceived as a boy, not a girl. When they talk about before their transition, it was because they was perceived as a man, not a woman. So they stepped into emphasize femininity because it affirms them. And then they step into it harder because it's safe for them. They say that. They say that. Being clocked is dangerous. Being outed is dangerous. So we're having two different experiences. I have empathy for that. I have empathy for that. But I am not about to bow a knee and say, yeah, you stepping into emphasize femininity, which is very, very dangerous in the patriarchy, is what's going to put you as on the top, on the bottom. Essentially, they want to be like, oh, we face the most trouble, when the trouble that they're facing is what they're not saying, but what's the real covert language that they're not saying that I want to call out and have a conversation about is that if the most difficult part is that if you're not perceived as a woman in the patriarchy, that's what's dangerous to you. That's the issue. And nobody wants to talk about that. So I was trying to get an understanding. Do you agree that gender and sex is different? And if you do, then we got to talk about how the trans women talk about their identity and them being affirmed in that. But we went around the world and bitch this and bitch that to get there. And it's irritating because that's what y'all be doing. A lot of cis women who put on this cape, who haven't thought past what the politically correct thing to think about is, that's where y'all go. And it's irritating because y'all are not smarter than the fifth grader. It's old. Y'all are not the first ones. Chad and Smoothie, y'all are not the first ones to have this thought. That's a part of it. That's a part of being a woman. That's a part of being a female, a human. Is that you gonna do the labor for motherfuckers who don't give a shit about you. You gonna do the labor. That's what we do. That's why it's gonna always be black women, black cisgender women gonna always be bitching and cursing and going in and going off on each other over male humans that's somewhere jacking off.
Just to clarify, like you're the only one who like you started calling me a bitch, and then
Now
I don't
I
know what
called you a
happened.
bitch and you called me one back. So don't
Yeah, I
wiggle
called you
out
one.
of
I
it.
called you one
Don't
back.
wiggle
Like you
out of
got
it,
hot
bitch. I
And
first.
I
don't
ain't calling you no
care.
bitch,
I don't
so
care. Don't wiggle out of
My
it.
wife didn't even say
Don't
she
wiggle
agrees.
out.
Like, hey,
No. No.
said though. Can I respond to what you said or no?
No, you gonna mute so I can respond to what you said first. Cause
Girl, you
you
just
should have started.
responded. What
You
the
should have
hell?
started Smoothie. You should have started with your response to what I said. Cause I'm gonna tell you this. Your ass is real demure when you go around spewing information and education for trans
Mm-hmm.
women. You could have kept your mouth shut and let me be the only bitch to call a bitch a bitch. But
Oh,
you
why would I do
didn't.
that?
But
Why the
you
hell would I do
didn't.
that?
But
Why
you
the hell would I
didn't.
do that? Wait, why would I do that? Like
No, you
honestly,
should have. Why the hell would
why?
you be? Why
Why
the
should I
hell you
have
up
done
here?
that? Like, say why? Why?
Why the hell you up here caping for trans women when they ain't caping for you?
Mind you, I didn't come up here with this position. You guys asked me a clarifying question, right? Right? Okay then. Like what? I'm not.
No, it's not okay. We exhausted because you on that bullshit.
Why are you
Go ahead
saying
with
we?
your
Like I'm not a
point.
black woman. Wait, why are you saying we? Like we weren't having the same
She's
conversation
not
10 minutes ago?
saying we because you a black woman. She's saying we
What?
as in we, like us, like the clique, the group, the gang. We.
Because she said cis woman earlier. Come up here
Oh my
caping and said I
God.
was
So
caping.
you
So I'm
You,
confused. No,
confused.
I'm not
it's
letting Khaleesi up, y'all. I wasn't
no,
letting her up
yeah.
because we don't want to be educated. We having a conversation and like I don't know what you're talking about. Let me give y'all some education. I that starting off like that already no, ma'am.
Yeah,
But
that's why I didn't let her up.
at least
No,
like,
smoothie. Wait,
can
wait,
I
please,
respond to what
please.
she said though?
No, please, for the love of God, please let someone else talk, please. Chad,
Can I
I
respond
think Mia was
go
saying she
ahead,
can
Chad
respond
White.
to her.
what she said? Like, what are you doing? Can I respond?
Oh my God,
I
I
I want this
Dude,
to
like,
end because I think what I have to say is a little less on topic. So I don't mind if they continue. And that'll go give me a chance to get some food
Yeah,
to
I think Mia
finish
was
it.
saying that she can respond, but please don't respond with
Thank
bitch
you, Ease.
thing. We get it. She called you a
oh,
bitch. Like,
if I
please.
wait, if I want it, okay, sure. So if you guys remember earlier when I one of the first things I said was mentioning how like the when it comes to like misogyny or whatever, that like specific action isn't only like pushed towards or like emphasized towards women. I gave the example of like a man wearing a skirt or something like that. And going further, if you remember the example that I'm not sure if it was, I forgot what the example actually verbatim was from Prince, but it was specifically that when she was describing like oh, I thought the live ended. When she was describing like the differences between trans women and black women, she didn't even
Use
emphasize.
Adriana.
Oh wait, no. So she gave that as an example after she made the point that these are two different groups of people. That's when she like emphasized like black women and then trans women, if you remember that.
Right. I remember that, and that was on purpose. And
Exactly.
right. Well, I
So,
mean, cause Smoothie,
dude,
I'm
what?
gonna be real.
Okay. Tell me what my point was, Lynn. Go ahead. What was my point?
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not telling you your point. I'm trying to walk this out with you to get add clarity to this.
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
the reason why Phoenix did that, because it's important.
I'm not.
We get it. You know, trans women are women.
I'm
However,
not.
we are a okay, go ahead, Smoothie. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, and I really want to emphasize this because I think this may be where the confusion was. Um, Throughout this like live, right, we've specifically grouped like groups of people like trans women or whatever under certain beliefs and like practices or whatever, even with like you said, oh, like the view of womanhood, um view of womanhood, like the point of it is like to emphasize femininity or whatever, and the point of it is affirmation. um this like these are not like the point that I'm trying to emphasize in some capacity is that when we talk about like how trans women, at the very least, if you look at like the narratives that exist like throughout history and stuff like that, you've identified like the only cause of like misogyny towards like trans women has been when they've decided to present as women. That's not the case. That's not the experience. And when we talk about like whether it be the example that I gave with the skirt or even like how men are treated in general, I think I forgot if it was Tara or Prince who talked
Give
about
us
like
another example.
I'll use the one that Tara brought up in terms of like women being taught from a young age to be subservient.
Give me
Right.
an example
Women.
of men experiencing transphobia before they begin to excuse me, trans women experiencing transphobia before they present as women.
Oh, the skirt example.
Okay.
Just a boy in a skirt.
That's affirmation, right? Isn't that gender affirmation?
No, no. So the example was like when they try to like not even experience but just exist like as they generally are, they're denied that. Affirmation like refers to like saying something, it's okay for you to do this, or like justifying it. It's the fact that
So
like
that's
even in
not
these
gender.
experiences,
That's not affirming the gender. That's
Oh,
not you affirming the gender that you actually are.
so
well,
You're
not a
assigned male at birth, but you are a woman. So the problem is that you're not being affirmed as the
no,
gender you are.
no.
No.
So
Smoothie. So
I
Am
just
I
Smoothie.
tripping? Am I tripping?
dude. So
No,
Lynn, I
Lynn,
just
you're not
said,
tripping. That is
dude,
gender
stop. Oh my God,
affirming.
Prince,
It's very
please,
soft, but that's gender
please.
affirming. You're not
Oh my
wrong,
God.
Lynn.
So go
Oh my
ahead,
God.
Smoothie,
Oh my
explain
God.
it.
When when I gave the like not even the example, affirm means to like say something is okay to do or whatever. Okay, if you're gonna say that not affirming includes like not engaging at all, that's like why would you not be saying the same thing for women? Would the experiences of women not only be when they express femininity in some capacity? Like what do you like? What point? What do you what if
this
you're
is what
gonna
I
say that?
mean by word
Let's
salad.
take it
Stick to
back.
the
Are
point.
you
You're
okay in
saying
the head? You
I'm.
just, girl, what do you mean?
The
That's what I'm saying. That
your
this is word
your
salad. It's like talking
definition
to
of
a red.
affirmation. That literally,
wait,
what are we
I think
doing
there's a
here?
relevant the relevant distinction that
No, Chad, don't help her out.
No,
Mind
Let
you,
her
you haven't
let her
stopped.
dig her
You
own
said I
fucking
was doing the
grave
word
because she's
salad,
been
right?
doing this
You
since
said
she's
I was
got
doing the word
it
here.
salad.
is
You said I was doing
word
the word salad,
salad
right? Then
smoothie.
stop
I'm
talking.
trying
Then
to
stop
get.
talking.
No, I'm not.
Then I don't know. Like I'm not.
Then I don't know either because every literally what what. Finish
Affir-
going.
I think affirm like the what it means to affirm something versus what it means to exist in identity are different things, are different constructs. Like affirmation generally being some sort of like positive belief. Like when you look into a mirror and you're doing your like positive affirmations or whatever in the mirror, that's significantly different than feeling comfortable existing as you are as like a being, right? Like and I think
No,
that's
it
the thing.
says
That is
no.
the different.
That's hold on. Types of affirmation, identity affirmation, gender affirmation is important.
Mhm.
Like that's the way you could put gender affirmation is important.
Mia, do I
Affirming your
oh,
gender,
sorry.
things that affirm your gender identity is hormones, surgeries.
There's a
I'm not talking about gender affirmation. The point that I'm making is that you have described the only negative experiences that trans women get, like about misogyny, as when they are not receiving affirmation,
Who
or not
said
even when they're not receiving affirmation. The only time that they get a negative experience is when they try to seek affirmation.
that?
That's
I
And
what you
then that's
described the
why
only negative
wait,
experience.
wait, no, that's
Was
why I
that word
asked
salad
you
black
to
mama?
please describe, no, that is why I asked you to please describe a time when when trans women, before they present as as women, to describe a time where they're not being like respected as trans women, are being affirmed or whatever. And then you literally describe them not being able to wear a skirt, and that is gender affirming.
Okay,
So
you're not keeping up.
this is
You're
why I
not
say
keeping
that
up.
you're not, this is nothing but word salad.
You're not
Since the
keeping
moment
up,
that
like
you
at
got on
all.
this panel,
Like you're not
first of
keeping
all,
up.
you said when Mia asked you if there was more than one gender, you said no, we really can't say. And then you said
No,
that,
we
well, we
really
can't
can't
really
say.
talk about it.
No, we
Hold
really
on,
can't
shut the
say.
fuck up, bitch.
Consensus. Lack of
Shut the
consensus,
fuck
you dumb
up. Shut the
bitch.
fuck
You're
up.
a fucking
oh
Shut
idiot.
the
You're
Mia.
an
fuck up.
idiot.
Shut the fuck
You
up.
kicked the wrong person too. You look stupid.
And
Yeah.
now I'm gonna kick the right one, stupid bitch. Let
Man.
me bring Prince back up here. I'm done with her. I'm gonna send you to 25, Mia, because this
But
bitch is so fucking.
consensus means a general
She
view.
said.
We asked,
She
was
said
there a
no.
consensus? And she said, no, there is
She
none.
said no. And that's
It's
she's been fucking word salad and fucking going back and forth and playing semantics since she's got up here and hasn't answered one direct question. I don't want to engage with that conversation. I'm gonna send you to motherfucking 25 now.
I don't think that's fair. So no shade, but
I
You
don't.
don't think what is fair? I'm
I
trying to
I mean,
don't think it's.
I'm
understand.
fine to explain it. I don't mind.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead
explaining.
and explain it, please.
I don't. So I mean, we can like talk about the rhetoric of. I don't know. What particular aspect do you want me to explain rather than these two?
What part do you feel is not fair?
I don't believe the characterization of what Smoothie's point was fair. I also think that
Can
there's
you explain it for her then?
I mean, yeah, I think the whole consensus thing was I think a lot of it was boiled down to communication or like a miscommunication. Like there is not a generally there's not a consensus in even in reference to like numbers, which what Mia said, which is the whole infinity thing. There is not a consensus of what it means to have like gender exist because it is like a spectrum.
So,
Um
okay, hold on, right there. So when Mia said that to infinity, there's this, there's that, there's this. Was that not the same thing as Smoothie saying there's no consensus?
I think they are can articulate different things, but I mean I think it boils down to without like
Was
being
it or was it not the
super
same
technical,
thing?
like yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. I don't think that there was like much of a relevant distinction.
Okay, so they said the same thing.
Virtually, yeah.
Yes, okay. So what was the disagreement on Smoothie's behalf?
I wasn't listening for
Why did she? Okay, yeah,
that part,
that's
so I
where
missed
we
where the
went
disagreement
wrong
came
because
from.
Smoothie was saying, "No, we're not saying the same thing." And she was saying, "Let me explain it to you again." When they literally said the same thing.
I I think I may have missed that. I jumped in at the end of that conversation, and I think I heard her trying to explain something about the same thing. I think that that portion would be better communicated from her rather than I. But I don't know if it's fair to say that she was engaging in like word salad.
It's
Oh yeah,
word
actually that just
salad.
that's what happened. Sorry. She did say I think she was pushing back on you or someone else on the panel saying that it wasn't the same thing. That's what I understand.
No, I said once. I said I'm not understanding what you're saying because it sounds like you're not answering the question directly. And she said, "Okay, this is what I'm saying."
Mm,
And then Mia went in and said what she said. I said, "You guys are saying the same thing." And she said, "No, we are not saying the same thing."
mm,
I'm about to play this clip.
okay.
Outed. Like, do you have to worry about people who you don't? Yeah, like when you do, you have to worry of when you talk about where is the privilege. Do you have to worry about like being outed? Do you have to worry about people who you don't know having something in the streets, having an objection to you being who you are? You have to worry about like, have you ever had to worry about your ID not matching your who you are, like your reality, and having to explain to employers why you have an identification that doesn't match the person that they're looking at? Have you ever had to worry about somebody exposing your gender identity in a place that is going to put you in physical danger or physical harm? Trans women are 4 times more likely than the next largest group, Black women, to be victims of violence. Would you say that being 4 times less likely than a group is not privilege? Would you say that
So in her explanation, because I played it through, because we know this what it said.
Mm.
What about what she said? Because either she's fake and she's just a TikTok trans person who's saying this. What about what she said is absent of affirmation?
None of so it's not it's so having to explain like identification for example it isn't a like the action isn't affirming it's not the innately it's not affirming it's not looking for some sort of positive reinforcement it's that this is a person's identity
That's
some
not the only
comparably
meaning of
hold on
affirmation.
comparably I'm going to get ready to provide an example like for example if my ID has the wrong birthday and I can't get it fixed because the government is like fuck no like you can't we just can't fix it and I go and I'm like I have to explain to every employer that my birthday's actually this day because it's incorrect on my ID but it is actually this I'm not doing that because I need affirmation I'm doing it because this is just what it is like this is how it
You're
exists
It's not
affirming
the
your
same
I'm
thing.
affirming my
birthday.
birthday okay so what is
It's not the
Yes,
same
the
thing.
okay
meaning of
yeah
affirmation
let's do that
is the assertion that something exists or is true.
exist or
And
is through
so, can I say something real quick?
True, true,
true oh
true.
I didn't hear
Y'all
you
so smart, y'all can't hear. Go
no
ahead,
like I
Liz.
just
I'm
think
so
Okay,
I just think
go
Man,
ahead, Liz.
so if
there is
gender
more
and
than one
sex are
meaning of
different,
affirmation.
if gender and sex are different, right? Doesn't it say male or female on a driver's license?
what
Doesn't a driver's license say male or female?
so why are you asking me this question
It doesn't say man or woman, right? And gender and sex are different. So
that's
how is it inaccurate for a driver's license to say male on it if someone is a male?
when did I make that so not only is there's conditions that can be met or forms that can be filled out that change that similarly to how like a college application may ask you if you identify differently you can get X's on your driver's license if you want so no it's not just male or female that there have been prohibitions that prohibit that now currently legislatively but no it's not just
And
based upon
the
sex.
affirmation that we're talking about is not necessarily outside validation from someone. I need to be affirmed in my identity and what I see in the mirror. So that might mean I need to get hormones, because when I look in the mirror, I don't see what I want the world to see. It doesn't matter if the world thinks I'm pretty or not. I want the world to see this woman that I say that I am. That it doesn't just mean, so if I have to give my employer something that says male or man, that is going to make me feel away because I am a woman. I feel like I'm a woman. I need to be affirmed that my ID needs to match that.
Can I ask how like violence against trans women is like rooted in affirmation?
Who said that? We under.
No, I'm asking the question
No,
intentionally. I'm
you
not saying
always
anybody.
asking questions because you think you're gonna have a got you.
No, it's not a got you. It's
No,
just to
I know it's not.
understand.
I know it's not because I'm not a dummy,
Oh,
bitch. I'm not dumb,
I don't
so
think
I
you're
know it's
dumb.
not.
I've never
I know
implied you're
that's
dumb.
Chad,
I
You
don't think you're
Chad,
dumb.
Chad, Chad,
I think you calling me a
Chad,
bitch is dumb. I think that's
can
pretty dumb.
you
Chad,
I
can
don't think
you
you're dumb.
Chad.
replay the what? Can you replay with the what you just played, Mia, please?
Okay, I will, but hold on. So nobody is saying that the experience that trans women have is because of their affirmation. They're
The
focused on.
trans woman just said it in the video.
You guys are
That's what
arguing two
she
different
said.
points. You guys are arguing two different points now. So I'd pick one to argue, but you can't argue that it's the experience, like the entire identity of trans women is based on affirmation. And then when we bring up like I brought up, and I was actually
No,
gonna bring,
no, 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 no. Why are you saying what? Why are you saying that we're doing that?
that's
Trans women say that they need to be affirmed in their identity, and the reality is that once they are presenting as women, they face certain things because of the society we're in. If there is a woman if there's a woman, that's her identity, but she hasn't got any affirming care, so she's still stuck in a man's body, but she puts on a dress, she's going to experience a negative reaction from men. If there is a woman who is taking her medicine and doing what she has to do, and she's pursued by, I'm talking about a trans woman, and she's pursued by a man, because that's what men do, they pursue women, and he feels that she tricked him because he finds out that she's a trans woman and he harms her. That's based on his idea that she's a man. And there is the idea about men, and he gonna feel gay and he wants to harm her. I understand that. I'm not dismissing that. I get that.
so maybe I've lost. I could just be confused. I was under the impression that the claim that was being made, or at least that Mia you agreed with, is that when it comes to trans women and their identity, the root of it, or the basis of it, or the foundation always becomes or always leads back to affirmation in
So
some
what's
way.
the foundation? Fuck me. You smart. You smarter than a fucking fifth grader. What is it? What's the foundation?
I mean,
Oh,
I'm just asking you to
no, no,
clarify.
no. No, you got me. You got me.
I'm not trying to get you.
No,
I don't know
Chad.
what you're
No.
doing. Like you're
What?
using all of
Chad,
these
I don't know.
like
No, I don't know
gender
why you do
pejoratives. You
that.
talked
I don't
about
know why
trans.
you do that. No, no, no. You
You're
gotta
doing the
talk
same
yourself.
thing you're preaching about and
You
hosting a
gotta,
live about.
Chad. You gotta talk, Chad. You.
Like it's the same thing you're preaching about right now about how trans women weaponize using vaginas and stuff. And now you're talking about like me being a hoe and me being a bitch.
Oh
Like what
my
is the difference?
God, Mia. What?
I'm
Why
confused.
can't we never get? How are you confused? I'm not.
Oh, why am I
How
being
can
called
you
a hoe?
never?
That's what I'm
Okay.
confused. Is using pejoratives. Well, I believe bitch is a slur, so I'm maybe that's just where our fundamental disagreements may lie. Selective? I haven't. What do you mean select?
She hasn't been
Can
doing
we
research
stop
on
What
this topic.
language
saying
have I
that?
used to
Can
try
we
her
stop?
intelligence? You're talking
Listen,
about
listen.
respectability
No, no, no,
politics.
no, no, no. Hold on. Stop saying that. I just want to stop saying that because that's the point that they're gonna argue instead of getting to the point. Forget she even said that. Nobody is arguing about who's smart or who not. Stop.
This
I
is the third
don't,
time
y'all
she's
are
called me a
frustrating
bitch.
me. Okay,
I
okay.
made a joke about it the first
Mia,
time. I moved
do
on to
you
I'm
want to
something.
back.
have this conversation with Chad?
I'm back. And I think we got the answer because Chad, all of a sudden, she said that I disrespect that calling her a bitch is a slur. Yet she stayed up here to have the conversation. When I asked her, Chad, tell me what's the foundation. Then if I'm wrong and it's not affirmation, whatever you said, we wrong, however, blah, 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 blah. What is the foundation? Chad now wants to have a back and forth
No, I can
about
answer
us
the
calling
question,
me
but you
calling
called me
her
a
a
hoe
bitch
was
and
just
all this.
asking the question. So
You
if we're
don't
done
want to
calling me,
answer. Now you got the floor to answer.
I
What's the
mean, fabulous. I
foundation?
hope that would be the last time you call me a hoe, by the way. But the foundation would be literally just identity. It doesn't have to exist as affirmation. It just is the identity of an individual. Similarly, as I exist as a black woman, I don't need affirmation to know I'm a black woman. That's just who I am. That is my identity. That's who I live by. That's the experiences that I have. I don't
So if
need to
it's
be
just the
affirmed anymore.
identity, cool. If it's just the identity, then why go through the surgeries?
But because those things can affirm your identity that
Hmm.
already exists. There are plenty of trans people who just exist as trans people who don't do any hormone therapy or don't.
So,
Um,
so you're
uh,
saying that the foundation is simply their identity. So with absent of the affirming care, their identity is the foundation. So is that what they're being harmed by?
their identity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
If
that's
but if they don't
inward.
have
That's not
the
outward.
affirming care, if
Huh?
their existing is just a trans person and they're being perceived as a man, how are they being affected or unalive as a trans woman if people perceive them as a man and nobody is assuming that they're a woman?
Wait,
How would
so
that
you could still like experience internal like I guess transphobia, but I also like to use this example whereas like you have someone who's closeted, they haven't fully come out as trans yet, but they have friends and family who talk derogatorily about trans people around them. This could lead them to feeling reluctant to coming out, which doesn't have to do with like experiencing like affirmation or transitioning at its core, but they're still experiencing the negative effects of how transphobia manifests.
So,
No, not international transphobia, but internal
so,
transphobia. But
so,
even furthermore, I like to
so,
bring up AIDS as an example and what the prosecution of AIDS for people who were trans, whether they were out or not, manifested as.
okay. So back to Phoenix's point, because you and Smoothie seem to have shared the same brain. No, I call all of
She
that.
didn't
We
even
don't
talk
need to
about
slow
AIDS.
down.
What are you talking
Hold
about?
on. We not talk I never said anything about AIDS.
I did. You said we're sharing the same
Okay.
brain. I did. You
Oh
didn't
my
bring it up.
God. Y'all
Smoothie
like
didn't
to
bring it
play
up.
these games. Okay.
What
Cool. I
games?
didn't say nothing about AIDS. Cool. Who dropped her?
I dropped her because she lying. She didn't give me the foundation. She said it's just the identity. Then she said that they do sometimes they do affirm. And then the ones who don't, it's internal. How the fuck we gonna know? How the
Right.
fuck we gonna
And
know
I
that they going through the stress that they if it's all internal?
Wait, how do
and
you need
and I
female on your
wanted to hold
driver's
on, hold
license?
on, hold on. Hold on, Liz, because I was in the middle of talking. I let Mia
Sorry.
go. I just want to say this to go back to Phoenix's point. How the fuck are you going to compare that to a woman being used as a fucking human incubator? How the fuck are you going to compare the two things? That's just like white people saying I experience racism. How the fuck are you gonna compare the two things? People are talking badly around me.
Hmm.
A woman being used as a human incubator. What
Hmm.
the fuck are we even talking about? They
Because
went all around the fucking mulberry bush.
I really like the suffering of women is like it's like a given. It's so normalized. Like that women are just supposed to suffer and like and labor for everybody else and like it it's just like that's the way it is. But like if someone has to hear words they don't like, well, obviously they're the most oppressed.
But even when
She said internalized transphobia is just as harmful. They were saying internalized transphobia, whatever that is, right? I believe it. It's a thing. Let me not say that. Is the same thing as a woman being used as a human incubator, or the women in Puerto Rico being, tested on for birth control.
and
And
when go ahead.
go ahead. I was just gonna say, give another example, but go ahead.
And when, because this is exhausting. And when Auntie Wada made the point about the unaliving and all of that, I don't know why we keep pretending like we don't like we will want to separate each thing. And I think it's on purpose. Like even with her, she wants to have a separate conversation about each individual thing so that you cannot and mix things all up and randomly put things in places so that we cannot have a cohesive understanding of what's going on. Trans women are being harmed because there is a perception under the gender construct and the patriarchy and the way we are socialized, that they are nothing more than men in dresses trying to trick men. That's what the problem is, because they believe that trans women are men who are stepping outside of what they're supposed to be, which is a man, a heterosexual man. And to act like we can't talk about what that looks like in this idea that it's like, what is that? We know what it is. I've talked about that. I understand what that is. They perceive you as a man that try to trick them. That's why you don't want to be outed. And when they talk about cis women, they say that cis women not accepting them is a problem. Cis women outing them in front of the boys that might like them is a problem. Them being called trans women can be a problem. Them wanting us to not talk about what's in their pants is because that's a problem. All of those things boil down to they want to eliminate that danger by being able to say, hey, woman is this. I'm not tricking you. I am a woman. I'm a woman. Even though I have a penis, I'm still a woman.
Right, and then like this idea that like I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric around like somehow schmexuality is supposed to now have nothing to do with like your your schmexual organs, like your parts. Like how does that make sense? Like you're so if you are attracted to certain parts and not others, somehow like that's bigoted now.
Right. Because again, it goes back to when they talk about those numbers, they're talking about them being perceived as men. They want it to be they called it in that live when they went on to talk about why trans women shouldn't have bottom surgery because it limits their dating pool. One of the women said she referred to her phallus as a she-ness, and that nobody should be asking if they're trans or what's going on in their pants, to what you're saying. And I'm not arguing. I don't care to argue if that's right or wrong, but what I do want to make it very clear is that we need to stop acting like the affirmation isn't a part of it. They feel like if men believe that they were women, they wouldn't be harmed. And the phobia is that you're phobic because if you think that I'm a woman, if you think that I'm a man, even though I got a penis, you're phobic. Men are attacking me because they're phobic because they don't see me as a woman, they see me as a man. If they saw me as a man and they saw my penis as a she-ness, they wouldn't harm me. Oh, you don't want to date? Oh, you're a straight man, but you won't date a trans woman? You're phobic. Because you need to see me as a woman. It doesn't matter what's in my pants. I am a woman. Why don't you see me as a woman? I'm a woman. Affirm my womanhood. My womanhood doesn't have to be based on if I have a vagina. Vaginas don't mean that you're a woman. Like, why? What's not clicking? Y'all hoes not smart enough to fuck with me. Y'all say the same fucking script and y'all think because it's covert language that a bitch wasn't gonna figure it out.
And women get this a lot too. Like women who date other women get told by trans women that they're phobic because they don't want to date them. All the time. That happens a lot. The difference is like, you know, the women are not a danger to the trans women, right? If anything, it's the other way around, just because of pure like physical differences.
And
And not only that, but trans women are a danger to trans men, and we really want to talk about internalized transphobia because we can't have a conversation about what's in trans women's pants because I'm a bigot, but trans women can have a conversation about what's in trans men's pants in order to invalidate cis women per Mia.
exactly. Because they see trans men as what? Say it with me now. Women. Trans
Yeah,
women see trans men as women, female, excuse me. And you can minimize
yeah.
females' existence because that's what the patriarchy does. Let's say it together because
So,
hold on, beware because Venus had her she got off me first, then you can go.
Oh, yeah, no. I think what's alarming to me in this conversation is, and I'm going to bring race into this because it's something that I'm noticing and it's very scary to me, how some black women are willing to, I guess, put themselves on the line for someone else's oppression rather than focusing on themselves and trying to save themselves from the danger that's around us. It's very frightening to me because, again,
I
we just had to deal with Adriana Smith, and
think
though,
that both
and
can
we,
exist.
and and I believe it, and I do believe that it can deep down, but at the same time, it's like,
I didn't finish my statement because I realized I was cutting you off. But to finish, I think that both can exist. I just think that denying your own oppression or saying that somebody is more oppressed than you in order to lift them up because you have to because you're a black woman and you know you're not an ally unless you do that is stupid and counterproductive because there's no way that we can exist in a patriarchy and someone assigned male at birth is more oppressed than you. That just let's
exactly,
break it
that's,
down to that.
yeah, that was my sentiment. It's bizarre.
Go ahead, beware.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the conversation. Um, cause I think I got a bit confused when the other person was in here, the one that you had dropped before I had came up. So can you like kind of explain to me?
I think we were all confused.
I, so everybody just as confused as me.
No, they were
What point
playing.
did you get confused?
They were
Uh,
playing a game to to get us frustrated, and it worked because it's frustrating. Because I'm trying to be serious, but when I realized that Smoothie and Chad wanted to, they don't have an argument because they haven't. They're talking about the research. They haven't done any research on gender identity or looking into what it looked like for trans folk, or they haven't done any deep dive. They just up here regurgitating what they think is politically correct because they're social justice warriors. So they wasn't talking about a motherfucking thing. Beware.
And I don't. So I I don't think that it was necessarily that. Now we was being gaslit. First of all, I just want to say this. Y'all two country motherfuckers, the one at the top and the one to the left, y'all talk too fast. These sedity hoes, listen. The country grammar is going over their fucking head. Men putting too much dip on their chip at the same time as all the country allegories, metaphors, idioms, etc., etc. Ma'am, please reel it in.
No, them hoes stupid. But go ahead, Beware. You got it.
Listen for a little bit, and then I'll chime in. Because I think maybe the conversation needs to get back on track a little bit.
I
After
think that women keep coming up here thinking that because, oh my God, I'm being gaslit. I'm gonna say it. Hold my hand, y'all. They keep coming up here thinking because of the way that we speak that they know more than us. They're assuming that, and they think that they're getting away with doing that like quietly, but it's not quiet. It's loud. Even the white lady on the panel can see it. So don't come up here thinking that you are about to do anything like that. Come and have the fucking conversation. Cause we gon' clock all T and drag you where need be.
Hello?
Hold on. Go ahead, Amira. Then you can go Chase after Amira.
It's a mirror.
I'm
And
sorry.
it says trans women perform womanhood better because they created it. That is absolutely absurd. Um, I don't think that womanhood is one dimensional. I'm gonna firstly say that. But I do think that the blueprint of said womanhood is given by what you would consider a cis female. So I just think that's important to acknowledge. Gender is a social construct that men created. I would suggest yes. The the term is it a slur? I don't think so. I think queer people use it all the time. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong because I'm not in the community. But I don't think it is. You know. But yeah, that's my take.
Okay, go ahead, Chase.
Yeah, I was in here earlier when y'all was talking about that fish stuff, and I was on a panel one time with this other person, and I kept on laughing like because it was real life hilarious to me that like I if I called a woman the B word, cunt fish, I'm all types of wrong, but because some nigga wears MAC makeup, he can just go around calling y'all fucking fish, sardines, tuna. Like that's like it's actually kind of hilarious. Like in my eyes, I ain't gonna lie, the patriarchy strikes again.
Well, just to clarify, you are wrong if you call
Square
women
one.
those words. You know that, right? Like, yes, you absolutely are wrong for that.
Not if I put on a wig and lipstick.
But no,
Apparently not
you'd
if
be
I
wrong
put on
regardless.
a wig and lipstick.
I don't know
That's
why.
not the way your sisters feel.
I don't know why. I don't know why men like you, who be fucking the ones who call us fish, who
Wait,
be
hold on,
hold
hold on.
on. No, no,
You
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
you
no,
don't you
no,
misunderstand me.
no, no, Chase, no. You love a glory hole. You love the gym bros. Y'all circle jerk all day. I don't know why y'all think that y'all can come up here and mock women. Like, you need to come out the closet before you check what we got going on. You invested in fish because you want to put that wig on. You ain't brave enough. The first step in your journey was getting bent over and getting your guts busted up. But now you trying to figure out, navigate how you gonna come out with your wig and your MAC makeup. Y'all bitches get on my nerves with that shit. You can't mock us. You ain't smart either, bitch. You stupid too. Go ahead, Moody.
Wrong with pussy. Yeah, but it's can you hear me?
Ain't nothing wrong with Bussy, but they need to be honest about
Boring.
giving it out. Go,
What's
go.
wrong with coochie? Because calling it fish is inherently saying something is wrong with coochie. And you seem to not think that there's a problem with calling women fish.
Well, I understand that it can be derogatory depending on the context, but I will say whenever I've heard it, because I do be in proximity of queer people, whenever I hear it, they be talking about like a gay guy or uh just when they use that word, it's kind of like when they say you serving pussy, like you giving very conventionally feminine. So that's the
Right.
context that I hear.
So calling a gay man or another trans woman or a woman who is performing or a person who is a performing drag fish because you are giving real woman, saying fish equals real woman is not derogatory, because why would they equate real women to fish?
Well, like I said, I think it can be offensive. So don't get me wrong. I do understand that. But it's just from on average when I hear it, it's not used in an offensive capacity towards women. But I do
So
understand that they can do that though.
I Liz hang out with all black women. She on the panel with all black women. She in the all black woman Discord when she around us. So because of that, she say clock it, that T. She wear a wig and weave and she be like, yes, all that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I don't
start
think it
calling
means
her
that,
a
just to clarify.
monkey. She don't, Liz. You ruining my point.
Sorry.
I'm gonna start calling her a monkey.
A monkey?
Yeah,
What is that? I
that's a
don't
white
get it.
She
woman.
she
I'm
got
gonna start
braids in
calling
her
her
hair.
a monkey. Yeah, cause she wear braids and she say clock that T and yes and stuff like that. And she speak AABE. So I'm gonna start calling this white woman a monkey.
And I think what the confusion get when we talking about this, we understand that fish is used as a word of endearment. We understand that fish is saying to whoever they're calling fish, whether it's a man, trans woman, or cis woman, is they're saying, "Oh, you're a baddie. Oh, you look good. Oh, you that girl." But what we're saying is the history, like where it comes from, is how people, no, not people, how this society views the body, the woman's, the female body, how they view the coochie, the vagina. It's like icky.
Mm,
So
Yeah.
that's the problem with
okay.
it.
That's a fair
I
argument.
mean, the man just said, Chase just said, a man got it, Amira. You gotta get it. He said, if I call a woman fish, it's I'm going to be like, called
Y'all
misogynistic.
gonna be
But
hated.
if a
I ain't
person
lying.
assigned male at birth and and who now is presenting female, is now female, now a woman, but was assigned male at birth, calls a woman fish and says, oh no, it's a term of endearment, all the women gonna be like, oh, okay, we got it, it's a term of endearment. Why you calling women, why you equating womanhood to fish?
Fish with
last
women.
time i last
Like
time I
what?
checked, Coochie shouldn't smell like fish. And the fact that y'all ain't never had none, tasted none, and been in none, and if you been in some that smell like fish, you was in the wrong fucking one. It's kind
Like,
of
what the
weird to
heck?
me because what the fuck is going on? That's not normal. Equating
Yeah.
fish to womanhood, I'd rather not equate monkey to blackness. That was my point.
In the way that we have in the way, like, even when you was like, what's wrong with pussy, in the way that we have like the way we talk around you know, bussy, and what is actually what one of the main utilizations for it is, and how it's like you have to be very understanding and like careful, because sometimes a mess can happen, like all that care for the asshole, but we can just disrespect vagina, and it's because of how we view female bodies. And that's the point that I'm making. It is something to be disregarded. And oftentimes, because gay men aren't trying to have the female body, and the trans women who do, they shift their view about it depending on what steps they have. So if they got boobs, then boobs is part of womanhood. But if they have a penis, it's a sheetness. But if they get the vagina, then hey, they could talk about the vagina. So that's why the conversation is like, it gets to be shifted based or redefined or create. Womanhood gets to be whatever anybody wanted to be, and that's fine. You created it, you could do that. But what we want to talk about is how important the female human body is, because that is often what is being sacrificed and what is being utilized and what is being harmed. And we want to talk about that too. And then because we can also talk about the harm that trans women experience, because we get it. We get what's going on, but we're not gonna dismiss the body, and we're not gonna have these terms like fish, and we gonna just stand by and not call it out, because God forbid, let you say something about a trans woman's body. You can't even ask about it because that's offensive. But you could call me fish. No, ma'am. We not
Or
doing
let's
it.
Mia, what about
And
that video
Toast.
I
I
sent you of the GAY man doing when you try Gucci for the first time, and he put his fingers up to his nose and he make like a disgusted face,
Oh
and
my gosh.
another man was like, so you not gonna try to convince me that booty smell better than coochie? And
Mm-hmm.
all the GAY men had pitchforks and was ready to attack the non-GAY man for saying that. But the GAY man was saying that coochie stink. And
Exactly.
you can't tell me that booty smell better than coochie. That's just a fact. I'm just gonna say that.
Go.
If I could say,
Wait,
right?
hold on, because before
um
you go, Chase, because you done piss me off, so you got to be patient. Go ahead, Beware. Go ahead, Beware.
I for me, I do believe that it's hard for people to respect the body that they never have, and in all honesty, never will have. Um I don't believe that trans women could create womanhood. Maybe they can defy femininity, or what is defined as femininity. When you look up the definition to the term femininity, not feminine, but the definition to the word femininity, it is literally a social construct. Like, it literally means how you behaved or how you act. But to be able to define what womanhood is, they don't actually experience it. Even with a transition, they're not actually experiencing the same thing that we are. So they can't respect our bodies. They can't it, even with the surgery, you've never really had a vagina, and you're never going to experience what it's actually like to have a vagina, to have ovaries, to have a uterus. You're never going to experience those organs. They cannot give you those organs. And even if you were to have those organs, you cannot have them. Those surgeries have literally failed. So I don't think that we can expect them to respect us in a certain way. And in actuality, it's kind of like internalized misogyny that they still have even through transitioning. And I think Chase made a really good point where it's okay if I put a wig on and some lipstick. It's like you give me a lot more grace. Even you start to redefine me and just try to relate me as a woman when in actuality I'm still not, and I still don't have that experience, and I can still be misogynistic. And I think it still does whole form to the patriarchy. Like it gives a lot of credit to it, and it's still in a sense a big form of patriarchy, because it's still like in a sense that we should put the man before us, even if the man now in turn has a wig on. That's what I see.
But I think trans women do experience a format of womanhood because you brought up the example.
Understand what I said? And if you did, could you kind of relay it back to me so I know that you kind of get my point?
It's a mirror, and
Oh, sorry.
I get what you're saying. You're saying that you believe that trans women are experiencing a internalized misogyny, which allows them to be disingenuous or insensitive to what it actually means to have a biological female body, and I can agree with that. But my only pushback was for the component of womanhood. I do think trans women experience a womanhood because it's not the same as what you would consider a cis woman's womanhood, but it is nonetheless a format of that.
No, they do experience one, especially once they are presented a certain way. They're going to experience certain things that women experience. So if a trans woman has been transitioning for 5 years and she's able to get all the affirming care, the face surgery, the boobs, the BB, whatever it is that she deems is important for her to be affirmed in her identity, outwardly to represent the inward. I'm sure that when she was in a man's body, her walking around at night looks a hell of a lot different when she has been transitioning for 5 years. I can guarantee you, I can guarantee you that her experience or the expectations from her um, as a woman versus her when she was in a man's body, within the family dynamics, within social dynamics, is 1,000% different. I can believe that. And I also understand that a trans woman is going to have a unique experience when a man finds out that she was born a male and they look at her like she's a man. That's a different experience, right? I understand that. But we're talking about two different things still, and that's the point. They don't get to negate the experience or try to have a oppression Olympic between women to shut us up. Either we can talk about it all, or we gonna both be oppressed and we gonna both be tit for tat. That's my point. We can come to the table and talk about the experience, the shared experience, and the different experience, and what it looked like, and what can we do to push womanhood forward. Or we could say you over there traumatized because people still see you as a man even though you a woman, and I'm over here traumatized because people abuse my body and abuse me as a woman, and they don't feel like I'm performing womanhood right because I'm loud, my nose big, whatever.
Hmm.
And if you ignorant and I'm ignorant, I like to be ignorant too. I don't want to be the only one in the room that's poised and polite. I want to get right down dirty with people, and I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave for you youngsters. I'm gonna leave it for y'all. Auntie tired. Auntie want to not give a fuck. So if they sling mud, I'm slinging that shit back. Is my point. So either we gonna come together or we gonna have a food fight.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I respect that premise because there is. like you said, a oppression Olympics among trans women and cis women. So I'm not gonna lie, I definitely agree with that, and it's definitely problematic on both behalves. So I think we agree.
Okay, go.
May I speak?
It's ladies first, then you after Liz. Let Liz go, then you can go. Chase. Oh, and then somebody else up here. Go ahead, Liz, and then Chase, and then 7:30. Go ahead.
Can I go
Um,
before him?
Damn, I promise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Chase. You gotta go after 7:30. Go ahead, Liz.
So I just wanted to say, there's
He
one,
gonna say something ignorant anyway.
there's
Right.
Me?
Wait, hold on. Let Liz go. Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Liz.
so when we talk about like, what the different, like, I guess, phases of transitioning and when somebody's passing, when, okay, there's one like universal characteristic that all trans women must meet in order to be considered trans women. Like, does anyone know what it is?
Mm-mm.
Being male.
Assigned male at birth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
being
Yeah.
male.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Mm.
What about innocent? Let me show.
Hold on. Wait. Wait. Who
About to
said?
bring up what about intersex people?
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I was like, let me stop derailing
No,
the
that's some.
conversation.
That's different.
A valid point.
People are male or female.
It's not.
You have to get karyotypes to even know all of that.
Hold on. Hold on. It's your turn. 7:30.
So just before I get into that, just to caveat off of what Liz just said, it's a lot of times what they do is they just let people raise the kid. They let the parents choose what the gender is. They say, well, we're going to raise it like this, we're going to raise it like that, and then those people generally hit puberty. So it's true that there's intersex male and intersex female, but a lot of times they don't know until they hit puberty because karyotyping is expensive and it's rare that people do that. So while I hear what you're saying, it is a general thing for people to be assigned male at birth, but it doesn't. That's not always like the case per se. That's not always a commonality between the things. It's not a So and it's just what you assign them. It's different ways that you come to that conclusion as far as like how we determine smecks or whatever. And just as far as like the fish thing, I mean, you can't control what people take offense to, but that to my knowledge, and if anybody got any sources or anything to prove me wrong, I've never known trans women to associate fish or fishiness to the smell of your vagina. It's about the standard. It's about you giving. It's a compliment.
Oh my god.
It's a
I
compliment.
somehow see how being
If
called
if
a
if, if,
dead marine animal as
Hold
a
on, hold
compliment,
on, hold
though.
on, hold on, Phoenix.
Cause we,
Mia trying to say something.
cause we don't, cause we ain't gonna drag it. Um. So the compliment is that if a person it come from drag ballroom, right?
yeah, yeah,
And see you next Tuesday is another word that's used.
right.
Fish.
So
See
right,
you next Tuesday, right?
right.
Okay. Okay. So see you next Tuesday refers to what body part?
That thing.
Okay. And fish refers to what body part?
I've never known it to be associated with your body part.
Okay.
That when it comes from us, I mean, maybe someone
No,
else.
no, no,
Maybe
no, no, no. It's not. There is not a conscious. There is not a group of. I don't. I'm not saying that if it come from you that you like. Oh, you serving fish, sis. That you like. Yeah, it stank. I know that you borrowed that language from somebody who borrowed it from somebody who borrowed it from somebody who borrowed it. And I'm saying when you take it back, let's take it back. Let's say I'm gonna just throw a number out there. We're gonna take it to 1969. We're gonna take it to 1969. In 1969, what was the gender dynamics?
I didn't live back then. I don't know.
Okay, well then,
Can we do it this way? Okay, fish in the ballroom in drag refers to a woman who is giving cis woman.
It's how
Like,
it's look how good you look.
So,
right, how passable you
So how is
are.
it an insult?
so Lynn,
So
the reason why I paused was not because we're gonna give it anyway. When a person don't want to have a conversation about 1969 or 1970, we not gonna have it. It's a slur. That's what we stand with it. You don't want to. You're not open to learning about that. So
I
we
said if you have a
stop
source,
there.
I don't know how you saying I'm not open to learning. I just said if you have a source
So if I give you a
to
source,
show me, I'm
if I
willing to.
give you a source from 1969, you gonna say you ain't lived back then.
No, that's not what I'm gonna say. You haven't shown me the source. You don't know what I'm gonna say.
Wait, you need a source to know that fish is a slur and what it refers to? You need a source?
I would love one.
The source is
No,
common sense. Like, what do
I'm
you
not.
mean?
Yeah, I'm not.
I
That's an
mean,
appeal to common sense
Hold on,
fallacy.
y'all. Hold
I'll
on,
say it like this. Oh,
I don't. Cause I'm not playing that game no more. It's a slur because cisgender women feel that it is. If you don't agree, that's cool. I'ma just call you a slur, and we can be fair.
But
So
only one will
you
be
call me
factual.
fish, I'm gonna call you a slur back. And I'm not talking about in this context of this conversation. I'm just saying I'm setting this type of standard. If I'm amongst those of my fellow people in the community that because I'm a part of the community, or if I'm in proximity with anybody from ballroom or whatever, and they want to be like, oh, you serving fish, I'm a give them a slur that they serving, and then we can call it even. I'm
Well,
okay with that.
I started off my whole thing with if you're going to be offended by it, I can't stop you from being offended by it, but that doesn't make it a slur.
No. And my pushback to you when I throw a slur at you is gonna be just because you offended by it don't make it a slur unless you can source me something.
Well, I can say, "Hey, pretty woman," and you can just be offended, but that doesn't mean pretty woman is a slur.
And I can say, hey, pretty woman, and you could be offended, and I don't mean it's a slur. Semantics, potato, potato. The point I'm making is
That's the point.
if I
Okay.
feel it's a slur, and you don't, or you don't think that it's a slur because you're taking whatever connotation you want to take with it. All I'm saying is, baby, look, this, let me tell you what I am, what type of person I am. I'm the type of person that don't give a fuck. I don't mind people throwing shade at me, or I don't mind people saying slurs to me. I don't mind what you do. Just be ready, because I got some slurs and adjectives to throw back. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Call me fish, and I'm a drag you with a slur, and we're gonna
okay,
be fish and dip up in this bitch. We're gonna be
okay.
fish and chips in this bitch. It's gonna be on
I
like
hear
be
you.
home. But you could go ahead with your point.
No, I hear you. That's cool. But my
I
only
just
point
want to
was
know,
that
is calling a black person monkey a slur?
my all I want is the only thing I want to point out. I've already pretty
No,
much pointed it out. Was the simple fact that you're simply offended by it. I didn't get any sources that prove that it's a
is
slur.
calling a black person a
so
I
monkey a
would choose
slur?
fish. Why would you choose fish?
But
Just think about that.
He
Okay,
know
out of all the
why.
Well,
things
I
that
don't
you
know.
can,
Hold
I didn't make it
on,
up.
hold
yeah, but
on,
okay,
It's
just
not
be
different.
realistic.
hold on. Is calling a black person a monkey a
And
slur?
mind you, I don't even really use this word. It don't come to like first or second nature
Okay,
for me to use. I'm just
7:30.
traditionally
7:30. Is
what?
calling a black person a monkey slur?
Obviously,
How is it obvious?
because it's historically true,
huh, interesting.
Okay.
and I can go get sources to back that up. Unlike
Okay. No,
anyone
you
here.
got it. No, you
sir,
got
we
it.
could.
We're
But
not
I
playing
feel
this
like,
game with him, like Mia said.
but also, y'all, I've heard queer people use pussy. Like, you serving pussy, you serving cunt. Like, they use these
What does
words
fish
interchangeably.
associated
And it's
with?
compliment. That's what I don't understand how it's a goddamn
Being
insult if
called
it's
What
a
being
is
being
used as a
called a
what is
standard
fish
and a
is
being?
not a
compliment.
compliment,
Hold
I'm just
though.
on.
not,
That's
and
not a
I don't have no.
Why?
compliment.
So being called fish is associated with being woman.
It goes to show you what you think about your own
But
body.
Hold
it's
on.
being
It's
What?
so now we being gaslit.
So
Yeah,
okay,
I
so I
We've
can't.
got
been
it.
gaslit for
I
the
got it.
past hour now.
I got it for reference because I knew I was on. I knew I was on top.
I don't walk
Like,
around calling nobody fishy because of
hold on,
no reason.
7:30.
I'm sorry, sorry,
Don't get
sorry.
scared now. But I knew I was on top, like top model. So 1970s, fish used derogatorily in male-centered slang to shame women. 1970s to 1980s, Black Latinx. drag communities in NYC claimed the term within ballroom culture. 1990, Paris is Burning documentary Paris is Burning documents queens using terms like fish, helping popularize it. 2000, 2010s, the term spread with RuPaul's Drag, race drag shows, and social media. So again, fish was a derogatory term used by men, male-centered spaces, and then it was co-opted within the trans community, which will make sense, or drag communities, excuse me, because I understand drag is different from trans. And it would make sense because a lot of men in these male dominated space, like you think about the 70s, this is just around the time when women was in workforce. You think about all these male centered places where they're disrespecting women. Men didn't want women to share the bathrooms with them, which is another modern conversation we're having with amongst the trans community, and how they're disrespecting trans women by trying to kick them out of the woman's bathroom. That's stupid. That's suspicious. That's weird. But we know why they do that because we know what the men want to do with the girls. But I digress from that. Men wanting women to be separate because they were disgusted by female products. They were disgusted by women, and you can imagine what they were talking about the water cooler, how disrespectful they was. We already know that there's a deep dark underground of men, GAY men, DL men, closeted men, where they be fucking everywhere they can fuck in secret. We already know that a man will leave his table with his children and his wife and go fuck a nigga in the bathroom. We know that. So I can imagine that they were dog walking women any chance they got, and using fish and saying, ooh, it's funky and it's icky would be it. And I can see that those men in some of those spaces who was privy to that, as they started evolving, progressing, maybe starting to find themselves and getting into drag. Maybe some of them were progressive. Maybe some of them was just as bigoted as they was before they even put the dress on. Of course, they're gonna co-opt that word because it's a disrespect to women's bodies. And a lot of men, no matter what side they fall on, they disrespect women's bodies. It's always been a thing. The boys always been disrespecting women's body. So let's be very clear. That's why we talking about fish is a slur. But you don't gotta gaslight us. I don't give a fuck. I don't
I'm
give
not
a
I'm not
fuck.
I'm not gaslighting you, but nowhere in your source, which is what I was asking for, is said that we ever used it the same way that it was intended for when it was initially
That's
created.
not how slurs work. Stupid. That's not how
God.
I got this. That's not how slurs work.
It is how slurs
No,
work.
that's not how
Well
slurs
then,
work.
do you say
That's
nigga?
not how slurs. The word nigga
You say
wasn't
nick.
intended. No, no, no.
Have
Calm
black
down,
people or
fish.
have black people
Calm
not?
down,
Oh, thank
fish.
you, thank you. Ooh, have black people not reclaim the word nigga?
Reclaiming
That's
is
not the
Are you
different.
same
serious right now?
thing. If a white person called you a nigga, not hard ER, it would still be a slur.
If a white person
Joe
did it,
ain't
right?
reclaimed bucket
Right.
or fish.
So
Exactly.
she just said in her source that the
So
transgender
a
community
person
co-opted the word.
assigned,
That does
correct,
not have the same
But
intent,
and I
correct.
think you
But
misunderstand.
and
Go
I
ahead,
think y'all know
Mia.
that.
hold on.
So don't
Yes, it
gaslight
does.
me.
Yes, it does. Because
No, it
a
don't.
person assigned male at birth doesn't have the body part. Therefore, you can't decide if it's a slur or not. Like a white person
Oh, so
don't have
women with that
black
body part don't say it
skin.
to each other? Okay.
Gonna
No,
lie,
Wait, why are
we
you
don't.
women
fighting
don't
so
call
hard
each
for
Yes,
other
y'all
this?
do.
fish.
Yes,
No,
y'all
we
do.
don't.
Mike,
No, we don't.
why are
Women
you
Women,
fighting
don't
so
call
hard
each
for
other
this?
fish.
This
We
is
call each other
crazy.
bitch before we
because
call
the
each
intent
other
behind it
fish.
is what's irritating me.
No, no, no. Why are you fighting
No.
so hard
Because the
to call
intent
women
behind it, I'm
fish?
not fighting hard to call you anything, but did you not
Yes,
just
you
hear what I
are.
just?
Why are you
No, I'm
fighting?
not.
We said it's a slur. It's a slur.
First off,
Let
like
it
I just
go.
said
It's
a
a
second ago,
slur.
no, I'm not letting nothing go.
Respect that.
No, it's not
But
nothing
when
to not respect.
transvestites
Why
get
are
to
you so
talking, hold
intended
Like I
on,
on
said,
keeping the
Cream. You gotta
slur?
know when transvestites get to talking and
here
trannies,
come the muse in the drive.
when trannies get to moving, they fucking cocksuckers. They can tell us whatever they want. So it don't matter if we saying, it
You
doesn't
suck cock
matter
too.
that weird. No, bitch, you do. You the
No, bitch,
cocksucker.
you
You
do.
you
I
be
sure do.
shitty. Matter of fact, you be shitty drunk off the dick. You be shitty drunk
I
off
sure
dick.
do.
You
I
be
sure
shitty
do.
drunk. I know. We
How you
get
know?
it. We get
Yeah,
it. We
you
get
get
it.
it. You
That's why
get
you
it.
up here wanting to argue with
You're
cisgender
not
women.
doing what you think you're doing.
No, I am
And
doing
that
what I think I'm doing, young man. I am doing what I think I'm doing. I'm
little
disrespecting
bitch.
you like you disrespecting us. You
Okay,
wish
bitch,
you was
what's
a
up?
bitch.
You said,
You wish you was a
no, I
bitch.
am
The
one.
thing is, you wish you was a bitch.
I don't,
You wish you was a
I
bitch.
don't got a
That's
wish.
why you're so
I don't got a wish.
frustrated and you're
I'm
so
not
annoyed
frustrated at
with me
all. I'm
because you
good.
wish you was
You
a
frustrated than
bitch.
you. Oh,
You
who
wish
running
you was a
live? This
bitch.
your live, not mine. You frustrated, hoe.
And you up here.
I am up here.
You up here, you shitty
I'm up
drunk
here and I'm
bitch.
giving it to you. You can't give it
You up
back.
here giving shitty drunk.
You
I
can't give
smell
it
the
back,
shit coming
and
off
no
your
one else
fucking
here can
tongue.
either. So what?
That's what I smell. That's what I smell. You done made a mess tonight, so you wanna make a
Nothing.
mess up here. You done fucking made a mess on that boy. Now you wanna make a mess up here.
No
That's what
mess
you wanna
nowhere.
do.
I'll make a mess on your daddy
You want to
face.
shit up and paint up the walls over here. Go
Well, it
ahead.
don't matter.
Go
I
ahead.
came with facts. You came
Go
with nothing.
ahead. What's the
Yeah,
facts? Lay them
yeah,
down. Lay them
yeah.
down.
We all know that trans people do not use fish as
Bye,
a slur.
sir. Bye,
Uh,
sir.
So
So why are you
Bye, sir.
lying?
Host, may
it's
I
that
go
simple.
or
You can be honest.
But
It
why
is
do we
used
have
as a
to get
slur.
transphobic
No,
though?
no, no, no,
Because they
no.
are
Why are you okay
transphobic.
with being
Hold
called a
They
on.
are
fish
Hold.
Because
transphobic.
he
Time
That's
out. No,
that's the
no,
misogynistic.
whole
no,
point of
no,
the live.
no.
That's the
No,
whole
let's
point.
clarify. We're gonna stop doing that. Before it got trans anything, it was misogynistic, misogynorist
Girl, no, it wasn't.
up in here first. Yes, it
No,
was. Yes, it was. You wanted to argue with us about a term because you think you can. You think your male entitlement can lead you in
girl,
any
you're
fucking
recording the live. You
room.
could just play
You
it
think
back.
your
You don't
male
gotta lie.
entitlement can lead you in any room and you can
I don't
lay your
have,
dick on
girl.
the table
I
and
don't
you
know what
can
you're
do
talking
anything and
about.
say anything. That's
You
what
so
you
obsessed
think.
with what's between my legs,
That's
and it
what
got
you
nothing
think.
to
No,
do.
you're obsessed with what's between your legs
No,
because you're
you're
scared about
obsessed
what's in
what's
between
between
your
my
legs.
legs. I'm obsessed what's between your brain because it must be nothing, bitch.
No,
No,
you're
you the one up
actually
there with
obsessed
fucking
with
marbles in
between
your
your
So,
brain.
legs.
yeah, you
You
said
up
you
there
wanted
with
to do it,
marbles
so
in
we
your
can do it. You ain't
brain.
gonna win it with me, bitch, because you're stupid.
No, she winning, and she
I don't
not
give a fuck
stupid.
about
Hold
Yeah.
how
it.
many views you got in
Hold
Oh,
this
it.
chat.
When I
I don't give a
said you
fuck
was
how full your panel get,
no, sir. When I said you was shitty drunk, bitch, I
weirdo.
won.
You
I
didn't win.
won
You
right
won nothing.
there,
You
right
need to go
how?
win.
there.
Well,
When I
well,
said
you.
you was shitty drunk, that was
Oh,
it.
I'm gonna send you 25, Mia, because I can't.
Y'all not saying. Hold on, because I want to say something. I wanted to. God, man,
To the
listen.
25s.
host, may I go or
Me ain't received a 25. Uh, that's not transphobic. I just want to say that you hold on. Actually, delete. Not clocking the misogyny in that and being okay with men calling women fish and saying it's a term of endearment because it's not only used by trans women, right? It's also used in drag and it's also used by GAY men. So either way you slice the bread, it's misogynistic. If it's coming from a trans woman, I'll be fair, it's internalized misogyny, whatever. But I'm gonna still go with misogynistic because a person assigned male at birth does not have a vagina. Therefore, you calling a woman fish or another man fish in order to signify that they're passing as a woman, likening fish to womanhood is misogynistic. We heard the etymology, we know where it comes from, right? We know the history behind it. So you got the facts. Everything you just stated was just denial because you want to be okay with calling women fish. That's just like I said. You can understand a white person calling a black person nigga, Nigga, as being racist no matter how you cut the pie. That's racist, right? But you can't understand a person assigned male at birth saying fish and liken it to womanhood is misogynistic. It's like, no, your brain can't compute that. Therefore, you have no right to call anyone unintelligent or ill informed or stupid because you denying facts in order to remain in ignorance is beyond stupid. Okay? If you knew better, you do better. So before you get up here clocking anybody transphobia because you a social justice warrior and